The Academy's combat evaluation has arrived, gathering the school's finest fighters inside the training arena, where creatures are conjured to push each student to their limit. Students were divided into teams, pairing 2 melee fighters, alongside 2 spellcasters. As soon as the countdown reaches 0, an undead soldier materializes before them. Without warning, one of the mages abandons the rear formation and charges straight to the front line, obliterating the creature in one devastating mana-infused strike. Every teammate stood completely still. Even the experienced instructor had no words. The elite combat students could only watch, stunned as he tore through enemies using nothing but his fists. As additional undead warriors appeared, the student triggered the mana weapon ability. It's an uncommon skill that channels mana into physical strikes, and he swept through every level on his own. The entire audience was left in disbelief by what this single student had accomplished. When the second floor began, a Drog emerged, a beast so fearsome that even the professor broke into a cold sweat. Yet the student simply grinned. Within minutes, the entire arena lay in ruins, as he had torn through all 10 floors flawlessly, without a single teammate's help. He shattered the all-time speed record in the process. Every student in attendance was completely at a loss, unable to comprehend who this person even was. His name is Jaehyun. Yet long before he possessed such ability, in a previous existence, he had been nothing more than a low-ranked nobody, serving only as expendable cover to protect the spellcasters during dungeon runs. While resting between dungeon raids, as he reviewed his character window, the game system suddenly failed, and an unfamiliar voice directed him to pursue a glowing green trail. He was caught completely off guard, but given that he was someone without a mother and left behind by his father, there was nothing holding him back. So he set off after the glow. As he trailed behind it, he attempted to open the system menu, but it remained offline. After wandering for some time, he discovered a concealed green door deep within the dungeon. Jaehyun steps forward with excitement into a chamber resembling a divine realm. At its very center rests a radiant artifact, the Lost Eye of Odin, the sole mythic-grade item in existence. Its core ability, absolute calculation, dissects and dismantles any form of magic. It also grants access to rune powers and, when paired with a blank card, allows the user to replicate an opponent's abilities. And here you understand exactly why someone this powerful was considered worthless. His immediate instinct was to put it up for sale. He was prepared to hand away god-tier power only to be swindled for it down the line. However, there's a condition attached to the item. The moment it's equipped, it cannot be removed. Wisely, he decides to hold on to it and returns to the others. His companion Myungo had been anxious over his sudden absence, but the protagonist returned with a grin and offered to treat him to a round of drinks. Myungo had absolutely no clue what had just transpired, since Jaehyun had never had a single coin to his name before. As the group pressed forward, the ceiling above them gave way, and a cloud of poisonous gas filled the corridor. Members of the Meteor Guild immediately began vomiting blood where they stood. Amid the confusion, an unseen attacker drove a blade into Myungo, and just before losing consciousness, Myungo urged Jaehyun to flee, and Jaehyun took off without a second thought. Jaehyun had clearly neglected his stamina training, and was forced to pause for air. In that brief lapse, the attacker emerged from the shadows and unleashed a chained weapon that tore clean through his arm. What came as the greatest shock, however, was discovering that the assassin was none other than his own raider handler, Young Woomin. The man smirks and openly admits that contract killing is his profession. He had been hired to eliminate the entire guild, and Jaehyun was next on the list. The confrontation begins, and Jaehyun can already tell the odds are against him, since Young holds the formidable rank of A-class mage. As he absorbs punishment and takes blow after blow, he works to piece together the clues behind who orchestrated the hit, while running a memory hit, him of his father calling him useless. When he asks if his father was behind it, the mage laughs and says he's pretty smart for a rank D. That stung. But it got even worse when he found out his own father paid the hitman to kill his mother 5 years ago. The hitman went for the final blow, but Jaehyun dodged on instinct and equipped the Eye of Odin. Jung was shaken. by the insane energy coming off him. The villain tried to catch him off guard, but with a cool head, the protagonist destroyed his chain at the last second. For eyes froze because his magic stopped working. The MC comboed both skills, broke the guy's spell, and stole the ability for himself. With no way to attack, the villain tried throwing up a shield, but the protagonist used the skill again and shattered his defense. Fueled by rage, he finally avenged his mother. After taking down the hitman, Xiaobei was so badly wounded that he collapsed on the ground with nothing left. Right when he got the mythic item and became OP, he dies. In Isekai stories, you've got the truck, Kuin. But here it's the system, Kuin, that reboots the whole story and throws him 11 years into the past. An Asura goddess appears offering her help. When he touches her hand, he jolts, awake in the body of a younger version of himself. He looks around and sees a photo of his mother. And in that same second, he leaves the room, goes to her and hugs her tight. Later, alone in his room, a sharp pain in his chest snaps him back. The system confirms the date, November 15th, 2020. He's really gone back, and his body has been healed by 20%. Breathing hard, he wonders if this is still a dream, but one look around tells him he's really back in his old home. Another notification appears with a quest called A Break is the Mother of Success. His job is simple: rest until he's fully recovered, and he'll get a blank card as the reward. He lets out a long breath, trying to steady himself. Then he thinks about dying in that battle, and somehow being sent 11 years into the past by this new system back to his third year of middle school. He checks the calendar and realizes he hasn't enrolled in Mills Academy yet. He also finds a note he wrote to himself, telling him to choose martial arts, but he grabs a pen and crosses it. He won't waste this second chance on martial arts. This time, he's becoming a mage. Later, he eats dinner with his mother, struggling not to cry. She notices how strange he's been acting lately. Earlier, he hugged her the second she got home and broke down crying. Now she gently asks if something's wrong. Forcing a smile, he says it was only a bad dream. But the memories of losing her are much worse than a nightmare. After working up the nerve, he says there's something he wants to talk about, and she tells him to go ahead. She can tell he may not want to enter Mill Economy. She knows how dangerous and competitive that path is and says it's okay if he wants a normal school instead. She won't force him, but instead he says he wants to change his major and join the magic class. His mother laughs softly and agrees right away, though she's surprised by the sudden switch from martial arts. Even so, she trusts him and pats his cheek, telling him to choose what makes him happy. Whether it's martial arts or magic, she says not to worry about money. She'll support him no matter what. Touched by that, he starts crying again, and through it all, thoughts of his father, Min Song-ho, and a rank raider come rushing back along with his need to grow stronger and get revenge. So Jang begins serious training with basic exercises. He also gets a blank card for clearing his first quest. His body starts getting stronger and more fit. Jae-yoon still doesn't fully understand the Nornir system, but as long as it works, he isn't complaining. With knowledge from his past life, he can grab dungeon items before anyone else, and his old experience as a guide will help. Still, his real skills are limited to martial arts, absolute calculation, and blitz chain copied from Youngwoo Min. He leans back, opens the system, and checks his stats. As expected, his level and base stats have returned to what they should be at this point. Still, he kept all his passive skills from his past life plus 2 new maxed out ones. One who is observed by the gods and Supreme God's Eye. He already knows about absolute calculation and blitz chain, so now he focuses on the passives. First, he checks one who is observed by the gods, a skill tied to fast growth through divine blessings. It also let him keep his passive skills through regression and gives him an extra stat point every time he levels up. The downside is that most of the Acer's demigods are now watching him. After that, he moves on to his next skill. Supreme God's Eye is another top-tier passive that lets him see through lies, illusions, and hidden truth. Then there's the active skill Blitz Chain, which attacks with electrified chains and can even paralyze enemies. The more chains he uses, the more mana it costs. He checks the rest of his stats. They're all terrible, but the one he wants to raise most is magic, since that's the key to his new path. He also knows endurance matters. Long fights are all about lasting longer than your enemy. After thinking it over, he decides to save his new blank card for a healing skill. since he already has a fence covered. Even in 2020, when mages aren't valued much, healers are still incredibly rare. They get treated like royalty no matter their rank. So a mage with healing powers would earn real respect. The problem is finding someone with a healing ability to copy will be incredibly hard. He only used his last blank card on young Wu Min because he had no choice. This time he won't waste one when he doesn't know how many the system will give him. Just then, his phone rings, and when he checks it, his eyes go wide at the name Kim Yu-shin on the screen. Kim Yu-shin is his childhood friend, someone who's always been close to him, and shared his dream of getting into Milla's academy to become a raider. In his previous life, she died in his arms, and this time he's determined to save her. A small smile forms as he reads her message. She's asking him to come with her to Saintess Yusong Jiang's seminar. That instantly lifts his mood, because Yusong Jiang is famous for her magic, especially sacrifice magic. Without wasting a second, he gets up, grabs his hoodie, and tells his mom he'll be back soon. Once outside, he texts Kim Yu-shin that he's on the way. He heads out right away to meet her. At the same time, a Rolls-Royce pushes through traffic. Inside, Saintess Yusong Jiang sits quietly while her manager goes over the schedule and asks if she's okay. Worried she's been overworking herself, she says she's fine, just tired, reminding him that sacrifice comes at the cost of her own vitality. The manager looks uneasy, wishing someone else had healing abilities close to Lady Song Jiang's. He knows exhaustion will catch up with her sooner or later. Soon, Jae Yoon-hee and Kim Yu-shin arrive at the event. She excitedly pulls him through the crowd, and when they stop, he jokes that maybe she only brought him so she wouldn't get lost. The girl gets flustered and snaps at him, telling him not to say weird stuff like that. Then she goes quiet, which pretty much proves he was right. He keeps messing with her, joking that it's amazing how someone so smart can be this bad with directions. Even while teasing her, Jae-yoon is thankful she brought him here. If he can copy Yu Sang-yoon's sacrifice skill now, it could change everything for him. It might even become one of his biggest advantages. In Korea, as everyone takes their seats, he and the girl are stunned by how many people showed up. Still, it's no shock. She's the guild master of Lotus, a top healer famous in Korea and overseas. Even in a time when raiders aren't treated like disposable shields, she always puts other people first. Soon, she walks onto the stage, and the crowd erupts. Jae-yoon watches closely, waiting for the right chance to copy her skill. As he waits, he remembers that in 2 months she'll become seriously ill during an Itaewon dungeon raid because of her own healing skill, sacrifice. If he copies it, he might be the only one who can save her. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-shin gets way too excited, and Jae-yoon finds it a little irritating. On stage, the Saintess talks about how the world has fallen into chaos because of Yggdrasil and the monsters taking human lives. Even so, she tells the crowd not to give up and to trust in the awakened who can still help save humanity. She urges them to become raiders, too. When her speech ends, the audience is thrilled. Jahyun admits her words make sense. Fighting monsters on the front lines is terrifying, so of course people hesitate to become raiders. He knows that better than anyone, since he once planned to sell Odin's eye just to avoid raiding and make money another way. As they leave, the girl keeps going on and on about the Saintess, and Jae Yu-hyun keeps teasing her, until she's completely fed up. Then he mentions that he already called her mom to come get her, because her sense of direction she tells him to just ride with them, but he says he has something else to do. Before leaving, he casually says he's changing his path, and will focus fully on magic, so he may need her help later. Then he walks off without explaining, leaving her hurt and confused. Jae-hyun starts searching around and finally finds the Saintess car. A grin spreads across his face as he walks over, but the manager spots him first and says they're not meeting fans right now. Jae-hyun answers boldly that he came to see Director Yo and Sung-yoon. The manager lets out an annoyed sigh, tells him to leave, and says he should respect her privacy because even she would hate this kind of interruption. Jae-hyun firmly says he's not here as a fan. To prove it, he reveals that Lady Sung Yo-shin has an incurable illness and claims he's the only one who can heal. That instantly shocks the director and makes him furious. He grabs Jae-hyun by the collar and demands to know where he heard that. Jae-hyun stays calm, tells him not to make a scene, and points out the people watching. Just then, the lady rolls down her window and speaks to him herself, asking if he can truly back up what he said. He answers without hesitation, yes, he can cure her. She's still wary, but decides to give him a chance. If he's lying, it'll be obvious soon enough. Still, his confidence only makes him seem more suspicious. She tells her manager to make time and bring the boy somewhere private to talk. After they move to a quieter place, she gets right to it and asks how he knows about her illness. Jung Bao-hun apologizes but says he can't answer that. If she insists, then he won't treat her. She laughs at how bold he is, then asks the next question, how exactly does he plan to heal her? Jae-hyun answers honestly, he plans to copy her sacrifice skill. That shocks her, and the manager loses patience. He shouts, asking if Jae-hyun even understands what a unique skill is, and how he thinks he can copy something that belongs to her alone. Unique skills are basically S-rank abilities, the highest tier, gained only through bloodline inheritance or personal awakening. Unlike normal skills, their formulas can't be broken down or copied. That's why they stay exclusive to one person or family. Jae-hyun calmly says he already knows all that, otherwise he never would have come. The lady quickly tells her manager to settle down and says they'll at least hear him out. Then she asks if he can really do this, and he confidently says yes. Her problem is the penalty from sacrifice. To heal herself, she'd need a skill of equal or higher rank, and because sacrifice demands an offering to the gods, she can't use it on her own body. In the end, she agrees to let him try. As her magic starts to shine, Xiao Bei-hyun can barely hide his excitement, and copies the skill right away. A system window asks whether he wants to store sacrifice in the blank card, and he immediately accepts. After the copy is complete, he activates sacrifice and forms its power in his palm, leaving both of them stunned. Before healing her, Xiao Bei-hyun decides to handle the deal first, but the skill itself is huge. It sends out a healing wave that restores multiple allies and removes debuffs. Against undead, it turns into an attack called Judgment of Light and Best of. All because he copied it with a blank card, it comes with none of the original penalties. Then she asks what he wants from Lotus. On the surface, she sounds calm, but inside, she thinks handling a middle schooler should be easy, especially as Lotus leader. Xiao Bei-hyun doesn't waste time, he wants sponsorship. She gives a small laugh and asks if he means support to help him grow into a raider. He says yes right away. It's his dream, and to get stronger, he needs resources, connections, and backing. Moved by both his resolve and ability, she agrees to sponsor him. But with one condition. Jae-yoon is impressed. Even now, she refuses to give up ground in the negotiation. She explains that her illness is her own issue, not Lotus. What he's asking for means support from the whole guild, and the guild has no reason to help him for free. Jae-yoon tells her to name her terms. If they sound fair, he'll decide whether to agree. His mind runs through all kinds of possibilities. But her answer is simple. She wants him to join Lotus. He immediately asks if she's serious about recruiting him, and she starts listing her reasons. First, he uncovered secret information about the Lotus leader's illness, something only a handful of people knew, so his information skills are clearly exceptional. Second, he perfectly copied her sacrifice skill, something she has never seen before, and she wants to know if anyone else in the world can do that. Jae-yoon feels awkward hearing that, since he can't exactly admit he knows about her illness because he regressed, or that his system lets him copy skills. Then she leans in close and gives the third reason for wanting him in the guild. Even as a middle schooler, he didn't flinch in front of the Lotus leader, and she likes that courage. In his past life, Lotus fell apart soon after her death. Since she's still alive now, he figures joining them could help him grow fast. Still, he wonders how a contract would even work since he's underage, and signing minors is illegal. Smiling, she reminds him about priority negotiation rights. Jae-yoon does know what that is. It's a guild privilege that lets them support raider trainee before they become an adult. Then once that trainee comes of age, the guild gets the first chance to sign them before anyone else. Jae-yoon never imagined he'd benefit from something like this, especially after even the worst guilds rejected him in the past. Clearly, she's taken a liking to him. Jae-yoon straightens up and says he'll heal her now. Her offer is already tempting, but he decides to finish the treatment before giving his final answer. As he stands over her, the manager still looks uneasy. He no longer doubts Jae-yoon's power, but he's worried the boy might use something dangerous or cursed, especially since even the best doctors couldn't cure her. A moment later, she feels the magic take effect and notices the change inside her body. The manager is left speechless. He quickly bows to Jae-yoon and sincerely apologizes for doubting him. Jae-yoon brushes it off, saying it was normal to doubt. A kid's words, but the manager keeps apologizing for how rude he was before. Jae-yoon tells the lady it's done, and she can move freely now. The moment she stands, she heads to the window and releases her magic. Tears fill her eyes when she realizes all her symptoms are gone. She thanks him for the miracle and asks if healing her will cost him anything. But his copied version has no penalty. Jae-yoon just smiles and says she can repay him when the time comes, and she gladly agrees. Then she hands him her card and tells him to think over her offer. She promises she'll do everything she can to make it worth his while. Jae-yoon then says there's one more thing he wants. He had one request. The next day, the manager takes him to a low-level Lotus Guild dungeon. He's here to train and raise his skills, so he can stand out at Mills Academy. The guild prepares everything he needs, even lending him extra gear normally used by members. Still, the manager warns that going in alone is dangerous and asks why he wants to solo it. Jae-yoon only says he wants to grind, just in case the manager gives him a warp stone. If it breaks, it'll send him right back outside the gate. It's a small thank you for helping the director, and Jae-yoon gladly takes. Then he heads inside. The moment he enters, he can tell it's only an E-rank dungeon. Nothing serious. Even so, the manager tells him to get out fast, if anything feels wrong. Jae-yoon nods. But deeper in, hands suddenly clamp over his mouth, and the system says he's entered Helheim's Field of the Dead. The story then cuts to director Yoo Soo-hung's office. She's thinking about Jae-yoon, worried because even an E-rank gate is hard for a rookie to clear alone. Still, she knows this kid isn't ordinary. He picked that gate for a reason, so she decides to wait and see. Then someone knocks, and after getting permission, a woman steps in. The director asks for the update she requested, and the woman hands over Jae-yoon's file. As she reads, she's stunned to see he wants to become a martial artist. Despite his huge talent for magic, the room goes quiet. Even the employee who brought the report can't explain. All she can say is the records are correct, unless there's some machine error. His magic aptitude is listed at 97. Not long after, the director calls manager Appa and tells him to contact her the second Jae-yoon leaves the dungeon. She wants to see his ability herself. Meanwhile, Jae-yoon drops into the strange place called the Field of the Dead and slams hard into the ground. Looking around, he realizes it's a graveyard and struggles back to his feet, coughing hard. Before he can figure anything out, an undead archer appears and fires at him. He reacts too late and gets cut across the face. Another monster shows up to finish him. Annoyed, Jae-yoon wonders if the attack has paralysis poison and quickly heals himself with sacrifice. Then more zombies appear, and black souls gather above him from every side. They rush him and fire non-stop. But this time Jae-yoon catches an arrow and crushes it in his hand, fed up with their attacks. Elsewhere, Kim Yoo-young stares at the autograph she got from the director, still irritated that Jae-yoon left her alone, even though he knows she gets lost easily. His recent behavior keeps bothering her. He used to hate attention, but now he's suddenly willing to go around with her. He also never used to ditch her, yet this time he left her by herself. And now he's switching to magic class, even though he always wanted martial arts. She can't understand it because he's normally careful and never acts without a reason. So she starts texting him again, scolding him for leaving her alone that day. Back in the dungeon, Jae-yoon goes pale when ghosts appear right in front of him. Worse, they're much more organized than normal monsters. He decides to use a staff made by a Lotus Guild blacksmith. This dungeon, Helheimer, is the land of the dead ruled by Hel, Loki's daughter. It's tied to the worlds of Norse myth. Lands of ice, fire, giants, elves, dark elves, and the Vanir gods. Helheimer is one of the darkest and coldest places among them, a brutal spot for beginners. Even so, Jae-yoon is excited to test himself. He uses goddess Nora's sacrifice skill. When cast on dead monsters, it turns into the wide area attack Judgment of Light. A monster lunges at him, but Jae-yoon smacks it away with the staff, sending it flying. Then he loads up Blitzfire and blows it apart. That kill gives him 70 XP for defeating the Death Wraith, and he keeps chaining attacks. With each monster he drops, his grin grows as the XP keeps coming. Next, he jumps at another undead archer and cracks it in the head. The hit lands, but his staff snaps in half, though the monster still goes down. Seeing the broken weapon, he turns pale. He realizes he was fighting like a brawler, not a mage, and just ruined his weapon. So he stops messing around and uses sacrifice again. Holy judgment of light drops onto the monsters and burns them to ash. Selecting the XP, he finally takes a breath. He heals himself to recover mana and feels lucky to still be alive. The fight taught him not to overrate himself. Judgment saved him this time, but next time might be different. For now, he decides to leave, only to realize he has no idea how to get out. So he reaches for the warp stone. Before he can use it, a terrifying wave of mana rises behind him. He turns, but sees nothing. Then something rushes in, and suddenly his throat is being crushed. He lifts his broken staff and stabs it into his own thigh. He hurts himself on purpose, just to avoid screaming and attracting more enemies. Only then does the system reveal the monster behind him, the dungeon boss, Nightshade. The level gap is overwhelming, and the system practically begs him to escape immediately. He reaches for the warp stone, but the boss attacks from behind and knocks it from his hand. Zhao Beiyuan slams into a wall and coughs up blood as his HP crashes. The system tells him to use a healing item at once. He doesn't get the chance because the monster is already in front of him and attacks again. Just when he thinks it's over, the monster freezes in place, and Zhao Beiyuan can only stare. Then a woman's voice echoes through the cave. She looks almost like a goddess, and orders the monster not to hurt him, saying she brought him here as an honored guest. This half-demon, half-angelic elf tells him he is meant to be the adversary. Jiayuan has no idea who she is. She says she expected him to crush this monster with ease, but now sees he's only a kid with average mana and ability. She can't understand why Loki chose someone like him to oppose the mighty Asura. Meanwhile, Jiayuan is barely staying awake, as blood keeps pouring out. He knows he can't die here, not after getting a second chance. Seeing that resolve, the woman admits he has spirit, but says he's still far too weak for his role. She starts choking him, and warns that if he doesn't grow stronger soon, she'll kill him herself. Still, because he matters to them, she decides to spare him once. She tells him to become much stronger and defeat Nightshade easily. If he does, she'll reward him, but he has to do it fast. A main quest appears, Hall's Trials, with a mission to kill Nightshade within 2 months. The mysterious woman is Hall herself, Loki's daughter. If he clears the quest, she'll grant him a gift. If he fails, he dies. As eerie hands drag him into the dark, everything fades away. Then the blonde goddess from his regression appears again, still speaking to him in that strange language. A moment later, he wakes up in the real world. As he gets up, he realizes all his injuries are completely gone. When he checks his status window, the same quest is still there, proving that what happened was real. That means the woman he met truly was Hel, ruler of Helheim. He still doesn't understand this adversary stuff, though the word feels familiar from when he first got the Nornir system. With so many questions left, like why he regressed and what this role really means, he knows one thing. He needs to get stronger fast. If Hel was serious, the second he stops improving, she'll kill him. Still, he lets out a small laugh. At least life won't be boring. But the road ahead is long. He still doesn't know how to fight like a mage, and he doesn't even have basic spells for weak enemies. Then he checks his phone and sees a call from the director. He says he'll come by tomorrow and is ready to sign the contract. The next day, Min Jae-hyun arrives at the Lotus Flower Guild. A manager escorts him inside, and as they walk, he quickly sees why they're treating him so well. His mage aptitude is 97. When they reach the office, he lights up after spotting the director. She carries herself with calm confidence, and he can't help noticing it. The two greet each other warmly. She goes over the contract perks, and Min Jae-yoon is honestly impressed. The guild will cover living costs, replace any broken B rank items for free, and pay him a big share based on his raid results. Those benefits usually go to elite A rank raiders. Before signing, though, he says he has one condition. The director tells him to go ahead. He explains that he only switched from martial arts to magic a month ago, so he's still new to it. Because of that, he wants her to train him personally. The manager is shocked by how boldly he says it to someone as important as the director. Still, Min Jae-yoon asks if she'll accept that before he signs the priority contract with Lotus. She laughs at the unusual request and agrees. He thanks her, and she teases that she's already expecting a lot from him. Then she asks him to show his talent first. If he's ready, he expected this from the start, since it's the real reason the guild wants him. So he asks what he needs to do. The director snaps her fingers and blue mana forms behind her into a mana cube. She tells him to endure it. Min Jae-yoon is stunned the moment he sees it. She reminds him that if he's really gifted, he should at least handle something like this before joining her guild. A mana cube is a test used by B-rank mages and above to measure mana sensitivity. Very few awakened mages can stand it. So for someone like him, this should be way too much. He asks if she's trying to scare him off. She says no. Even if he fails, the contract still stands. With no real way to refuse, he steps forward anyway. The director signals the manager to get things ready. The manager worries because even active mage raiders struggle with the cube, but the director insists Min Jae-yoon isn't ordinary and should be tested. At last, the manager activates the cube. As it starts working, Min Jae-yoon pauses, feeling the pressure pouring off. The director urges him on, and he finally steps inside. Once he's in the mana cube, the manager gets even more nervous, seeing only a young kid trapped in there. But the director calmly says he'll be fine. Fine. Her instincts tell her he won't fail. Inside, Min Jae-yoon feels like he's floating in a huge sea of mana. To his surprise, he can breathe just fine, which eases his fear, since too much dense mana can make someone sick or even kill them. He remembers the only way out is to find the single door linked to the outside world among countless whirlpools. So he focuses and starts searching for an escape. Then he feels something strange. A small crystal hidden away, pulsing with enormous magic like the whole mana sea is outside. The manager keeps panicking while the director only smiles. The manager nervously asks how long this test usually takes. The director says the fastest clear ever was 40 minutes. Hearing that, the manager mutters that Min Jae-yoon will either die or break the world record. The director says she expects the second one. Then both of them freeze when they see the crystal inside the cube starting to crack. The manager checks the time in shock. Only 10 minutes have passed. While they try to figure out what's happening, Min Jae-yoon senses the might be the way out, swims toward the stone, grabs it tight in his hand and crushes it in one move. Cracks spread all around him, and a system message says he gained the passive skill crystal of mana operation. A moment later, the mana cube collapses, leaving both women stunned and terrified. Even S-rank players usually need about an hour for this test, but Min Jae-yoon cleared it in just 26 minutes, beating the old record of 36 minutes set by the EU genius mage Camilla. The manager rushes over, grabs his hand and praises him excitedly. The director joins in too, but she really wants to know how he ended the cube so fast. He tells her he found a crystal inside and broke it. That shocks her, because the crystal holds all the mana in the cube and almost no one can even find it, let alone destroy it. If he shattered it, his mana capacity may be greater than the cube itself. She bursts with excitement and promises to help him become the greatest mage in the world. The story then cuts back to Kim Yu-young, who's upset because Jae-yoon is still late. His mother agrees, adding that he isn't answering his phone either. Then a flashy Rolls-Royce pulls up and catches both their eyes. They're stunned when Min Jae-yoon steps out of. Neither of them can believe he showed up in a car like that. He spots them right away and waves with a smile. His mother worries he got mixed up in something shady, while Kim Yu-young is mad that he looks so relaxed. Once they're inside, she immediately demands answers, starting with why he switched to the magic class. He casually says martial arts wasn't working for him anymore, and he's already finished the paperwork to change tracks. She keeps pressing him for a real reason, but he turns the question around and asks why she's here. Then he asks if her parents are at work. She nods and says that's why she's staying over with his mom's permission. Her parents work at a monster processing plant that ships materials overseas. So when they're gone, she often stays here since Min Jae-yoon's mother is close with them. After that, he asks Kim Yu-young to teach him magic theory, now that he's in the magic class. She immediately asks what she'll get out of. With a sigh, he asks what she wants. She says she hasn't decided yet, but after thinking it over, she says he has to grant her one wish. He agrees, but only if she uses that wish within a year. She accepts, though she's clearly annoyed, while he figures she'll probably forget all about it before the year is up. When he jokingly asks what kind of wish she might pick, she snaps and tells him to shut up. That only makes her even madder as she clutches the pillow in frustration. As their teasing keeps going, his mother calls them to dinner, but they ignore her and keep roughhousing with pillows. Seeing how they act around each other, it wouldn't be shocking if her wish turned out to be something like telling him to marry her. Elsewhere, ravens swarm through a forest, while a man in black cuts down monsters with ease using his sword. This is Min Jae-yoon's father, Min Song-o Wei. An armored man praises him for clearing the dungeon so easily. He then asks Min Song-o to join his guild, but Min Jae-yoon's father refuses and says he'd rather stay solo. The armored man keeps begging, promising status and respect from the Scarlet Guild, but the man in black only mocks his stubbornness. Then Min Song-o suddenly summons strange chains and starts talking about how greedy humans are. A moment later, he disappears, leaving the armored man confused. After that eerie meeting, the story returns to the director as she begins Min Jae-yoon's first lesson in magic. The director starts his first class without wasting time. She goes straight into sparring and tells him to attack her. He hesitates, but since he can't refuse, he exhales slowly and raises his guard, making sure not to leave an opening. Using what he knows from martial arts, he throws a punch at her, expecting her to react. She just smiles, and the force of the hit kicks up a huge cloud of dust. When it clears, Min Jae-yoon sees that she caught his punch with no effort at all. That alone is enough to terrify him. She smiles like it's nothing, and he quickly jumps back to make space. He had looked down on her because she's a healer, but now he's sure she has the laws in his movement. His stance and habits are still those of a martial artist, and mages don't fight by rushing in like that. Then she asks if he knows the difference between martial arts and magic. He says martial arts is for close combat with weapons and direct attacks, while magic is used from farther away. She agrees and explains that mages weaken enemies at range, then martial artists finish them up close. To prove it, she tells him she'll attack next so he can learn what mage combat really looks like. She gets hurt, she can heal him. He's nervous, but he braces himself. Mana gathers at her fingertip, and she fires a sharp beam. He barely rolls out of the way before she tells him to strike back. He activates his blitz chain and fires lightning arrows straight at her, setting off a huge explosion on impact. She comes out of the blast completely fine. Surprised by his rank skill, she warns him that power means nothing if it misses. Then she fires an arrow back at him. It's aimed straight for his face and he panics. He fails to dodge and gets hit head-on. Even beaten all over, he still doesn't fall. That toughness catches her attention. Then she stops holding back and sends a storm of blue lightning bolts at him. This time he instantly uses Absolute Calculator, and her magic breaks apart. She's stunned. He reversed her spell and erased it almost at once. Clearly impressed again, she asks what else he's hiding. Xiaoyu just tells her to see for herself. Right after that, the ground in front of her crackles with power. The attack lands, though she blocks it with one hand. Even so, the impact makes her hands shake. She can't believe he cast something that fast. Xiaoyu follows up with a rain of arrows, but she throws up a shield and blocks them all. Now she starts wondering how he's using magic without any chant at all. Skilled mages can shorten chants for weak spells, but his attacks are still strong, so this makes no sense to her. Meanwhile, he's nearly out of mana and can barely keep going, so he blurts out that she's a total monster. With a smug grin, she walks over and calls him an interesting kid with a lot of promise but also very inexperienced. Then she catches him off guard and drops him to the ground in an instant. He has no idea what she even did. She says it's all thanks to years of experience. Looking over his abilities, she praises both his close combat and how smoothly he casts magic. His reverse calculation trick impresses her too, and she thinks he could build a fighting style no one else has. So she declares that from now on she'll train him herself and officially becomes his teacher. Apparently he's the first person she's ever accepted as a student. Later, Jae and Xing sits there quietly, deep in thought. His friend snaps him out of it with an annoyed look, and he clicks his tongue, saying he is listening. She's been eating ice cream the whole time, paid for by Jaein as her lesson fee. When he asks if she isn't full yet, she says she could eat this all day and tells him to pay attention. As her lesson goes on, a system window pops up. His magic knowledge increases, and his magic efficiency rises by 5. He's getting sick of those notifications. Every time he learns something, they pop up again, like the system is forcing him to keep growing. Even Lady Kim thinks his progress is strange. He's learned in 2 days what would take most people 2 months. But he brushes it off, saying that's no different from how she can memorize forms after one look. That only annoys her more, and she demands he call her teacher. Part of her irritation comes from how fast he's improving, even though she spent far longer studying magic. At this rate, she thinks he might pass her before long. With a sigh, he finally calls her teacher and says of course he's learning fast. He has talent for magic. Still, the real reason he's pushing so hard is simple. He doesn't want to get crushed by L. She then brings up how shocked she was when he once said he wanted to go into martial arts. Now she actually yells at him, asking why he ever thought about giving up magic when it suits him so well. While Yu-young and Jae-hyun keep studying, he suddenly sees a man's face, a vision tied to events from his past life. Yu-young pulls him back by asking if he's also training for the practical exam on his. And he says another teacher is helping with that part. Still, he keeps wondering what that vision was, and whether he only imagined. At the same time, he remembers Hell gave him just 2 months to defeat Nightshade, so he forces the thought away. This isn't the time to lose focus. Instead, he turns to something more useful. The pill he's developing, hoping it can help raiders around the world and help him break past his current limit too. At the Lotus Guild Training Center, Manager Park Sung-jae watches the raiders train and points out their mistakes. When he notices Guild Master Seung-goran, he comments that the new trainees are pretty solid and their average rank has nearly improved from last year. But then he realizes she wasn't listening. Once she notices, Seung-goran apologizes. He teases her, saying she must be thinking about Jae-yoon, and she admits he's right. Then the manager brings up how several raiders already tried to learn the technique she wants to teach Jae-yoon, and every one of them failed. Second SKYN reminds him that he saw Jae-yoon's unusual talent too. If someone called him a veteran, it would be believable. He doesn't waste a single movement. She's convinced that if another S-rank magician appears in the future, it'll be Jae-yoon. Right now, she's still the country's only S-rank magician. But as a healer, her battle impact is limited. If Jae-yoon's sham suddenly rises like a comet, the entire magic world will be shaken. Sometime later, Jae-yoon works on a mana enhancement pill. Just like the name says, it permanently raises the mana of the awakened person who takes it, making it something every magician would want. But the mixture fails again, and he angrily throws the spoon away. By now, he's already burned through 3 full sets of ingredients. If this keeps up, all his money is going to disappear. In November 2020, nobody knows how to make this pill yet. It won't be invented for another 5 years. Before coming back to the past, Jae-yoon saw the recipe released by a world-class alchemist. When that alchemist shared it, he said he hoped the pill would help raiders everywhere. Jae-yoon realizes brute force won't solve this, so he comes up with a better idea. Find Lee Jae-yoon, Sang, the man who will invent the pill 5 years from now. Even if the pill still fails, making a connection with him would be worth it. Since Jae-sang is currently a first-year student at Mills Academy, Jae-yoon heads there to meet him. While he's gone, Yu-young comes to visit, opens the door, and finds a pot that looks downright cursed along with a filthy sink. The place is such a disaster that she wonders if something terrible happened and even thinks about calling the police, holding a frying pan like a weapon. She carefully looks around the wrecked house. Back when Yggdrasil first appeared and monsters began pouring out, a few people rose to the top faster than anyone else. One of them was Lee Jae-shin, known as Quickblade. After the first awakened disappeared without a trace, Lee Jae-shin stepped up as Korea's first S-rank raider. And Lee Jae-sang, the person Jae-yoon is going to meet, is his youngest son. When Jae-yoon reaches the transport building, the attendant asks where he wants to go, and he requests a portal to Daegu. Daegu is currently abandoned because of the monster outbreak. It's a city overrun from every side, where stepping inside means risking your life right away. After getting close to Mills Academy in Daegu, he walks the rest of the way to the main gate. Once inside, he starts wondering where to find Jae-sang. Jae-sang is in the combat department, but he lacks talent and hates fighting, so there's almost no chance he'd be using the combat facilities. Because of that, Jae-yoon decides to check the classrooms first. As he moves ahead, he spots a crowd and goes over to see what's happening. When he pushes through, Jae-sang gets thrown back by an attack and crashes right into him. Jae-yoon helps him up And though the kid apologizes for slamming into him, Jae-yoon ignores that. His eyes go straight to Jae-sang's opponent, who demands to know who he is and what business he has with Jae-sang, calling him a stutterer. Before Jae-yoon can answer, the bully puts a hand on his back and asks if he's the stutterer's brother, since they look nothing alike. Jae-yoon doesn't bother answering him. The bully says they're in the middle of something important and tells him to wait outside unless he wants trouble. Before he can finish, Jae-yoon smacks his hand away. Then he tells Jae-sang to head to the nurse's office and asks if he can walk. Jae-sang only stares at him, confused. Annoyed, the bully steps in, grabs Jae-yoon by the collar, calls him a bastard, and asks if he has a death wish. Jae-yoon notes this is the second time someone has grabbed his collar lately, and he really doesn't get why people keep doing that. He remembers Yu Young's lesson: first picture the spell clearly, then calculate the formula and build it, and finally cast. Remembering Seum Yoon's lesson, Jae-yoon imagines a beam of light shooting out like an arrow. Right away, the system says Holy Arrow has activated. With just a finger point, he fires the spell into the big guy's chest and sends him flying. Spit flies from the guy's mouth too. He cries out in pain. Jae-sang stares in shock. This stranger cast magic without a chant. The other students are just as stunned. They can't believe he cast so easily, or that one holy arrow snapped the arm of a future warrior. Some start saying maybe the big guy was weaker than he acted. That ticks him off. If this keeps up, his image is finished. So he swears he won't let Jae-yoon walk. Clutching his broken arm, he summons a sword. Seeing that, Jae-sang warns Jae-yoon, but the bully is already swinging for him. As the blade rushes toward Jae-yoon's face, he recalls Seon-gun teaching him to spread mana evenly around his body to form a barrier that makes attacks bounce away. He activates mana barrier at once, and the huge sword rebounds like it hit rubber, flying out of range. Fear flashes across the bully's face, but before he can react, Jae-yoon grabs him by the face and asks if he's finished. The guy tries to spit out an insult, but Jae-yoon cuts him off with a holy arrow to the face. The blast sends him backward and breaks his nose. He slams into the floor with a heavy thud, and Jae-yoon can only watch in awe, wondering who this guy really is. When Jae-yoon looks his way, Jae-yoon-sang squeals and flinches, but Jae-yoon just walks past him to the unconscious bully, still covered in smoke. Crouching beside him, Jae-yoon is a little surprised by how hard he hit him. Then he pulls out a potion. He hates wasting the one he bought on this guy, but there isn't much choice, so he pours it over the bully's injuries. The man's face heals right away, and the potion works even better than Jae-yoon expected. After that, he turns to the still shaken Jae-yoon and says they should head to the nurse's office. On the way there, Jae-yoon stops once they're somewhere private. Jae-yoon-sang looks at him, confused, already guessing Jae-yoon came, because he knows who he is. After gathering his nerve, he asks if his father sent him. Jae-yoon says no, and asks why he'd even know his father. Jae-yoon-sang clearly doesn't believe that, then asks what he really wants. Jae-yoon says he needs a favor. The moment he mentions making a certain pill, Jae-yoon can't make anything like that. Jae-yoon frowns and reminds him he's skilled at alchemy. Pulling out the potion he used earlier, he asks if Jae-yoon wasn't the one who sold it on the black market. That leaves the kid stunned. How did he find out? There should have been no way to trace him through the black market. Jae-yoon can tell exactly what he's thinking, and honestly, he's right. The black market hides every user's identity. Items, prices, buyers. All of it goes through the Easter system, so it's supposed to be secure. Still, the black market works fine with the Nornir system Zhao Beiyun has, which let him buy the potion and made finding Zhao Beiyun. Zhao Beiyun tells him he's a terrible liar. He says he gets why he'd hide it, but there's no time. Zhao Beiyun-sang thinks back to listing those potions online and wonders if selling them there was a huge mistake. He only did it to make some money. If his father finds out, he's dead. So he bows and begs Zhao Beiyun not to tell anyone. Zhao Beiyun explains he isn't trying to threaten him. He just needs a great alchemist to help make the elixir he wants. After thinking it over, Zhao Beiyun Chen Sanchen asks who he really is. Zhao Beiyun says he's a prospective student at Millis Academy and politely calls. Soon the two sit down, and though still nervous, Zhao Beiyun Chen sells one calls in the Bacamel. Zhao Beiyun Chen says it's a mana enhancement pill, one that permanently raises a raider's mana. Zhao Beiyun jumps up, shocked, asking if that's even possible. Zhao Beiyun says it is. Now fully interested, Zhao Beiyun jumps up, starts thinking fast, wondering what ingredients could cause that effect. As he lists possible materials, Zhao Beiyun notices his whole vibe has changed and he's not even stuttering anymore. He also guesses most of the ingredients just from hearing the effect, proving how gifted he is. That makes Zhao Beiyun even more sure he has to bring him over to his side. In the end, Jason stops and says Chen should probably ask another alchemist, since the elixir is so important. Chen refuses, he wants Chen specifically, and promises to provide whatever is needed. Sure, other alchemists might make it if they had the recipe, but the one with truly unmatched talent is Li Qian. So he asks one more time if he'll do this for him. This time Qian agrees. Even so, he warns that he might fail and Jay Hind says that's fine. Jason doesn't get it. Jay Hind would be the one losing out. Jay Hind says he's making this investment because he believes in his talent, and sometimes investments fail. Then he says he looks forward to working with him. Tears fill Jason's eyes. No one has ever believed in him like this before. Seeing that, Jay Hind is glad he managed to reach him. The next morning, alone in his room, Jason thinks back on what happened the night before, and wonders if anyone has ever trusted him this much. He was timid, less gifted than his siblings, and lost his mother young, so he ended up alone and never earned his father's approval. That's why hearing someone say failure was okay feels so strange. For the first time, someone placed real trust in him, and it hits him so deeply that he starts crying. Meanwhile, Jay Hind's main quest is still hanging over him: beat Nightshade and Hell's trial before time runs out, and earn Hell's recognition. The reward is Hell's gift, and if he fails he dies. At this point, he has only 10 days and 23 hours left. Later, Jay Hind heads to the training center to spar with Sung Gun, and he avoids her blue lightning attacks. As he closes the distance, more blasts come at him, but he blocks them with a shield. He answers with Holy Arrow. Yet she's already protected by a magic barrier. Still, she spots a crack in it, and that shocks her. Jay Hind has gotten strong fast. When the smoke clears, they stare each other down, like gunslingers waiting to move first, until yellow lightning wraps around Jay Hind's body as he activates Blitz Chain. Sung Gun looks ready to meet him head on. Just as they're about to clash, the manager steps in and tells them to stop. Their time is up, and they've both trained enough for today. He's stunned because their spar wrecked a hull built from arc metal, a material that takes huge strength to make. If he hadn't interrupted, the whole place would have been destroyed. While they rest, Sung Gun tells him his growth is unbelievable. He can use more spells now, and his physical strength has risen a ton. Then she asks if he's studying theory on his own, and Jay Hind says a friend is teaching him. That makes Sung Gun smile. She says it's better than she hoped, since she couldn't help much with theory, and adds that he must have a smart friend. Jay Hind awkwardly agrees she is, though he knows Yoon Young's personality is the real problem. Before they part, Sung Gun reminds him he wanted to raid a dungeon again. He says he wants to test how much stronger he's gotten. She figures the E-rank dungeon he entered before should be easy for him now, and tells him to do his best. The problem is, it wasn't an E-rank dungeon at all. It was a C-rank one where he met Hell and Nightshade. He wonders if he can beat a C-rank boss alone, but pushes the doubt aside. He's prepared as much as he can, so all that's left is the fight. Later, Jaho Hyun goes to see Ji Sung, who greets him with the pill he worked hard to make. Jaho Hyun takes the mana enhancement pill, and his magic stat jumps by 15. The effect is so good it leaves him stunned. Alchemy is a deep and difficult field. Even the same recipe can turn out very differently, depending on the alchemist. If Jaho Hyun had gone to someone else, he probably wouldn't have gotten a pill worth even 5 magic. Smiling, he reminds Ji Sung once again that he's truly talented. Ji Sung says he only pulled it off because he trusted Jaho Hyun, then thanks him. After that, Jaho Hyun heads out, sure he'll beat Nightshade tomorrow. At the same time, Hell talks with her Dragon Garmer and says they may have a very interesting guest today. He has 9 days and 22 hours left to clear the dungeon. Jaho Hyun returns to the dungeon gate. There, he receives the full probationary Valkyrie set. It comes with a passive skill called Mana Plundering. Not long after, he steps inside the dungeon. The portal system tells him he's being sent to Helheim, the land of the dead. That's because of the Nornir system he carries. He drops through the portal and lands in the land of the dead. If he beats Nightshade, he'll get to meet Hell again. Then a voice behind him calls him an enemy and brings up Loki and Nornir. A monster follows that up by firing arrows. Zhao Yun blocks them with a magic barrier. When he turns around, he sees more monsters crawling up from the ground. That reminds him of what Song Gun said she wanted to teach him. The fighting style of a battle mage. Warriors call them swordsmen. It's a mix of magic and close combat. So far though, no one has truly made it work. As Zhao Yun spins around and fires holy arrows at the monsters behind him, he thinks about why it's weaker than a pure mage at range and worse than a warrior up close. While smashing one monster into the ground, he realizes the style is stuck in the middle, great at neither role. Still, Song Gun seems sure it'll be different for him. Before long, he starts cutting the monsters down. Outside, Manager Song Jae is guarding the dungeon entrance when he senses someone nearby and remembers no one else was supposed to come. He instantly draws his sword as a red car speeds toward him. Once it stops, a woman steps out, calls him senior, and says finding him wasn't easy. Song Jae realizes it's an old classmate, Yoon Jo. He puts his sword away and asks why she's here and what happened with her guild. She says she's working too and thought she might run into him while handling guild business. She even checked the Yoon Jo guild first, but he wasn't there. Song Jae thinks that's nonsense, especially since Yoon Jo hasn't contacted him once since college. He says it's nice seeing her again, but knows she didn't come all the way out here just for that. As she steps closer, Yoon Jo asks if he's managing this dungeon, and he shuts it down, saying that's none of an outsider's business. She keeps going anyway, pointing out that dungeon usually isn't his job, and asking if he got demoted. When he stays silent, she asks if the rumor about Guild Master Song Gun being sick is true. That makes Song Jae's expression turn dark. He says it's obviously just a rumor, then demands to know where she heard. Yoon Jo says there are ears everywhere, and the Curator Guild has plenty of them. Song Jae takes that to mean they have spies inside his guild, so he thanks her for the warning and says he'll handle it. Growing impatient, he asks if she's done, since he needs to get back and clean things up. Then she asks if he knows a kid named Min. That immediately puts Song Jae on alert. Yoon Jo says the boy has been visiting Yunhwa Guild and meeting Guild Master Yu Song Gun a lot, so she wants to know why. Song Jae, confused but guarded, tells her that's none of an outsider's business either. Yoon Jo lets out a sigh and turns to leave, saying she never expected him to tell her anything. He's always been this stiff. Still, she came all this way because she has to at least look like she's earning her pay at the guild. Then she gets back in her car and drives off. Inside the dungeon, Jae-yoon sits on a pile of monster corpses. Soon, the boss Nightshade appears, and Jae-yoon greets it like an old rival. Nightshade burns with a creepy red glow. It lunges at him, and Jae-yoon jumps up while aiming holy arrows at. In midair, he fires into its eyes and mouth, throwing it off for a moment before landing again. But the monster doesn't look hurt and lowers its hand from its face, revealing those eerie red eyes. Then it blasts energy at him. Jae-yoon reads the attack paths, steps through the openings, and dodges cleanly. When he gets right in front of it, Nightshade unleashes another wave of destructive energy, and he still avoids. Jae-yoon taunts it, asking if it's getting annoyed now that things aren't going its way. Then he activates Blitz Chain and sends the chains at Nightshade. The monster knocks the chain's anchor aside, but Jae-yoon redirects it and wraps the chain around its waist. Even with the monster thrashing hard, he can tell this still won't be enough to pin it down. So he rains down holy arrows and targets its eyes. That finally hurts. Blood starts pouring out, but Nightshade still refuses to. It keeps struggling until it snaps free from the lightning chains. Then the system warns Jae-yoon that the boss has entered a berserk state. Its strength jumps by 1.5 times, and its dexterity rises too. As if that weren't bad enough, the system says he's been marked with the stigma of death. If he doesn't remove it within 10 minutes, he'll die instantly. The only way to clear it is by defeating Nightshade. Xiao Bei-yoon has never heard of a sudden death penalty, and the warning rattles him. Then, strangely, the system says his absolute calculation skill, universal derivation, has activated. Still trying to make sense of it, Xiao Bei-yoon figures hell must be involved. He calls out, asking how she can interfere like this. Instead of answering, the system just shows the countdown, already 30 seconds down. With the stigma on him, Xiao-yoon rushes the berserk monster, only to freeze when Nightshade starts running away. He quickly fires a holy arrow at its face, blowing a hole through it before it gets far. The timer keeps ticking. 8 minutes and 32 seconds remain. Nightshade actually smiles, like it knows it wins if the fight drags on. So Xiaoyun decides to use a wide-range skill it can't dodge. But just as he starts casting, Nightshade catches him with its gaze and breaks his focus. The system tells him he failed to resist, and now he has a fear debuff that weakens him for a while. Before he can process it, Nightshade slams into him. Right after the hit, the system says the fear debuff is gone. But Jaeyuan is coughing up blood. Even so, he steadies himself and stays standing. Now the death penalty timer is down to 7 minutes, and Jaeyuan expects the monster to use that same control move again, but when it doesn't, he figures it may not be able to spam a spell like that. Still, if he tries casting Light's Judgment and Nightshade interrupts him, he'll waste his mana and be left helpless. He needs another plan. Then he remembers the earlier hit to Nightshade's eye. His vision should be worse now. He uses Wind Boost first to block what it can still see. Once the wind cloud clears, Jaeyuan is already holding light magic in his hand, exactly as planned. He mocks Nightshade for thinking he'd charge in blindly, and calls it stupid, as he activates Flash Bomb. The skill goes off in a burst of blinding light that floods the whole area while he sends multiple lightning chains at Nightshade. In the middle of it all, Jaeyuan realizes he finally trapped the bastard. The monster screams as the blast burns through. Then Jaeyuan suddenly notices some of the undead he fought earlier behind him. He activates Sacrifice, and the system announces that Sacrifice has changed into an attack skill, letting him use Light's Judgment. With only 3 minutes and 46 seconds left, he calls down blasts of light from the sky across the battlefield. In the chaos, the timer keeps dropping until only 10 seconds remain. At 6 seconds, Jaeyuan stares at Nightshade's body falling apart, and realizes he actually did it. When the countdown reaches 3 seconds, the system announces that the dungeon boss has been defeated, and grants him the title One Who Has Overcome the First Trial. Watching the whole thing, Hel says there really was a reason Jaeyuan was chosen. She reaches out and tells him to come to her temple. Once Nightshade dies, the stigma of death vanishes, and Jaeyuan gets experience points, a crafting material called Nightshade's Core, and an equipment item named Shadow Armor. The system also tells him he gained 3 levels and earned the title The One Who Has Overcome the First Trial. After checking his qualifications, the system says Hel is summoning him to her temple. A moment later, he's transported in front of a massive gate leading into Hel's temple. At the entrance, a huge monster suddenly charges out of the dark at him. Jaeyuan jumps back in fear, but Hel calls the beast Garmer and tells it to guide their guest inside. Jaeyuan follows Garmer into the temple. Once inside, he calls out to Hel. Hel says she didn't expect him to actually make it. Then she congratulates him for clearing her trial and calls him the child born to oppose fate. Confused, Jaeyuan asks why she gave him the Nornir system and put him through all of this. Hel just smiles back at him, then says he needs to grow into the adversary. Still lost, Jaeyuan asks why he was chosen for that role, and she says it was decided from the moment he was born. He's fated to stand against the great Asur and one day kill Odin. According to Hel, that's what Loki and the others want from him. When Jaeyuan says none of this makes sense, Hel tells him he doesn't need to understand yet. They never expected him to from the start. That vague answer only makes him angrier. So she puts a finger to his lips and says he must feel cheated, like the gods are trying to control his life. Leaning close, she reminds him this isn't just about the gods opposing the Asur. As she speaks, Hel shoves him into a portal behind him and says the world is heading for ruin, while Odin wants everything under his rule. To stop that, they need the power of the prophesied adversary. Falling through the portal, Jaeyuan protests that he still has more questions. Hel only tells him to become stronger. She'll be waiting for the day they meet again. After Jaeyuan is sent away, Hel turns to someone nearby and asks how long watching, since she never invited him. Soon after, Jaeyuan drops back into the real world and grumbles because he's still got no clear answers. While he's sulking, the system announces that he's received Hel's gift, a passive skill called Hel's Blessing, which cancels all abnormal status effects on him. Meanwhile, the old man spying on Hel apologizes for intruding. He says he couldn't stay away after hearing she was meeting the boy, then asks what she thought of him. Hel says it's too early to judge, especially since the adversary has only just begun. Still, she admits his growth exceeded her expectations. Even with the stigma she placed on him, he still won and reached her in the end, which she calls a welcome mistake on her part. The old man is glad to hear the boy is doing well. Hell then asks what he really wants, calling him Mimir. Mimir pretends not to know what she means, but Hell calls out his. He tells her to relax and admits he can't fool her after. Hell then says the adversary's left eye is clearly Odin's eye, from the Well of Wisdom. She's sure Mimir and Loki are hiding something from her. Mimir says he'd like to explain, but it's still too soon, and Hell agrees to wait. Even so, she says she can't just sit around. When Mimir asks what she's planning, Hell says the adversary is still too inexperienced, and the prophecy says countless hardships are waiting for him, so he needs a guide. About 7 days before admission to Mills Academy, Xiaoyun goes shopping with a woman for supplies. She notices he seems off and asks if something's bothering him, but he says it's nothing, so she keeps leading him through the rest of the list. Even so, he can't stop thinking about everything he went through, only to come back with even more questions. At least he did get Hell's blessing and an X rank skill. He already has other EX rank skills too. One is one watched by the gods, which speeds up his growth with divine blessings. Another is Absolute Eye of God, which breaks through illusions and reveals the truth. But X rank is something Xiaoyun never saw in the ESOL system before. It stands for extraordinary, and seems to exist outside that system's normal rules. When he thinks about why the gods opposing the ESOL gave him these powers to kill Odin, the pressure hits him all over again. He snapped out of it when he sees the woman, with him paying 300 million won for a single mana blade, even though it's just a consumable item. Then she pulls up a huge shopping list on her phone, and Xiaoyun starts to worry. A few hours earlier, the woman Park Hannah had introduced herself as being from the Yunhua Guild. She said Sung Gwen wanted to send him a gift since his admission to Mila's was close. Jae-yoon thought they'd maybe buy a few elixirs and artifacts. She suggests they go check out more gear, but Jae-yoon stops her and says armor won't be necessary because he already has something usable. He shows her the shadow armor he got from Nightshade. It grants stealth when equipped, and since it's B rank gear, he doubts they'll find anything better. The stealth effect makes it even more valuable. Noticing that skill, Hannah asks if he also wants an artifact that gives stealth, since every raider would want one, though getting it here would be hard. Jae-yoon says he doesn't need one. He adds that stealth items are already rare, and most people only get them by luck in dungeons because so few raiders can use stealth. Hannah agrees and says the only raider in the country with that skill is her brother. Then she casually walks off, and Jae-yoon asks what she means. She tells him manager Park Sung-jae is her brother. That stuns Jae-yoon. As she leaves, he can't believe it. They act nothing alike. Suddenly his eyes start glowing, and the Nornir system says an unknown entity is resonating with him. He feels sick for a moment, then spots the same trail of light he once saw at the treasure gate. He rushes after it and Hannah calls out, but he says he'll be right back. As he follows the light, Absolute Eye of God activates, tearing through the illusion and revealing what's real. The system says the first low-rank function of Absolute Eye of God has unlocked, giving him a new skill called Detection. Detection is also extraordinary rank. It lets him inspect unidentified items and cancel out an enemy's stealth or illusion skills. While Jae-yoon stares in surprise, the Nornir system activates Detection on its own. Elsewhere, a close-range match is underway, and ends with On Hoyeon defeating his opponent. People in the crowd praise how amazing Hoyeon is, though they also say the gap between him and his opponent was obvious. That's why they call him a future S-rank raider. After the match, his father praises him for doing well. Still, he warns Hoyeon not to get carried away because the win was expected. Without any excitement, Hoyeon says he already knows. His father tells him to get ready for the next event and go take a shower. While showering, Hoyeon thinks about how much he hates this exhausting life, where his own thoughts and wishes don't matter. This isn't the kind of raider he wanted to become, and he wonders when everything went wrong. Back at the store, the Nornir system reveals an item called Mystitine, a growth-type weapon. It's the mistletoe branch that killed Balder, holds immense magic, grows with its user, and grants mana perception when equipped. Mana perception is an A-rank passive that pushes the user's mana sensing ability to the limit. Jae-hyun gets excited, but he also wonders if the Nornir system is playing another trick on him. As he keeps chasing the light, he passes by Hoyeon. Nearby, Hoyeon's father keeps picking out equipment for him. When Hoyan asks if they really need this much, his father says it will all be useful. Since Hoyan is destined to become an S-rank raider, there's no need to be cheap. Hoyan points out that spending this much will affect his mother's hospital bill for the month. But his father shuts him down. He says that's his concern, and Hoyan should just focus on training. So, like always, Hoyan gives in. While his father keeps shopping, the boy wonders what he's even doing here. As they move through the store, people recognize him and whisper about why a combat genius like him is in a place like this. Hoyan ignores them, even as some try to take pictures. He wonders if this is really the raider life he dreamed of, or if he's just some animal trapped in a zoo. When he first awakened as a child, his mother smiled and patted his head. Back then, in that poor and gloomy house, he dreamed of becoming a raider because he thought he could change everything. But that hope didn't last long. Once his father decided to use it, now he's basically a machine, only doing what his father tells him to do. He wonders how someone this pathetic is supposed to survive 3 years at Mills Academy. Then an announcement comes over the speakers. A dungeon break has happened near the department store, and monsters have appeared. An announcement says agency raiders are on the way, and everyone should calmly follow the staff. A dungeon break happens when a dungeon isn't cleared in time, and monsters spill out. Staff members wave people over and try to keep the crowd from panicking. As his father heads for the evacuation route, he asks Hoyan why he's still standing there instead of moving. He reminds Hoyan that he's a genius who could one day rule Korea's raider world. If he gets hurt here, it could ruin his chances at the Mills entrance event. There's nothing to gain by stepping in, but Hoyan still doesn't budge. He knows the agency raiders should handle the goblins fast. But until they arrive, what happens to the civilians who can't defend themselves? This is his chance. Ignoring his father's shout, Hoyan runs the other way. To him, this is his shot to prove he really can be a raider. He has to find out whether he's worth anything right now, anything like the person he once wanted to show his mother. But while running, he suddenly stops after coming across a group of goblins. For a second, he just freezes. Sweat runs down his face, and his body won't move at all. Only his shaking eyes do. As the monsters charge, he realizes he can't move a finger or even take one step. He tries to force himself, and one goblin gets close enough to swing its sword. Hoyan can't understand it. He knew this would be dangerous, and he's dreamed of being a raider for years. These are just low-level monsters, so why is he this afraid? Before the blade reaches him, Jaehyun slams the goblin into the ground. Jaehyun stares in shock, then falls back onto the floor as the stranger asks if he's on Hoyan. A little earlier, Jaehyun had spent 50,000 won of his own money on an item from the store, when Hannah called out in panic, asking why he suddenly ran to the unappraised item section. All she saw was a rock-like item in his hand. Jaehyun wonders if it only looks worthless to everyone else. But he doesn't explain and just says it's nothing. Then the announcement about the dungeon break echoes through the store. Before Hannah can say anything, Jaehyun runs off again and smashes through the department store window to jump outside. On the way down, he spots a pack of goblins below him. The moment he lands, he fires a rain of holy arrows at them, dropping several right away. As people nearby stare in confusion, Jaehyun realizes there are more goblins than he expected. Clearing them without casualties might be tough, but he tears through them with lightning, chain, and another barrage of holy arrows. Moving across the area, he finds Hoyan surrounded by goblins and jumps on the one about to crush him. Jaehyun, a little surprised, asks if he's on Hoyan. He didn't expect to run into the unfortunate genius here. Still shaken, Hoichun asks who he is, but Jaehyun ignores that and says he needs his help. While he's talking, Hoichun spots a goblin behind him and shouts a warning. Yet Jaehyun calmly says he knows. Without even turning, he activates lightning chain and rips through the goblin's upper body. Hoyun's eyes go wide. Zhao Beiyun tells him they can't let the monsters reach the residential area, then asks if he plans to keep sitting there. That gets Hoyun back on his feet, reaching for a weapon. Strangely, the fear choking him starts to fade the moment he hears those words. This is what a real raider looks like, and right now his job is to save people. A little farther ahead, they run into another goblin group. Zhao Beiyun asks if Hoyun knows Taunt, a skill that draws nearby enemies, then tells him to grab as much aggro as he can and asks if he can handle it. Hoyun nods. As he summons his sword, he realizes he can't hesitate anymore and needs to do whatever he can. He drives the sword into the ground and uses taunting roar, sending out a huge wave of energy that pulls every monster within 50 meters onto him. The skill drags all the goblins' attention to Hoi Yun, and Zhao Bei Yun is surprised. The stronger than plain taunt, and Hoi Yun can keep using. He remembers that in his previous life, Hoi Yun only ended up as a B rank raider. No one knows if it was because of the weak mindset he showed earlier or something else. Even with all his hype, Hoi Yun fell fast, which is why people called him the unfortunate genius. Still, Zhao Bei Yun thinks a weak mentality can be fixed. As he unleashes Lightning Chain, he decides Hoi Yun is a valuable card worth using. In the middle of the fight, he suggests they wrap this up fast, and Hoi Yun eagerly agrees. Zhao Bei Yun's chains rip through goblins, while Hoi Yun cuts down the rest. Before long, the area is covered in goblin corpses. When a raider finally arrives, he can only wonder what happened here. The two boys just look at him, and the man introduces himself as Park Kyung-hoon from the raider agency. He asks if the two of them really killed all these goblins. After glancing at Zhao Bei, Hoi Yun says yes. Kyung-hoon recognizes Hoi Yun as the famous prodigy, but he should still only be around high school age. The boy beside him looks about the same, so he can't believe they handled this many monsters alone. Completely baffled, Kyung-hoon admits he has no idea how to report this. Zhao Bei Yun says he actually wanted to talk to him about that. He asks Kyung-hoon to report that the agency handled everything, since no one would believe the truth anyway. Kyung-hoon says that would clearly break the law, but Zhao Bei Yun points out it only matters if there's anyone who saw what happened. Yun-hoon explains that, as part of a government agency, he can't just do whatever he wants. Still, if Zhao Bei Yun wants to stay unnoticed, he'll keep this quiet, and the boys will still get the hunting reward. Zhao Bei Yun says that's not needed, and asks him to give the whole reward to Hoi Yun while keeping his own involvement secret. He already has Zhao Bei geeking him, so money isn't the issue. With the Mills entrance event close, it's better not to stand out too much. Besides, putting Hoi Yun in his debt will help him more later. After a short pause, Zhao Bei Yun asks if that's all. Just as Zhao Bei Yun turns to leave, Hoi Yun stops him and asks what he means. Zhao Bei Yun did almost everything. Zhao Bei Yun pauses and says he has his own reasons. The real reason is simple. He doesn't want his father noticing him this close to the Mills enrollment. Before regressing, he ignored that issue because his combat talent was terrible. Now he won't. His father still doesn't know he switched to magic, and there's no telling what trouble that could cause. For now, he plans to stay hidden. Revenge works best when it's quiet. He needs to grow stronger where that man can't see him and wait until the final moment to rip his throat. Meanwhile, Hoi Jun doesn't know what to do. He couldn't have done this alone, so taking all the credit feels wrong. But with that money, he might be able to ease his mother's illness, even a little. He wanted to become a raider he'd never be ashamed of, but if his mother died because he let this chance slip away, he doesn't know if he could bear it. Zhao Bei Yun Jinzhao watches him, and realizes Hoi Jun's hesitation doesn't seem to come from pride. There must be another reason. To help him decide, Jiayun tells him to think carefully. What he did today was worth that reward. If he hadn't stepped in, someone would have died. That finally gets through to Hoi Jun. If his mother dies because he hesitates now, his dream won't mean anything anyway. In the end, he tells Jiayun he'll repay this debt someday. As Jiayun gets ready to leave, Hoi Jun asks him to pay back the debt for his name and contact info. Noticing Hoi Jun is speaking politely, Jae-yoon tells him he doesn't need to. They're the same age. Then he adds that they're both future cadets at Mills Academy, so they'll be seeing each other a lot. On the day of the Mills Academy enrollment, Zhao Bei-yoon and Yu Young stand in the crowd. Nearby, some students notice Hoi Jun and call him the genius warrior. To them, he looks like he's from a completely different world. Then they spot a beautiful girl behind him, and her name is Seo Ina. Zhao Bei-yoon notices she's already drawing attention, just like in his past life, when she always ranked among the most popular raiders. If he could get Seo Ina on his side too, he'd gain another strong card. Still, she's different from the others, so there's no need to force anything yet, especially since he already knows other useful people. Then Yu Young cuts into his thoughts, saying it's gross to stare at Seo Ina like that, just because she's pretty, and Jae-yoon asks what nonsense she's talking about. A man steps onto the stage and welcomes the new Mills Academy cadets. He introduces himself as Chairman Gu Jane. Jae-yoon Shing recognizes him right away. In his past life, this bastard did something terrible to Kim Yu-shing. He turns to her and quietly tells her to stay sharp. Anything could happen at Mills. She looks confused by the warning, then says she'll do just fine. After enrolling, Kim Yu-shing became a genius magician who ranked in the top 3. Jae-yoon swears he won't let her die again. Chairman Gu Jane announces the entrance ceremony is starting, then adds that there's a special. The freshmen and seniors will enter a demiplane and steal each other's name tags. The moment he declares the freshman hunt has begun, a magic circle appears under the cadets' feet, startling everyone. Kim Yu-shing jumps back in surprise, but Jae-yoon quickly grabs her hand so they don't get separated. Elsewhere, manager Park Sung-ji remembers that today is Jae-yoon's entrance ceremony. Sung-ji says it already started. She wanted to wish him luck, but now he won't see her message. She asks if the freshman hunt lasts 3 days again, and Sung-ji confirms it'll take place in the demiplane for all 3. She hates that she can't contact Jae-yoon for that long, but Sung-ji says he expected that and sent a message for her. Excited, the guild master asks if Jae-yoon replied. At the same time, Jae-yoon and the others are transported into the demiplane. He checks on Kim Yu-shing, who still looks dazed, and asks if she's okay. Then he glances behind him and spots Seo Aina, a born genius with a magic aptitude of 92. In his past life, she changed how people saw magicians and later became an S rank raider, following Sung-yoon's path. Back at the Yonhwa Guild, Sung-ji says Jae-yoon replied and told them not to worry. In Mills Academy's central control room, the staff gathers to watch the freshman hunt. Instructor Kim Sung-yoon says this year's class has many strong cadets, and On Ho-yun is even getting attention overseas. He adds that Seo Aina, Kim Young, and Lee So-hyuk all scored around 90 or higher in aptitude. Still, the records for who switched career paths haven't been updated yet. The chairman tells him not to bother. Students who change paths on a whim won't last long at Mills anyway. Most cadets at Mills are talented, but some clearly stand far above the rest. To the chairman, average talent exists to support true geniuses. He sees no reason to give those weaker cadets chances. Sometimes, when an awakened faces death or an enemy they can't beat, they get another shot called reawakening. Yu Jae-yoon believes raising a rank raider is worth throwing away 100 C ranks. If they fail, they simply weren't good enough. His job is to find the best ones and hand them over to someone behind the scenes. And he thinks he can't waste any more time. The freshman hunt happens in an artificial demiplane made with magic. A place where things impossible in the real world can happen, like changing time flow or bending space. Every year, about 5% of cadets fail here. The event is brutal and forces them to see their limits. Inside the demiplane, Chairman Gu Ja-in appears on a screen and starts explaining the rules. Only C rank skills or lower can be used. Stealing a name tag earns points. Seniors get 10,000 for taking a freshman's, while freshmen get 100,000 for taking a senior's. Since those points work all across Mills, the more the better. Joe Ryan realizes that means he can't use his rank skill, Lightning Chain. But the chairman never mentioned unique skills. After laying out the basic rules, the chairman says all skills will be reduced to 1/10 of their normal power for safety, so no one has to worry about serious injuries. Joe Ryan calls that nonsense. There was still no word about unique skills and no limit on raw stats either. The chairman clearly wants to weed out the useless and keep only the gifted. Jae-yoon immediately tells Kim Yu-shin they need to move and find shelter. They'll be stuck here for 3 days. The demiplane has things that can help or hurt them, like traps that weaken people, healing ponds, the nightmare forest, places to gather food, and shelters. If they want to last 3 days, finding shelter matters most. As they move, Kim Yu-shin asks if they should bring Sao Aina with them. She's a magic cadet too, and having one more ally would help. Jae-yoon is annoyed that she makes perfect sense because teaming up with Sao Aina really would be useful. The problem is, he can't control that variable. Everything he knows about her came from the news, including a terrible day when she lost control and anger, and put many lives at risk. He tells Kim Yu-shin they can't make that choice lightly. There's no guarantee Sao Aina won't betray them. On top of that, he's clearly wary of them too. But Kim Yu-shin says Seo Aina just reminds her of how Jae-yoon used to be when they were younger. Before he can answer, she walks over and asks Seo Aina to join them, since they're all magicians. Seo Aina stays quiet for a moment. So Kim Yu-shin points out that this event is unfair to freshmen, and more people means better odds. Seo Aina seems to consider it, but says they'll have to decide later. Kim Yu-shin quickly realizes why. A group of seniors has already ambushed them, excited to find freshmen this fast. One senior, Shin Ju-shang, laughs that getting points this year will be easy. Another, Kwon So-yeol, wonders why there are 3 juniors when she only sends 2. When she looks at Jae-yoon, she's shocked. She can't feel anything from him. Kim Yushin notices their warriors and tells Jae-yoon they should run first. He refuses. If they let them go now, escaping later will be impossible. From what he remembers, Kwon So-yeol has a skill called Search that lets her locate any target she focuses on within 300 kilometers. If they don't deal with these 2 now, the seniors could gather others and come. Yushin jokes that once they rack up points, he's gonna feast, but So-yeol warns him not to get careless. Something about Jae-yoon is off. Yushin ignores her, summons his sword, and says Jae-yoon is only a freshman, while they've done this event several times. Boasting that he'll finish them in an instant, he charges. Jae-yoon doesn't budge. When the sword comes down, he simply bends back and dodges. Jae-yoon doesn't budge. When the sword comes down, he simply bends back and dodges. Jae-yoon doesn't beat the B1S to pursuers. Hae-kul heaved it several bay, ti at an orge, but tion si bay, jithladi. Jae-yoon realizes it's been a while since anyone came at him with a sword. Jae-yoon convinces himself it was luck. If a freshman were this good, he'd know the name. Calling Jae-yoon nothing more than a magic freshman, he attacks again, and Jae-yoon slips past it again. The senior keeps swinging, but every strike misses. Soon he's sweating, unable to understand why he can't land a hit. Then Jae-yoon catches the sword mid-swing and coolly praises his technique. Stepping closer to the sweating senior, he crushes the blade with his bare hand and asks how someone with that body managed to survive this long. The sword snaps apart in his grip, leaving Seo-eun-yeo stunned. Jang Gao tells Ju-sheng he'll let him go if he drops his name tag now, then starts counting down from 3. With his weapon destroyed, the senior starts trembling. He can't believe a mere magic freshman is overpowering him like this. When no answer comes, Jang Gao tells him not to complain later. He already gave him a chance. In one clean motion, he drives a punch into Ju-sheng's jaw and sends him flying towards Seo-yeol. Right away, the freshman hunt system announces Shin Ju-sheng has been eliminated. In the control room, the instructors stare at the screen. Min Jae-yoon has earned 100,000 points. Instructor Young Yi-soo is shocked that it wasn't on Ho-yun, but some unknown student named Min Jae-yoon. She asks Park Ha-jun if something went wrong. But though he's just as surprised, he says the results are correct, and checks with Kim Jae-yoon too. There isn't any problem on her side either. Meanwhile, a smirk forms on Chairman Gu Jae-yoon's face. Min Jae-yoon has caught his interest. Back in the demiplane, Kwon Seo-yeol demands to know what Jae-yoon really is. Instead of answering, he tells Kim Yu-shin to get ready for the other senior, and asks her to accept the party invite he's about to send. As she equips her gear, Kim Yu-shin wonders if Jae-yoon was always this strong. Seo-pa-e-na gets ready too, and Seo-yeol curses Ju-sheng for making the situation even worse. Even without the monster who beat Yoon-sheng, a 3-on-1 fight is way too risky. Seo-pa-e-na decides she has to take one of them out and escape. Grabbing a dagger, she rushes straight at Yoon-sheng. That catches Yoon-sheng off guard. Jae-yoon thinks Ju-sheng's choice wasn't actually bad. Seo-pa-e-na to Sai Bay, Tan cause chaos with a sudden rush, then use the opening to run. It's a smart move, but only if Yoon-sheng were an ordinary student. To her shock, Yoon-sheng activates a binding skill and strikes back. Seo-pa-e-na to Sai Bay la added you. Were watching from nearby, Jae-yoon can tell Yoon-sheng still can't handle a senior alone. Just as he moves to help, Tian activates Holy Light of Alfheim. The light forms a glowing sword, and Jae-hai immediately notices it. He recognizes In-na's unique skill, the Falchion of Alfheim. In-na then sends a rain of holy blades into the senior, making Seo-pa-e cough up blood. As she drops, Seo-pa-e realizes all 3 freshmen were monsters, not just one. A moment later, the system announces Kwon Seo-pa-e's elimination. Yoon-sheng gets 50,000 points, and In-na gets the same. Afterward, In-na asks if she interrupted anything. Yoon-sheng excitedly says no, thanks to her they won. Then In-na asks if the offer from earlier still stands. That makes Jae-yoon realize he may need to rethink what he knows about Seo-pa-e. She's quiet, cautious, and clearly curious. Soon the system tells them their party is now formed, with Jae-yoon as leader. Sometime later, near a shelter in the Nightmare Forest, students find footprints and figure out someone went inside. The seniors are hunting the freshmen who beat Kwon Seo-pei Na and Shin Jun-sung, so they stop roaming and watch the area instead. The hunt lasts 3 days, and they're sure those brats can't hide in a shelter the whole time. As they move, In-yoon Shang suddenly appears nearby, and a beam of light pierces Kim Sung-hoon's chest. The system immediately announces his elimination. Another senior spots Yoon Shang fleeing, and signals the rest to chase her. Yoon Shang, though, is running with a smile. After counting about 5 of them, she relaxes, glad the plan is working. Then she turns and mocks them, saying they're like dogs chasing a bone. She asks if they aren't ashamed to move in such a big pack. The seniors get mad and yell for her to stop, but Yoon-shin keeps running, thinking how easy they are to fool. Earlier, Jae-hyun had told them that shelters were safe, but they couldn't stay there forever. They still needed food and points. The girls were surprised, but he said it plainly, they were going to hunt seniors. Back in the present, Yoon-shin keeps running until she reaches some mushrooms, a Class 1 organism that lowers a person's abilities. She's happy the bait worked, but her stamina is starting to run out. Using a wind boost, she launches herself farther away and leaves the rest to Jae-hyun. The moment the seniors enter, the system warns them they've stepped into a paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. Earlier, Jae-hyun had asked Jae-hyun how to deal with those mushrooms during the freshman hunt, and Jae-hyun said ash tree sap was probably best, since it's common in the Nightmare Forest. Still, it only works as a protection. It helps only after the spores affect you. Back in the present, the seniors stop as soon as they realize where they are. While watching Yoon-shin run, they hear the system repeat that they've entered the mushroom habitat. One of them warns their leader Juk that this is dangerous and says they should fall back. But Juk keeps staring at Yu-young. He snaps, asking if they're really going to quit after coming this far. The others argue that one mistake could ruin everything, so they should stop chasing. Juk refuses. Kim Sung-hoon was taken out by that freshman brat, so now isn't the time to back off. The cautious one reminds him it doesn't matter if she's just a freshman. None of this matters if they get paralyzed. 2. Since the mushroom affects anyone within about 50 meters, Juk says the girl will get hit. 2. He orders Park Sung-hoon to stay outside the debuff zone and keep watch, while the rest go after Yu-young. Juk knows this is probably bait, meant to drag them into a trap, but he thinks these freshmen are underestimating him if they think that will work. After for a while, they finally catch up, and Juk tells Yu-young she really made them work for it. Then he asks where she plans to run now. Instead of panicking, she greets them and says they're finished. Then she asks which one cursed at her and tells him to raise his hand as the seniors charge with their weapons. Juk laughs at how cocky she is to the very end. But right before they reach her, she smiles and taps one of the mushrooms with her weapon, making it burst. The system announces that a paralyzing spore mushroom has exploded, and every organism within 50 meters will be paralyzed for 2 hours. In a flashback, Yu-young complains that Ji-yoon said they were looking for something important, but all she sees are trees. He tells her to wait. They're in the right place, and he starts collecting ash tree sap. Lee-yoon points out that this event clearly favors warriors, and Ina agrees, limiting everyone to C-rank skills, and below hurts magicians a lot more. Warriors already have strong bodies, so the restriction barely matters to them. Yu-young says Ina still has it better because of her unique skill, while most of Yu-jung's useful attack magic is sealed. All she really has left are buffs and basic spells. When she asks what she's supposed to do, Ji-yoon says they need to use those basic skills smartly. Then he asks if she knows how to use change. Yu-young proudly says yes and reminds him she was the one who taught him magic theory, and he explains that change swaps your position with a chosen party member, then asks what kind of plan he has in mind. After gathering the sap, Ji-yoon tells them they can do something pretty fun with change and the ash sap. Back in the present, Ji-yoon tells Innie to get ready, and she nods. Back where Yu-young is, Ji-yoon calls her crazy for actually bursting the spore, but Yu-young activates change and hands things off, saying it's not her turn anymore. In the same instant, Ji-yoon appears in her place and drives his foot into Ji-yoon's face, telling him now it's his turn. He shatters the senior's nose and kicks him to the ground before landing himself. Still paralyzed, Ji-yoon curses and asks if Ji-yoon really thinks this will all go his way. He calls him an idiot entering the mushroom zone and says he expected a trick like this, so he left one teammate outside. Once the spores clear, they're finished. Before he can keep going, Ji-yoon says the guy he left behind isn't coming. Ji-yoon looks confused and calls it nonsense. But then a scream comes from where Sung Yuka was waiting. The system announces Park Sung Yuka has been eliminated. Sung Yuka is on the ground with Innie's holy sword through him, and the system awards 100,000 points to Ji-yoon, Yu-young, and Innie. Ji-yoon lies there in stunned silence, and Ji-yoon reminds him he already said that friend wasn't coming back. Furious, Ji-yoon blurts out that they're still stuck here for 2 hours, and once Ji-yoon is paralyzed too, he'll kill him himself. But while he's still talking, Ji-yoon steps forward and asks what he means by the same situation. That sight completely shocks Ji-yoon. He can't understand how this boy is moving and says it's impossible. Ji-yoon agrees, then tells him to complain to the gods. The truth is, the paralysis doesn't affect him at all. Hell's blessing cancels every abnormal status on him. Sweat starts pouring down Ji-yoon's face as he begs Ji-yoon to stay back. But the others can only watch their teammate get killed. Soon the system announces Ji-yoon's elimination, and Ji-yoon, Yu-young, and Innie receive another 100,000 points. With that done, Ji-yoon turns to the three left and wipes them out too, even as they beg him to stop. Their team gets another 100,000 points 3 more times. Instructor Yes, who can't believe what she's seeing. And in the freshman rankings update, Min Jae-yoon takes first, Kim Yu-young and Seo Yuna share second. An Hoyeon is next, Lee Suyuk and Cha Yu-won are in 5th, and Young Hoseon is 7th. Later, Yu-young drinks the ash tree sap and nearly throws up. But when Ina checks on her, she says she's feeling better now. As they head out, Ina says Jae-yoon knows way more about magic than she expected. She's never seen anyone use the change skill like that in any book. Yu-young tells her Jae-yoon has only been a magician for less than 3 months. She's the one who taught him the basics. Caught off guard, Ina asks if he was really planning to become a warrior. Yu-young says yes, just a few months ago. He was all in on close combat. What really confuses her is how Jae-yoon knew about the tree sap and how he plans to deal with his own paralysis. Not long after, they meet up with him. Jae-yoon asks how the paralysis feels since both of them seem fine. Yu-young cheerfully says of course she's okay. Even after running for her life and using a spell, she checks on Ina too, and Ina says she's fine. And Yu-young tells Jae-yoon his plan actually wasn't bad this time. Usually he looks kind of dumb, but today he seems different. Jae-yoon grabs her cheeks and asks who she's calling dumb, like she has any right to say that. Ina watches them fool around and wonders why Yu-young keeps calling Jae-yoon stupid. To her, he actually looks pretty handsome. While those two keep bickering, Ina suddenly catches herself and realizes this is not the time for thoughts like that. A tear slips down her cheek as she reminds herself to stay careful. Later, they go back to their shelter. There, Jae-yoon starts mixing something together. Ina asks what he's making and he says it's an HP potion. He learned it from an older brother figure, just in case he ever needed it. He remembers Jae-sung nearly crying when he ruined ingredient after ingredient, before finally getting it right, after more than 100 tries. Yu-young asks how a guy with no friends somehow knows people who can teach him stuff like this. Jae-yoon shoots back, asking how many friends she has besides him. That one hits and Yu-young admits that was low. Then Ina says Jae-yoon is really amazing. He doesn't even feel like someone their age, more like someone who's lived 10 extra years. Jae-yoon stays quiet, surprised by how sharp she is. Yu-young cuts in and says enough talking, they need to eat if they want to do anything tomorrow. She says she'll cook, but Jae-yoon tells her not to bother, and suggests they just eat the fruit they gathered. Annoyed, she asks if he doesn't trust her, so he tells her to name the color of the cookie she made in middle school home EC, if she wants him to. After thinking for a bit, Yu-young says they were probably purple. Jae-yoon asks if she used blueberry jam. Jae-yoon says no, Yu-young just can't cook. He reminds them they had to call the teacher after he passed out from eating that cookie. Then he adds that to be fair, he can't cook either. So Ina says she knows a little and asks if she can make the meal. Jae-yoon looks surprised, and she explains that she used to cook every day when she lived with her grandmother. As she ties her hair back to start, Jae-yoon remembers there was never much known about Seo Yoon-shing's family. Now that she mentioned living with her grandmother, he wonders if something happened with her parents. A little later, Ina finishes and serves the food. Yoon-young takes a bite, then immediately hugs Ina and says it's delicious. Jae-yoon keeps eating too and agrees. He's shocked they're getting food this good in a place like this. Their praise warms Ina's heart, and she smiles. She hasn't felt like this in a long time, Meanwhile, in the Mills Academy control room, Instructor Seoki points out that the highly praised cadet on Hoyeon is only in 4th place. What's even crazier is that 1st and 2nd are both magicians. Instructor Seoki still wonders if the system is glitching, because nothing else makes sense. Chairman Jae-yoon looks thrilled. Until now, scores like these only came from warriors, and he can barely believe what he's seeing. A team made up of just 3 magicians took the lead by wiping out a group of seniors right away. Excited, he tells instructor Kim Jae-yoon to rewind the part with the paralyzing spores. He watches Jae-yoon appear and drive a kick into Seo-yuk's face. The chairman is impressed by how calmly the boy judged the situation. On top of that, he can overpower warriors. Calling him just a magician or just a freshman doesn't feel right. Then instructor Ha-yoon speaks up and says he brought Jae-yoon's profile, though he's not sure it's the right file. The chairman asks what that's supposed to mean. Ha-yoon starts to stammer, so the chairman tells him to settle down and talk. At last, Ha-yoon shows the profile. Jae-yoon has a 97 aptitude score and is listed as a warrior class. The chairman is stunned. Then that shock twists into a wild grin, and he says this is very good. He wants to see Jae-yoon's talent for himself, and instructor Seo Yoon-young asks if that means he plans to step in personally. Zooming in on Hoyeon, the chairman says they should make things interesting. Si Yoon-young answers that he'll prepare. Back inside the demo plane, Jae-yoon's team keeps taking people down and stacking points. At one point, Yoon-young is shocked they've reached 1,100,000 points. Jae-yoon says that should lock them into 1st place. Still, Yoon-young asks if they really have to leave the shelter. Jae-yoon says they do because the seniors are too scared to come near it now. In-ae agrees they have to move if they want more points. Yoon finally goes along with it and asks what the freshman hunt record is. In-ae tells her it's 1,140,000 points. As they keep moving, Ju-hyun senses something. He signals the girls to get ready. Someone's coming. A figure suddenly rushes past them, and Ju-hyun realizes that power is way above the event's limit. The system announces that the demo plane connection is unstable and a player's restriction has been removed. Zhao Beihun looks at the newcomer and says he didn't expect to meet him again like this. It's Hoin. When Zhao Beihun asks what he's doing, Hoin doesn't answer. He just keeps staring down. Zhao Beihun wonders if he can't even hear him. Inia warns him to be careful. Hoin doesn't look right. He seems controlled by something. That makes Zhao Beihun realize this is the chairman's doing. Before his regression, something like this happened a day meant to give cadets happy memories ended in blood. The cause was Gu Jaeyoon's unique skill, indoctrination. Right before his crimes were exposed and he was about to be arrested, he created a disaster to draw attention away and escape. That day many cadets died and Gu Jaeyoon got away. It was also the day Kim Yoon lost her life. Back in the present, Hoin activates his sword. Zhao Beihun realizes he has to bring Hoin back to his. Save the cadet under mind control by breaking the spell. Zhao Beihun is surprised by the quest, but the blank card shocks him even more. The chance to copy someone else's ability gets him fired up, and Yoon quickly says she'll help. He tells her no and orders both girls to leave fast, get as far away as they can, and if possible, earn some points too. Yoon just stares at him, then reminds him that he's up against the famous genius warrior. He can't beat Hoin alone. Zhao Beihun only smiles and asks if she really thinks he can. Inai hesitates for a moment, but finally agrees to go. Yoon is stunned that Inai is siding with him. Frustrated, she decides to play along and says they'll go earn points like he asked. Before leaving though, she tells him not to get hurt. She runs off into the woods, dragging Ina with her, and shouts for him to beat Hoin up, or at least steal his name tag, then come find them. After they're gone, Zhao Beihun mutters that this won't take long. A few hours earlier, after Hoin had just taken down a senior, he wondered if that made his total 600,000 points. He was glad he'd survived 2 days, just one more day to go even in 4th place. First still felt far away. After all his effort, he could only think this was what Mills Academy was like. He was impressed that Zhao Beihun, a magician with restricted skills, had reached first and dragged his teammates up there too. Still, Hoin refused to lose. There was time, so he had to keep pushing. While he was thinking, Chairman Zhao Beihun appeared on a screen and said he wanted Hoin's personal help with something. Then the chairman used indoctrination on him and said he had a small favor to ask. Hoin's eyes lit up under the spell. A warning pops up from the system. Someone has entered his mind. As that force takes over, He loses track of what he's doing, and even where he is. Then the system says his mind has been corrupted. Right after that, only one thought remains. Eliminate Jianan. Back in the present, Hoin activates the A-rank skill Martial Ascendance. He charges at Jianan again, and swings to cut him down, but Jianan slips past it. Jianan can't believe Hoin was this strong just a few days ago, yet he keeps avoiding every strike. It's like Hoin has become a completely different fighter. When Hoin slams his shield forward again, Jianan hops back just in time. He knows that if this turns into a pure battle of strength and speed, he'll lose. To open the gap, he uses Wind Boost and blasts himself backward. The gust hits so hard that Hoin has to raise his shield to cover his face. That gives Jianan the chance to slip behind him before the shield drops. He fires off lightning magic, but before it lands, Hoin twists around and retreats in one smooth motion. That catches Jianan off guard. Hoin moved before his eyes could even fully follow the attack. Jiayun realizes Hoin has natural combat instinct, so this fight won't be simple. He could break the indoctrination with absolute calculation. But the real issue is watching. Even without seeing him, Jianan can picture the chairman smirking while he watches an Hoin fight. So Jianan smiles too, thinking it would be a waste to end this too neatly. If they want a show, he'll give them one, but it'll cost them. Once Jianan starts putting on that show, Instructor Yahello wonders if her eyes are fooling her. A magician is fighting head-on like a warrior, and somehow pushing Hoin back. He's even overwhelming the so-called genius warrior while using lightning chain. To Yahello, she'd always believed a magician could never beat a warrior in close combat, and now Jiayun is tearing that belief apart. Meanwhile, Chairman Jianan watches closely. When Jianan wounds Hoin, he starts begging, and in the demi-plane, Hoin drops beside his sword. Jiayun tells him he never meant to push things this far, but says Hoin is tough enough to recover soon. Then he glances up, knowing the instructors are watching. A moment later, he uses flash bomb, blinding the cameras and cutting off the view of and demands to know what happened to the screen. But Jianan senses something is off and snatches the remote from her hand, frantically trying to restore the feed. Jianan says it looks like Jianan used a spell to block their vision, but Jianan recognizes flash bomb and mutters if this is the way Jianan wants to play it. He calls for Instructor Soki and orders him to bring Jianan to his office after the event. Soki nervously asks if it's wise to decide that so quickly, but the tense chairman grips his shoulder and asks why a cadet who was already winning would hide the match from them. Stammering, Soki says Jaehyun probably knows how to raise his own value. Back in the demi-plane, Hoyeon is still crouched down, surrounded by the blinding light. Jaehyun walks over and places a hand on his head, activating absolute calculation, which lets him remove the indoctrination controlling Hoyeon. Hoyeon's eyes clear at once. He recognizes Jaehyun, and Jaehyun asks with a grin if he's feeling better. Hoyeon tries to stand and says he is, but the pain surges through him and he collapses again. Jaehyun apologizes for that and reminds him he attacked first. Hoyeon can't remember doing that and asks why he ever would. So Jaehyun explains that he was under mind control. Hoyeon looks lost and asks what he means, but then he remembers seeing a blurry face and hearing a voice he can't clearly recall. Still, it doesn't add up. A spell strong enough to control someone should be above a rank, and they were told only C-rank skills or lower could be used here. Jaehyun says he isn't sure. Maybe the demplane glitched, or maybe someone stepped in. Hoyeon stays quiet, thinking it over. Even with a malfunction, no cadet should be able to cast something that powerful. After a pause, he asks Jaehyun if he knows who could have interfered, or why they would do this. Jaehyun says he doesn't know. Still, he adds that anyone who can pull this off is probably someone most people wouldn't dare challenge. He doesn't say the name out loud, but he knows that with more time at Miles, Hoyeon will figure out on his own what kind of man-gu Jaehyun really is. Then the Nornir system announces that Xiao Beiyun completed the subquest to save the mind-controlled cadet, and awards him a blank card. Hoyeon tries to stand again and feels how wrecked his body is, while Xiao Beiyun doesn't have a scratch on him. That makes him wonder if this is all he can do right now. Once he's finally on his feet, Hoyeon says he has no excuse and apologizes. Xiao Beiyun jokes that he's being weird, says he'll head out now that Hoyeon can move, and wishes them both luck for the rest of the event. As he turns away, Hoyeon stops him and holds out his name tag. Xiao Beiyun asks what he's doing and reminds him that losing it means elimination. Hoyeon says it doesn't matter, he's earned a lot of points already, even if not as many as Jaehyun. Since he lost, he says the name tag belongs to Jaehyun and tosses it. Over. Then he vows that next time will be different, and at the Mills Festival, he'll win his tag back. After Hoyeon disappears, the demi-plane announces his elimination and gives Jaehyun's team 10,000 points. Jaehyun stares at the name tag for a moment, knowing it's only worth 10,000 points, but to him, it's worth much more. Hoyeon had the combat talent he once wanted so badly, and now that same person has acknowledged him. He's gone through a lot since returning to the past, but this feels different. Smiling, he thinks this is only the start. For the first time, it feels like he's truly moving on, leaving behind the weak version of himself and stepping forward. Sometime later, the 72-hour event finally ends, and the system tallies everyone's scores. Jaehyun Shin sets a new record with an incredible 1.53 million points. Soon after, he's sent back to the real world. When the students return, Jaehyun Shin thinks 1.53 million points is pretty decent. Yoon Shin instantly chews him out for acting so calm when he just broke the all-time record. She looks to Ina for backup, but Ina sighs that they could have hit 1.6 million if they'd stayed one more hour. That makes Yoo-young realize both of her teammates are completely nuts. Trying to lighten the mood, she says they should be able to live well for a while with that many points, and Jaehyun agrees. He figures the points are kind of like money if you multiply by 10, meaning they just made around 15.3 million won, about $12,000. Yoo-young is left speechless. Ine is just as shocked by how huge that amount is. Jaehyun tells them his team is first, second place has 1.48 million, and they'll also get bonus points. The second he says bonus points, Yoo-young grabs him. He tries to pry her off and explains the bonus should be around 1 million more. That number makes Yoo-young light up instantly. She starts spinning in around in celebration, while Ina blurts out that they made 2.48 million points and 24.8 million won in just 3 days. Jaehyun begs them to stop because it's embarrassing. He can already feel the other students glaring at them. Still, the girls keep going until instructor Soki walks in to address everyone. He introduces himself and says he needs to speak with the top 3 winners. For privacy, he asks them to come with him. Yoo-young asks if this is about the points they earned in the hunt. And when Sujin nods, Yoo-young quickly follows. The girls don't move right away and ask where they're going first. Yoo-young already knows it's the chairman's office. Sujin confirms it and tells them the chairman has summoned them. Once inside, Yoo-young sits down, crosses his legs, and asks where the chairman is, pointing out that the man who called them isn't even here. Sujin gets annoyed, but he has to hold it. Behind Jaehyun, the 2 girls are stunned by how boldly he's acting, until Sujin tells them to sit too. After they do, the chairman finally walks in and apologizes for being late. Both girls jump up to greet him. Yoo-young loudly introduces herself. Ina follows, and Jaehyun stays seated. The chairman cheerfully says he already knows who they are. Yoo-young enjoys the moment, but Jaehyun cuts in and tells the chairman he took so long they almost fell asleep waiting. The 2 girls are stunned by that. Even Soki stiffens, wondering if this kid has completely lost it. The office goes quiet for a moment. Then the chairman admits he has no excuse for being late. He says he needed time to get ready for this talk. Jae-yoon fires back that they had even less time. They were dragged here right after 3 days in the demiplane, without even getting to wash. The chairman's face tightens again, but this time he just laughs. Jae-yoon can tell it's fake, and figures the man is testing the people in front of him. At last, the chairman says he has good news and congratulates them for taking the top 3 spots in this year's. He praises Jae-yoon for finishing first, but Jae-yoon gives the credit to his teammates, saying he couldn't have done it alone. That makes the chairman pause again. He wonders why the boy never tries to show off, then says he still watched everything Jae-yoon did. He points out that they crushed the old freshman hunt record of 1.14 million points. Clapping, he calls their result unbelievable. The girls thank him, but Jae-yoon asks what he's really getting at. That question makes Yoo-young nervous again. After a brief pause, the chairman says Mills wants to give them special benefits. First, they would get a suite in the academy dorms for free. Second, they would get priority access to facilities that usually need reservations. Third, if they ever score poorly on school tests, they'd be allowed to take them again. After laying it all out, he asks what they think, and adds that accepting means signing a partnership contract with Mills Academy. Before he can finish, Jae Xiaobei says he refuses. He says the perks sound good, but they can earn all of that on their own in about They can get themselves. Then he takes the contract from the chairman and reads the terms. The paper says that once they become raiders, they must give the school over 30% of their earnings for at least 5 years. The chairman's expression turns grim. Xiao Beiyun tells him this isn't a reward. It's a trap meant to drag them down. Then he asks if he's wrong. After a pause, the chairman says if that's how Xiao Beiyun sees it, he can't help that, especially since no one can force them to sign. He says the choice is theirs. The girls glance at each other, checking how the other feels. After a short silence, Yu Yung apologizes and declines. Ina does the same. The chairman covers his face like he's thinking, but the veins in his hand stand out with anger. At last, he says it's unfortunate because this was the best offer he could make. Still, he says he'll give them more time to think. Then he fixes his eyes on Jung Yoon and uses indoctrination, asking if he still won't change his mind. Right away, the Norner system warns Jung Yoon that strange is entering his mind. He expected this, and the system soon tells him Hell's blessing fully blocked the debuff. At the same time, Xiao Beiyun hands Hell his blank card and uses its power. He had only provoked the chairman to make him reveal this skill. For a second, the chairman just stares, confused that nothing happened. Then Xiao Beiyun says they'll be leaving. At that moment, the Norner system tells him he has acquired the unique skill indoctrination. It lets him control someone weaker than him. If both sides accept a master-servant bond, the skill changes into subordination. Jae-yoon Shin stands and tells the girls they should go, especially since they're exhausted after 4 days in the demiplane. As they leave the office, Yu Yung politely tells the men to have a nice day. Still confused, Ina adds that they'll be going first. Once the students are gone, the chairman tells instructor Soku-en to leave too. After he's alone, he wonders how a mere freshman resisted his unique skill, and finds it very interesting. Outside, Jae-yoon asks the girls if they're really okay with turning down the offer. Yu Yung admits she was tempted at first, but decided Jae-yoon was right. The chairman was clearly trying to charm them into a deal and use their youth against them. Ini agrees. She didn't like the contract either and thinks refusing was the right move. Besides, she'd rather earn things herself than start with special treatment. Jae-yoon listens closely and thinks she's far more reasonable than the cold image he remembered before regressing. Then Yu Yung asks if they noticed how off the chairman was. His face looked disgusting when they refused. Ini says she felt the same and also points out that neither the chairman nor instructor Soku mentioned the problem with the demiplane. Jae-yoon listens and notes that Ini's instincts are sharp. A little later, she asks if he knows something about the chairman. Jae-yoon asks why she'd think that. Ini says he's usually calm, but the second they met the chairman, he got strangely hostile. Yu Yung agrees and keeps pressing him to say what he knows. Jae-yoon answers that he isn't sure enough to explain it clearly. Still, he warns them not to trust anyone in the academy. Not the chairman, not even the instructors. And Hyo suddenly steps closer and asks if that means they shouldn't trust him either. Jae-yoon pauses, and Yu Yung slips in behind Hyo with a creepy look, saying she definitely shouldn't trust Jae-yoon. She points to his scary face and brings up how he once left her alone in the middle of the street instead of taking her home. Jae-yoon asks why she's bringing up something so old. Annoyed, Yu Yung grabs his hair, calls him a jerk, and reminds him how rough that was for her. After some struggling, Jae-yoon finally gets her off him. Then he says they should head inside and rest since it's already evening. When it's time to split up, Ina seems reluctant to go and asks if this is where they'll part ways. An awkward silence follows, and Yu Yung just stares at them. Then she suddenly hugs both of them, jokes that this feels like a teen romance, and demands space for herself too. Jae-yoon drags her away, points her toward the girls' dorm, and tells her to go rest. She finally gives in, and Aina follows, but not before telling Jae-yoon to rest well too. Jae-yoon heads to the boys' dormitory. At the entrance, he realizes it's been a while since he was here, and old memories come back. Before long, he heads to his bed. To him, the people who still stayed in this dorm after a few years were the ones with no talent, so he plans to find a new place as soon as classes end the next day because going through that kind of hell once was more than enough. The next day, Jae-yoon goes out for a run. He stops once he feels properly warmed up and turns back toward the dorm to get ready for his first class. Soon, all the freshman magician cadets gather in one room, and their instructor for basic mana acclamation, Kim Jae-yoon, introduces herself. As she speaks, Jae-yoon frowns because he doesn't remember her at all. Even if he used to be a warrior, he should remember the instructor. He figures she may have been one of the teachers who quit early, even though getting a job at Mills wasn't easy. The ones who stayed were usually people like Kim So-ki, greedy for whatever scraps Jae-yoon would toss them. Jae-yoon says most of them probably found it strange that their first class wasn't in a normal classroom, but in a place like this. As doors open behind her, she explains that today's lesson is a test of their mana sensitivity. The students stare at the mana room in shock and groan that this is way too hard for a first class. Jae-yoon thinks it feels like the mana cube he saw before, just with far less mana. Jae-yoon tells them the space in front of them is called a mana room. It was made based on the mana cubes usually found in guilds. She says breaking out of a real mana cube is nearly impossible for cadets, which is why this version was prepared. What makes that funny is that Jae-yoon had already broken out of one at his guild. The mana room is split into subrooms. The first has mana close to the normal atmosphere, and each room deeper and gets denser. A first-year Mills cadet usually reaches level 3, while graduates tend to top out around level 7. This class will show them what level their mana sensitivity is. Jae-yoon tells the cadets to line up and follow her. She adds that if anyone struggles during the test, they should raise a hand so an assistant instructor can lead them out. A moment later, she steps into one of the mana rooms, and the cadets go in after her. Once everyone is inside, Instructor Jae-yoon sees that level 1 is easy for all of them. She moves the class up to level 2. There, a few cadets start breathing hard, and the assistants lead them out. Jang Bao then brings the rest to level 3. At level 3, nearly half the class gives up, but Jang Bao, Yoon Young, and Anna still look fine. Jang Bao takes the remaining students to level 4, where even more cadets tap out. She pushes on to level 5 and a lot more ask to leave. By level 6, several others are dragged out from pure exhaustion. Yu Young asks Jang Bao Yoon if breathing is getting harder, but he says not really. Anna keeps watching him, and notices he's still completely steady, so she forces herself to endure even more. Jang Bao Yoon looks around and realizes only 4 cadets are left. Jang Bao, Yoon Young, Anna, and Lee Soo-hyuk, all 4 ranked high in the freshman hunt. Chairman Jang Bao Yoon told her to watch Jang closely and report everything, but she has no interest in blindly obeying. She announces level 7, leaving the other students shocked. Graduates usually stop there, so who are these monsters? At level 7, Jang Bao asks if anyone wants out before they go to level 8. But no one answers, even though Yoon Young is clearly struggling. The rest of the class watches in disbelief as they head to level 8, and the pressure jumps the moment they enter. Everyone except Jang Bao Yoon feels. From level 8 on, the mana shifts non-stop like it does in a dungeon, and Jang Bao knows even geniuses should start cracking here. Just as she expected, Soo-hyuk and Yu Young raise their hands to leave. Anna starts sweating hard, but since she and Jang Bao Yoon stay silent, Jang Bao has to take them to level 9. At level 9, Anna nearly throws up and starts stumbling, which catches Jang Bao Yoon off guard. Jang Bao turns back, but she can't step in. The chairman had ordered her never to help a cadet unless they asked first, no matter how bad it got. In his eyes, danger is just another chance for a cadet, and taking that chance away from them would be cruel. Jang Bao Yoon Young asks Anna if she's okay, and trembling, she insists she is. By now she can barely see his face, but she refuses to lose. All her life, she's heard that only the strong survive. No matter how gifted she is with magic, she'd still have to bow to a warrior. Otherwise, the weak have no future, and more than anything, she wants to be recognized. Still, her body gives out. Jang Bao T Hackle Hadu's hammy catches her as she collapses, and she mutters that she's lost again. As the assistants carry her away, Jang Bao wonders what she meant by again. At level 10, Jang Bao asks if he's alright. She knows even she would start feeling the strain. Here, Jang Bao just smiles and says he's starting to struggle too, so he'd like to stop. Hearing that, Jang Bao tells him to come out with her. On the way back, she wonders what struggle means to him. He doesn't look affected at all. Once they return, Jang Bao asks everyone to applaud Jang Bao for reaching level 10, a level equal to a B rank raider or higher. She tells the others to work harder if they want to catch up, and Soo-hyuk glares at Jang Bao. Ani, meanwhile, looks disappointed in herself. A little later, Jang Bao checks on Ani. She says she's fine, and apologizes for worrying them. He says that's what matters, since she wasn't seriously hurt. Yoon Young then asks if he's okay too. He looked way too comfortable in there. Jang Bao says he's fine, then tells her to take a break. The towel off her neck because she looks like a construction worker. That instantly sets Yoo Jung off, and she regrets caring about him at all. While she complains, Xiao Beiyun asks if she's really not hurt, and she brags that the doctor said she's perfectly fine. She's just that tough. For a second, Xiao Beiyun studies Ina. At first he thought she was just competitive, but now it feels more like an obsession. She got lucky this time, yet with a mindset like that, handling her later won't be easy. Not that he wants to control her, but just like Xiong-hun, Hoi-yoon and Jae-sung, he can already tell Ina's future is starting to change too. He figures the same may be true for Yoo-jung. When he glances at her, she asks if he's staring because she's pretty. Xiao Beiyun shoots back that she must be hurt somewhere to say something that ridiculous. As Ina tries to hold Yoo-jung back from attacking him, Xiao Beiyun thinks about how he still has no idea how much his actions will change the future. If things keep shifting this fast, he needs to prepare to stay ahead. While he's thinking, Yoo-jung breaks free and loops the towel around his neck. Xiao Beiyun smiles, pulls it off, drops it over her head and messes up her hair. The second he finishes, Yoo-jung starts cursing, and mana flares around her like fire. Fuming, she demands to know if he has a death wish after ruining the hair she spent all morning fixing. Xiao Beiyun apologizes, then makes it worse by saying it doesn't look that different anyway. Now even angrier, she asks if he's calling her ugly. And that's when Xiao Beiyun realizes he really messed up. He spins around and runs, with Yoo-jung right behind him. Ina watches the whole thing, amused. She can't help thinking those two are really close. As they race past Su Hyuk, he stares at Xiao Beiyun and wonders how that bastard made it to level 10. Then his friend Kim Min-soo walks over, says hi, and asks what's on his mind. Su Hyuk tells him to report everything he knows about the guy getting chased by that girl, and even though Min-soo is thrown off by being talked to like a servant, he explains that Xiao Beiyun is the first magician ever to take first place in the freshman hunt. Xiao Beiyun says he already knows that. What he wants to know is where a guy like that suddenly came from. Min-soo can only shrug. He has no clue. The more Xiao Beiyun thinks about it, the less it makes sense. Something about Xiao Beiyun feels off, and he's sure the guy is hiding something. Min-soo, meanwhile, thinks this new Xiao Beiyun feels strange. He remembers what he was like as a kid. In the end, he tells him Xiao Beiyun has already proven himself twice. So there's no point hunting for some secret, especially when cheating at mills should be impossible. Xiao Beiyun refuses to accept it. In his mind, nobody can be stronger than him unless they're cheating. That leaves Min-soo stunned. Since Suyak probably wouldn't beat Ina or Yoo-young either, but he keeps that to himself. He finally warns Suyak not to get carried away, because he still wouldn't beat Xiao Beiyun even if he died and came back. Suyak ignores him. Later, Xiao Beiyun gets a video call from his teacher Song-yoon, and he asks if she wants to hear about the freshman hunt. She says yes, it'll be more fun hearing it from him directly. Xiao Beiyun happily tells her he took first place, which makes Yoon proud. She notices his apartment is way too nice for a freshman, and guesses he earned a ton of points. Then she congratulates him for surviving the tough start at Mills Academy, and says she's proud of him. Xiao Beiyun jokes that he's relieved, since he thought she'd scold him if he came in second. She laughs and asks if any cadets stood out to him during the hunt. Caught off guard, he asks if she's trying to recruit people. She says maybe, and adds that she'll reward him for useful info. Xiao Beiyun says telling her isn't hard, but paying him for it seems a little too generous. Yoon insists there's a reason. Later, even 10 times more money probably wouldn't make him cooperate. So he names Inha, Yoo-jung, and Hoi-yoon as the 3 Yunhaiwa should try to recruit. When he hesitates on one more name, Xiong-gong tells him to go. He adds that there's also someone from the upperclassmen worth recruiting. Xiong-gong promises to hear him out properly. After the call, she thinks about the person Xiao Beiyun mentioned, Lee Jising, and remembers he's the youngest son of Saw rank raider, Lee Jizin. During their talk, she pointed out that Xiao Beising isn't as talented as his siblings, and bringing him into Yunhai could spark trouble with Lee Jizin's Zephyr Guild. Even with that risk, Xiao Beiyun asked Xiao Beiyun if he still wanted them to recruit him, and he said yes because Xiao Beising will become the best alchemist in the world before long. Afterward, manager Xiao Beiyun tells her that Guild Master Bak Jiyun has arrived. Xiao Beiyun asks him to bring her in, and Jiyun enters with Yoonju right behind her. Seeing them, Xiong-gong says they came at the perfect time. Ji-yoon answers that for a merchant, time is valuable too. Then she reaches out and says it's been a while. The guild master calmly says they aren't close enough for that kind of reading. Then she tells Ji-yoon to sit down. Still smiling, Seong-gong asks what the curator guild master wants from her. Ji-yoon finds her blunt attitude amusing and says getting close to her will be hard. Even so, she admits she likes that about her. Then Ji-yoon brings up the talented person Seong-hwa has been raising and asks how much it would take to buy him. The guild master says Seong-hwa doesn't treat its people like goods, so Ji-yoon should shop somewhere else. Ji-yoon asks if that child feels the same way. Seong-gong answers that some things can't be bought with money, and adds that Ji-yoon probably wouldn't understand. Ji-yoon says she never expected the offer to be accepted anyway. She only came out of courtesy. The guild master smirks and says that courtesy is pretty annoying. Ji-yoon just calls that a shame, since it's late and she clearly doesn't want to keep talking. Jae-yoon decides to leave. Young-gun says she's glad Jae-yoon finally noticed. Jokingly, Jae-yoon replies that sharp eyes are a merchant's strength, too. The next day, after the endurance test at Mills Academy, the cadets wait for the system to finish scoring. An Hoi-yoon takes first with 101 points, and Zhao Bei-yoon gets second with 99. That makes him click his tongue. But he already knew he couldn't outdo a combat prodigy like Hoi-yoon here. Still, second place isn't bad. He doesn't need to rush, though he knows he's still far from his goal. When he looks over at the girls, they seem seriously shaken. Yoon-young finally blurts out, asking what he even is. How does a magic raider take second and keep up with An Hoi-yoon in an endurance test? When she demands an answer, Zhao Bei-yoon says it makes sense since he started off as a warrior, but she still isn't convinced. As she starts up again, he tells her not to focus only on magic and to work on her body. 2. That only darkens her expression. She snaps that she'll prove he's not that special someday, but Ella quickly holds her back before it turns into another fight. Nearby, instructor Soki watches and thinks the chairman was right. Jae-yoon is dangerous. A magician shouldn't have that kind of stamina, and Soki can't figure out what he's really hiding. A bell rings to signal the next class. Soki announces the second endurance test, the AR evasion test. Jae-yoon remembers it from before his regression. It pushed cadets to their limits and exposed their talent. Soki explains they'll enter an AR test room, where a combat system will judge them through virtual fights against augmented reality enemies. Hearing that, Zhao Bei-yoon realizes Sakori isn't going easy on them. Normally they'd destroy drone-made monsters while reading attack patterns, but this time the focus is dodging since it's an endurance exam. Still, beating monsters will earn extra points. Sakori then gives everyone devices that look like earphones. When Yu-young asks what they are, Zhao Bei-yoon says they're receivers that record and analyze the simulation. Soki confirms he's right and explains that the receiver triggers augmented reality by stimulating the brain and working with the projector to make monsters feel real. Drone cameras place 3D images into the area so the enemies seem to exist right in front of them. The whole setup is meant to keep cadets safe from real injuries. What he doesn't mention is that the receiver also lets them feel about 1/5 of the damage. It's meant to keep them cautious and better prepared for real dungeons. Soki says the AR system has 100 levels, but their test only goes up to level 10. They'll run it in teams of 4, and the groups will be called up in order. Once the teams are set, Team 3 ends up with 2 warriors and 2 magicians, including Jae-yoon and Soo-hyuk. Jae-yoon thinks it's a solid lineup, and Soo-hyuk speaks to him and asks if he's Min Jae-yoon. Jae-yoon says yes. Soo-hyuk says he heard Jae-yoon got first in the freshman hunt, but there is one thing he can't understand. How did a magician get first place? He's sure there has to be some special trick. So he asks Jae-yoon to teach him. After a short pause, Jae-yoon asks if he ever thought there might be no trick at all. Soo-hyuk says if that's true, he'll drag the truth out by force. Jae-yoon grins and says he should have just admitted from the start that he wanted to fight. Soo-hyuk smiles back, glad they understand each other. The 2 girls on their team get nervous, wondering why they're acting like this when they're supposed to work together. The shorter one tries to break it up, but instructor Soki calls their team to the field. As soon as they enter, the system starts a 5-second countdown and announces their first enemy, a skeleton warrior. The monster appears, and Soki prepares to fall back and make space. Before he can, Xiao Yun bursts forward at top speed, stunning the rest of the team. The girls shout that it's dangerous, and Soki yells, asking what kind of magician runs to the front line. As Jae-yoon charges in, he wonders why people still say stuff like that, then decides it's time to show them a little. Mana gathers in his hand, and he crushes the skeleton's head in one blow. The others can only stare, even Sok Guardcow off guard, and the watching cadets are left speechless. More skeleton warriors appear, but Jang Bao drives his knee into one beside him. The moment he lands, he activates Mana Weapon. It's a rare skill that lets a magician deal physical damage, which makes it nearly useless for normal mages who don't fight up close. But Jang Bao isn't normal. Watching this, Soo-hyuk mutters that the guy is insane. The girls still can't believe what they're seeing, and the system announces a full clear of level 1, with bonus points awarded. Jang Bao alone gets 100% contribution. Level 2 starts, and this time the enemy is a Droger. Jang Bao almost sounds pleased, saying it's been a while. After a fierce string of clashes, the system announces they cleared all the way to level 10, and even set the fastest record. Soo-hyuk can barely believe it. Jang Bao, on the other hand, thinks he did pretty well. His body has felt much lighter ever since he started using the combat method Ms. Soo-hyun Ji-hyun taught him. A moment later, Soo-hyuk walks up to him and demands to know what dirty trick he used. Jang Bao jives and says there was no trick, but Soo-hyuk refuses to accept it. Running past the defense line and wiping out everything alone shouldn't be possible. To him, that has to be cheating. Jang Bao jive repeats that he has nothing to hide. When Soo-hyuk won't back off, Jang Bao tells him not to make him say it again, and steps in close, offering to let him test that strength right now if he's so curious. Startled, Soo-hyuk curses at him, but before it can turn into a fight, Instructor Soki steps in and asks if there's a problem, killing the tension. Soo-hyuk mutters that it would be better if no instruct were around. Jang Bao turns to leave, but Soo-hoo calls after him, saying this doesn't mean he won. Jang Bao answers that he doesn't think he lost either. Then before he goes, Soo-hoo challenges him to fight at the Mills Academy Festival. Jang Bao turns it down, saying he already promised someone else. Later on, Ho Yuan remembers Jang Bao refusing Soo-hoo's challenge because he'd agreed to fight him instead. He also remembers saying he'd win his name tag back at the Mills Festival, so he heads off to train, determined not to disappoint Jang Bao. Sometime later, Soki walks with several assistant instructors. One asks if the others saw this year's endurance scores, and another says he monitored them himself. The cadets are impressive, as they talk about a magic cadet named Jang Bao Druckard, which shouldn't happen. Soki thinks the boy is more than talented. Those polished frontline moves were way too unusual for a mage. When they enter the chairman's office, the chairman praises their hard work and asks to hear the endurance test results. Soki reports that 3 cadets earned full marks, Han Ho Yuan, Chai Yuan, and Min Jae-yoon, and among them, Jang Bao stood out the most. The chairman thanks Soki for the report and watches footage of Jang Bao on his screen. A grin slowly spreads across his face. The chairman tells Soki to keep reporting on Jang Baodan's actions and grades, and to alert him right away if the boy does anything unusual. Soki agrees. Then the chairman tells everyone to keep working hard and have the instructors get ready for the next event. Later, Jang Bao returns to the AR evasion test and clears level 27. That seems to be his limit. Normally, a 6-person C-rank raider team would struggle to beat that level, so Jang Bao is matching that kind of power by himself. The freshman's next event is the dungeon practicum. Jang Bao just starts getting ready for. He remembers that practicum all too well, one of Mills Academy's worst tragedies. Many cadets died, his team got caught in it, and he was the only one who made it out alive. Afterward, he even had to hear people say he should have died instead. Even so, he couldn't leave Mills Academy. He didn't want to let down the people who still believed in him. Not long after, Xiaobei Xiao heads to a store to buy something. When he's finished, he wonders if this life can turn out differently. In his last life, he couldn't save anyone. He lived miserably and was treated like something disposable. But he's not going to repeat that life. One life full of regret was enough. The day before the dungeon practicum, the students go through class like normal and finish for the day. After class, Xiaobei Yunqing and Ina come over to Xiaobei. Yi Yunzheng asks what they should do tomorrow, since it's their first dungeon practicum, and Ina admits she barely slept last night. Jae-yoon tells them that's normal. Everyone feels that way before entering a dungeon for the first time. That makes Yunjing tease him, asking if this somehow isn't his first time, and whether he's been strolling through dungeons already. He shoots back that maybe not dungeons, but he has met monsters before, and one is standing right in front of him. Yujing instantly blows up again, cursing and pounding on him. Ini watches their little fight, and it makes her smile. Seeing how worried they are, Jiangyun offers them something. Yujing asks what it is. He says he bought extra potions with his own, and tells them to use them if they need to. Yujing says she'll let him off this time, and Ina thanks him and says she'll use it well. Last time, Jiangyun survived the practicum by luck. This time, he'll survive with skill. On the morning of the practicum, Jiangyun gets up early to warm up. That matters before entering a dungeon, no matter how much mana a magician has. If someone suddenly pushes out high-level spells, mana rebound can hit and injure their body mid-casting. Magicians who rely on strong spells too often are especially at risk. And Zhao Beiyun knows Lightning Chain and Sacrifice both fall into that category. Besides that, he has no idea how dangerous today's practicum will get. He doesn't even know whether he or his teammates might die. Still, by keeping mana gathered in his lower abdomen like this, he can quickly boost either his body or his spells when needed. That makes him remember the moment before he regressed, when the system said time would return to the point the user desired most. As he's lost in thought, the Nornir system suddenly activates a main quest. It says he has returned to the time he longed for, and now he must face the turning points that filled him with regret. He can repeat the same choices or change them, and those choices may save lives or cost them. The mission's difficulty, rewards, and failure penalty are all unknown. Even the reward changes depending on whether he picks route A or B, and he has only 12 minutes to decide. Zhao Beiyun figures something has come up again. The Nornir system is clearly pushing him to become stronger, since the gods still need him for their own goals. Still, he doesn't understand what they mean by choosing a route, and he wonders what they're really planning. Soon, the freshmen gather at the underground mock dungeon of Mills Academy. Instructor Yuqian tells them they'll draw lots, form teams of 4, and move as a group. As the students start to murmur, Zhao Beiyun can tell they think it's unfair. Real monsters will appear in this dungeon, so luck matters. A lucky team might clear it easily, while an unlucky one could get stuck with weak cadets and barely survive. When the whispering grows louder, Yuqian cuts it off. She explains that this practicum counts as an official test. Only monsters the cadets should be able to beat will appear, so everyone should do their best. While she talks, Zhao Beiyun realizes this is Chairman Zhao Beiyun's trap. Like she said, most monsters here are low level. But if things repeat like before his regression, boss monsters will be mixed in, too. He remembers the D-rank boss, the Kobold Lord. It isn't that hard for him now. But he has no intention of moving along with Chairman Zhao Beiyun's plan, unless the opening the chairman leaves in this practicum gives him a chance to strike back. A little later, Yun Tian tells the cadets to come forward and draw their lots one by one. After the draw, Zhao Beiyun and Ina end up on the same team. He tells her he's glad to have at least one familiar person with him. Ina says she feels the same. Zhao Beiyun is relieved to have someone skilled he can speak with comfortably. As he starts thinking up a strategy, he freezes when he sees the other two teammates. The girl introduces herself as Warrior Kim Jina, and the boy as Warrior Park Sungwoo. Sungwoo cheerfully asks if they're Team 3-2, but Zhao Beiyun remembers them from his past life. They were his teammates then, and both died to the boss monster after telling him to run while they held it off. At that moment, he understands what the Nornir system meant about choosing a route. When the two warriors step up, Zhao Beiyun realizes this was what the system wanted him to face all along. So he greets them and introduces himself as Zhao Beiyun, then introduces Ina too, since she's too shy to do it herself. Sungwoo laughs a little at how shy Ina is, but says they'll all get along once they spend some time together. John Walker reads, Zhao Beiyun realizes these two are exactly the same as before. Seeing them warmly include Ina makes him happy. Once introductions are done, Zhao Beiyun says they should plan first. The others agree, and one suggests making him the team leader. With the quest from the Nornir system still stuck in his head, Zhao Beiyun sits down and lays out the plan. He warns them not to lose their nerve, no matter what appears in the dungeon. If the frontline warriors break first, the whole team could be wiped out. The two warriors are impressed by how sharp his tactics are. Sungwoo says that's what you'd expect from the cadet who took first in the freshman hunt. Then realizing how serious the plan is, he says he's already memorized all 6 parts. Ina says she has too. Soon after, Instructor Zhao Beiyun announces that planning time is over. The dungeon practicum is about to begin, and she calls the team leaders forward. Zhao Beiyun steps up, and when he looks beside him, he sees Heiyun coming forward as Team 4's leader. The same team Yujing is on. That reassures him because with Heiyun leading, Yujing is less likely to get hurt. Once the leaders are gathered, Zhao Beiyun tells those ready to lead their teams into their assigned dungeons, and wishes them luck. Soon Heiyun leads his team into their dungeon. One teammate notes how damp and musty it is, finally seeing what a real dungeon is like. Yujing asks if kobolds will show up since this is an underground dungeon. Their other male teammate says probably, since he heard underground dungeons usually have lots of, or Yujing gets excited and hopes there might even be diamonds. But in the middle of talking, she suddenly stops after sensing something. Heiyun reacts at once, saying something is coming and ordering everyone to their positions. Yujing moves right away, but the others look far less sure of themselves when they realize kobolds have them surrounded. Worse, the kobolds are armed with digging tools. Heiyun tells the team kobolds are weak on their own, but dangerous in a swarm. Then he charges in and tells them to end this fast. Yujing blasts out holy power and uses flash bomb, setting off a huge burst that blinds the monsters, and gives Heiyun the opening to cut them down. While the other two cadets deal with the rest, Yujing uses Wind of Helheim, and follows with Air Blast. She fires several bursts straight into the kobolds' chests, knocking them flat. After the monsters go down, Heiyun asks if everyone is alright. The girls say they're fine, but when they look at the other boy Seiyu, they see he's gasping for air. They rush over, and Yujing wonders what happened, since kobolds aren't supposed to use poison. Then she looks up and realizes it isn't poison at all, it's a crushing wave of mana. A giant kobold boss stands before them, and the students go still. Shocked, Heiyun asks why a kobold lord is here. Meanwhile, in Team 3's dungeon, Gina tells Jiyun she already knew he was strong, but he's even more amazing than she expected. Then she asks how many monsters he's taken down so far on their way through. Xiaobei Yujing gets excited and hopes there might even be diamonds. She admits it does, and he realizes she's seriously shy. There were even rumors that Gina never said more than 3 words at once. A little later, the team enters a room packed with ore. Xiaobei Yujing immediately knows this isn't how he remembers it. His presence must have changed Xiaobei and his original plan. Then he senses a monster coming, and guesses it's the Kobold Lord. He orders the team to use Plan C, defend first, then counterattack, and warns them this enemy is nothing like the ones before. That makes Sun Wu nervous, especially since they were told this dungeon only had weak monsters. A moment later, something smashes through the wall, and the cadets stare in shock at a Kobold Lord. They can't believe a boss monster is here. As NTA starts to step back, she remembers Jiun Jin's warning that if the front line breaks, the whole party could be wiped out. So she quickly casts magic armor on the vanguard. Sun Wu struggles to stay focused under the monster's pressure. Then Jiun uses taunt, and when the Kobold Lord slams into Sun Wu's shield, Sun Wu calls for him. Jiun rushes in with mana gathered in his hand and blasts the Kobold Lord. NTA is stunned by how strong the hit is and hopes it finally did real damage. But the monster gets right back up like nothing happened. Seeing that, Xiaobei Yunyun lets out a laugh. As the damaged parts regenerate, he admits he didn't expect an anomaly. The Kobold Lord heals and grins at them. Xiaobei Yunyun starts wondering if a regenerating Kobold Lord is too much for him. Then the Nornir system identifies the being behind it as Odin's Raven and gives him a special quest called Raven Hunter. The mission is to kill all of Odin's ravens, working against him and the gods opposed to the Ozer. It has 5 objectives: an S-rank difficulty, rewards of a blank card and class increase, and failure means death. Outside the dungeon, Instructor Jian reviews footage of Jayun's earlier fights. She can't understand how a magician fights like that. Even as an A-rank mage, those combat skills seem impossible to her. She figures Team 3 has a strong shot at finishing first. Then one of the dungeon doors opens, and she's shocked to see Hoyo and helping Seihu out, while Yujung says they have a huge problem. Still stunned, Jian asks what happened, and they tell her a Kobold Lord appeared inside. She can't believe it. A Kobold Lord shouldn't have been able to get in there at all, and now she has no idea what's happening in the dungeons. The assistant instructors rush over to Seihu, who has a mild case of mana addiction, and tell him to breathe slowly. Soon after, Yujung asks Jian if Team 3 is still inside. And Jian says yes. Hoyo can't believe it. He's sure Jian and Ina are skilled enough to escape a kobold lord. After a brief pause, Jian calls Chairman Jiabe. He sounds surprised to hear from her, even though he's smirking. She reports that a B rank monster appeared and asks for rescue support. The chairman acts shocked, tells her not to worry, and says he'll send a team right away and that she should stay there. After the call ends, Jian is left with a bad feeling she can't explain. Back in the dungeon, Ina, Gina, and Sungwoo are getting exhausted. The system tells Jayuen the force behind the Kobold Lord is one of Odin's ravens. Odin had 2 ravens, Hyujin, meaning thought, and Munin, meaning memory. Through them he gathered knowledge from every realm and used it to rule Asgard. Realizing that, Jayuen calls the Kobold Lord a servant of Odin, letting the ravens know he's aware of them. The mana he senses is close to B rank, and with regeneration on top of that, this enemy is rough even for him. He starts to wonder if he should run. Running would be the smart move. Before regressing, that's what he always did, hiding behind survival while piling up regret after regret. But he sees this life as a second chance. Test or not, this time he's going to protect them. So Jayuen tells everyone to run for the exit while he keeps the monster busy. Sungwoo asks what he's talking about and how he plans to handle it alone. But before he can finish, 2 kobolds jump him from behind. Jayuen instantly blows them away with holy arrows. Then he tells Sungwoo to stop talking and get out. As the Kobold Lord swings again, Xiaobei and explains he can't fight properly while protecting all of them at once. Ini calls his name in panic. And when he turns toward the attack, a shield appears and blocks the blow. Startled, Xiaobei and looks over and sees Ini cast it. She tells him she can help. From her eyes alone, he knows she won't back down. He wonders if this is another future he changed. Then he tells Ini to stay with him while the others return to the entrance and report everything to Instructor Jayuen. When Sungwoo tries to argue Xiaobei, what he wants to do is to get out of here. Sungwoo. Jayuen finally agrees and promises they'll tell the instructor right away. Once they leave, only Jayuen and Ini remain to face the monsters. He tells Ini he'll guard her from behind. So she summons her Radiant Holy Sword and cuts through the smaller kobolds. That's Jayuen's opening, and he charges the Kobold Lord head. As he closes in, he notices the Kobold Lord's body is melting, so he stops at once. He remembers that every body has a limit for mana. Something hidden is forcing far more power into this monster than it can hold. That hidden thing has to be Odin's raven, and Jayuen decides to drag it into the open. He equips Mistletian, the weapon widens his vision and activates the skill mana perception. Now he can clearly track the mana flow of anything using magic. Using mana perception, he follows the trail of energy from the giant to a claw hidden underneath. Glad he found. He waits for the monster to attack again, then uses lightning chains and promises it won't survive. Meanwhile, in the gathering hall of the Asir, one of Odin's ravens returns to Asgard to report. Hugin tells Odin that the ravens have located Mistletian, the weapon that vanished from his treasury. Frigg asks where it is, and Hugin says it's in Midgard Earth, and likely in the hands of the prophesied enemy. That disturbs her enough to call Mimir an old fool. Thor tries to calm her down, saying they're watching closely, especially after making a treaty with the anti-Asir side. Frigg fires back that he's being careless, reminding him they lost Balder in the last war to the Mistletoe branch. Mistletian. After thinking it over, Odin orders Hugin to learn whether this prophesied enemy has contacted the forces opposing the Asir. Hugin then heads back to Earth. In the chairman's office, Zhao Bei keeps rubbing the strange ring he was holding during Jayuen's call. Soon, Siaki enters, and the chairman asks how things are going. The instructor says no one seems to have noticed anything yet, which pleases Jayuen. He chuckles, glad he borrowed power ahead of time. Jayuen is sure Jayuen will end up in his hands no matter how defiant he acts. He says all of this is for Odin and the Asir. Back in the dungeon, Jayuen aims his lightning chains at the monster's chest, but the Kobold Lord catches them, barely taking any damage. Then it swings for Jayuen's neck. He bends back and jumps away just in time to avoid being beheld. Headed, with Aina beside him, he asks if she can cover him long enough to slip past its attacks. She says she'll try, though she already looks unwell. J-1 realizes she probably knows mana rebound could hit her. Even if they beat the Kobold Lord, Aina might die, yet she still chooses to help him. In this second life, J-1 had decided never to trust anyone. The world was cruel and unfair to the weak, but now that resolve starts to crack. He faces the monster again and decides to finish this. He'll only get one shot, so he unleashes another barrage of lightning chains. While Aina supports him with a mana shield, protected by it, J-1 charges in. Aina feels worse and bites her lip, her hands starting to shake. The enraged monster locks onto J-1 as he rushes forward, and J-1 remembers what an old friend once told him in his past life. Nothing feels worse than dying, because you couldn't trust your teammates. J-1 leaps in, signals Aina, and decides to find out for himself if trusting a teammate really matters. Then he steps onto one of his lightning chains and rides it forward. Aina is stunned. Using a chain like that for movement means his mana control is way beyond normal. The monster stays put as J-1 rushes in on the chain, but he doesn't charge straight at. Instead, he vaults over its head. In that instant, the Kobold Lord snaps its arm around and swings at him without turning its body, clearly still being guided by the Raven. Aina fears he's about to get swatted out of the air, but J-1 slips past the blow and grins. Using mana perception, he follows the controlling thread back to Odin's Raven and slams his sword down at its hiding spot with everything he has. The hit is so hard his sword shatters. But it does the job. The Kobold Lord cries out. Right after that, the system announces that the mana link between the Kobold Lord and Odin's Raven has been severed. When J-1 lands, the Kobold Lord collapses behind him and he heads over to the one that caused all of this. There, he finds Hugin crumpled from the strike. J-1 demands to know what Odin is after, and when the Raven stays silent, he plants his foot on its head. Then he spots a necklace marked with 3 triangles, the same symbol as Chairman J-1's ring. He presses down again and asks what Odin has to do with Guja-in, but still gets nothing back. Soon he realizes the Raven has no real will of its own, so keeping it there means nothing. He lifts his foot at last, letting the bird fly back to Asgard. Just then, Aina rushes in, calling for J-1. He warns her it still isn't over. They need to watch for mana backlash. Before he can finish, she suddenly freezes. The Nornir system tells him corrupted mana has built up in his body. Pain hits J-1, and he clutches his chest. Aina does the same, but the Nornir system purges J-1's corrupted mana, thanks to the purity of his own, and he finally stabilizes. Then it tells him his mana capacity has permanently gone up by 5. J-1 is relieved the gamble paid off, and the system confirms he's taken down the first target in the special quest, Raven Hunter. His rewards are 5 stat points, a blank card, and a level up. Once he catches his breath, J-1 knows this could have gone much worse, but when he looks at Aina, the system warns that his teammate is in critical danger. He rushes to her, as the system says she'll die without immediate recovery. Later, Aina wakes up drenched in sweat, her head pounding. Seeing J-1 beside her, she asks what happened. He'd been asleep too, but stirs when she says his name. Surprised she's awake, he asks how she feels, and when she checks her status, she's shocked. Her health and mana are completely restored, even though she clearly remembers suffering mana rebound. She says she's okay, and asks about him. J-1 says he's fine too. He just nodded. Then she glances over and sees the Lord Kobold is dead, so she asks why he stayed instead of leaving. He says he was waiting for her to wake up because there's something they need to discuss. Curious, she asks what it is, and after a pause, J-1 says they need to get their story straight. That makes Aina blush, since the Korean phrase can also sound like I want to put my lips on yours. Outside the dungeon, Yuan Jung demands to know why only 2 people came back. Instructor Jang Yuan tries to calm her down, saying she understands why she's worried. Nearby, Hoyan wonders what he can even do to help J-1 and Aina. Then the dungeon door opens, and while Yu Jung is still arguing, J-1 and Aina walk out. Everyone goes still. J-1 asks if they were fighting over them, and even Instructor J-1 is stunned. The inspection team had told her the 2 cadets were as good as dead. After all, the boss inside was at least B rank. Tears suddenly well up in Yu Jung's eyes, and she runs to them with her arms wide open. Crying, she hugs them and says the instructor and inspectors all thought they died. She's just so happy they're alive. And Aina smiles at that. But J-1 gently says he understands and asks if she can let go. Now, even Sungwoo and Gina look close to tears. Seeing that, J-1 thanks them both for believing in them. He tells everyone those two left because he told them to bring the instructor so they shouldn't be blamed or insulted. Yoo-jung is still upset and asks how they could leave teammates behind like that. But J-1 says he would have made the same call, so she doesn't need to be angry for him. Not everyone is as fearless as she is, he reminds her, and asks her not to lash out on his behalf. That hits her hard, so she lets go of his arm and clings to Aina instead, saying she was mad for Aina, not him. Before they came out of the dungeon, Aina had asked if he was the one who healed her. J-1 said he knew she was confused, but he couldn't explain everything. He didn't want to be confused, but he couldn't explain everything. Anyone knowing about that power? She asked why he was hiding it, so he turned the question around. Wasn't she wondering why a kobold lord showed up here and put students in danger? He says it all traces back to Chairman Gu Jae-yoon, a rotten man who sees students as tools. According to Jae-yoon, the chairman's public image is fake and he doesn't care if useless students die. Aina realizes that's why Jae-yoon opposes the chairman and keeps his power secret, and he admits that's right. After a short pause, she brings up what he told her the office. Back then he warned them not to trust anyone. Not the chairman, not even the instructors. So she asks how much he really knows about Jae-yoon. He already knew Jae-yoon was dangerous, and he acted like he knew what was coming. That's why she asks how he knows all this. When he stays quiet, Aina begs him to answer. Jae-yoon says nothing. He didn't expect her to push this hard, and knowing she could be in danger if she gets involved, he briefly considers using indoctrination on her, but he drops the idea. Her magical aptitude is high, so it might fail anyway, and it would be a terrible way to gain an ally. In the end, he apologizes and says he can't tell her more. She asks why not. He finally says the truth would put her in even more danger, and asks her to leave it there for now. Back in the present, Instructor Jae-yoon bows and apologizes for failing to rescue them, adding that she's glad he made it back, but Jae-yoon tells her it's okay. She wasn't the one who sent them in knowing this would happen. As he turns to leave and get some rest, Aina hurries after him, and something like this could happen again. He apologizes again, says he still can't, and hopes she'll keep the promise she made. After Jang Bei points away, the Nornir system announces he has cleared the main quest, the first turning point, and that the reward changes based on the path he chose. It says he took Route B, different from what he chose in the past. Because of that, he receives Idan's golden apple. Later, Chairman Jang Bei says Soki has disappointed him. Soki quickly apologizes, but the chairman says he'll once, though he can't stand useless subordinates. With a cold look, Jang Bei sifts the instructor understands. Shaking, Soki promises he won't fail again, and Jang Bei warns him he'd better not. Then he orders Soki to make sure Jang Bei Han is brought to heal at the next event, before his patience runs out. The next morning, Jang Bei Point takes a quick shower, and when he looks at his clothes he thinks about Ayane's mana rebound. Before regression, Kim Yoo-young died, and On Ho-yun never even reached half his potential. That's why step in for the sake of the future. Aina is different, though. He thinks she'll be fine, even without his help. So he decides to be careful around her, since he doesn't know how changing things might affect the future. He sits on the couch and turns on the TV to see if anything useful is on. While watching the news, he thinks he needs to uncover the link between Gujang and the Asir as soon as possible. What happened in the dungeon was only the start. Worse situations are definitely coming, and he needs to get stronger so he can handle whatever comes next. Then a news segment catches his eye, as one host asks about other types of dungeons beyond the normal ones. The expert says themed dungeons work very differently from normal ones. In a regular dungeon, you beat the boss and leave. In a themed dungeon, the biggest problem is that you can't get out until it's cleared. Hearing that, Jang Bei points with Laverne Lapis dungeons from his past life and gets an idea. The expert goes on to say that raiders have to take on a role inside the dungeon and clear its set conditions. It's basically roleplay, and the main reason people chase these dungeons is for the rare rewards. There's also a hidden piece, often called That's Why Raiders Still Risk These Brutal Dungeons. Jang Bei points with Enacti Galatians. Jang Bei points with in called Solange Reforkal for Kim the Palol. At the same time, Aina has tea with Yoo-young. She apologizes for making her worry. Yoo-young brushes it off, saying she's just glad both of them are safe. Then she admits Jang Baypoint can be kind of a jerk, so she was worried he might have treated Ina badly. Ina says that's just how Jang Baypoint is. Then she goes quiet for a moment. That makes Yu Young snap, asking if he really was mean to her. Ina quickly says no. It's just that Jang Baypoint seems to trust Yu Young a lot. Ina says she'd be happy if he could trust her too and lean on her a little more. She adds that maybe he would if she were stronger, then trails off again. Now Yu Young starts worrying about her. So Ina finally rises, and Yu Young cuts in first, saying they should stop thinking about Jang Bay and go get something good to eat. There's a place she's been wanting to try. Ina starts to stutter, but Yu Young grabs her hand and says they're going to cheer her up. Ina is caught off guard at first, but then she smiles. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun checks Idun's golden apple, a legendary consumable. It cuts aging by 50%, boosts natural healing by 50%, permanently raises magic aptitude, and can't be sold or handed to someone else. He quickly realizes effects like anti-aging and stronger healing are incredibly rare, easily worth over $1 million. The problem is he can't give this one away either, so he starts thinking about all the other loot he can get. He remembers that an A-rank theme dungeon will open soon at a theme park in Seoul. That's where he can get Thialfi's Thundersteps, the speed-boosting shoes once worn by Thor's servant. Since they greatly raise dexterity, martial arts raiders have always wanted them. With high expectations, Xiao Yun bites into the apple. Light flares around him, but the apple just tastes like a normal apple. A moment later, the Norner system says Idun's golden apple is taking effect. His stamina permanently rises by 20, his mana by 20, and both his slower aging and natural healing increase by 50%. On top of that, his magic aptitude gets a major permanent boost. Xiao Yun is pleased this thing wasn't just hype. His body already feels lighter, so he picks up his phone and makes a call. Not long after, he heads to the theme park in Seoul. Seeing it again after regressing, he thinks the place looks pretty cheap. When he walks up to the counter, the worker asks what ticket he wants. Instead, Xiao Yun sets down a Lotus Guild card and says he's a raider from the Lotus Guild. Then he warns her that a theme dungeon is about to appear in the park. Around the same time, instructor Xiao Yun visits Xiao Yun's hostel and learns he isn't there. The staff member says Xiao Yun mentioned he had something to do today and asks if anything is wrong. So Xiao Yun says no, nothing's wrong. Still, she wonders how a new student could recover so fast after an incident like that. He's not just talented, he bounces back from trauma incredibly quickly. That makes her realize he has real nerve. Before leaving, she asks the worker to tell Xiao Yun to come see her once he's back. After stepping outside, she plugs in a communicator and secretly contacts team manager Song Jisik's unbanned him. Jisik answers and asks how the investigation went. Xiao Yun tells him she found out Xiao Yun was involved. Jisik asks if Xiao Yun handled the dungeon trial and guesses the boy must be in a rough spot. He tells her to watch both of them and report anything strange. Xiao Yun agrees, then adds that student Min Xiao Yun, the one she mentioned before, seems to know something about what's really happening. At the park, officials announce that all guests need to leave. Xiao Yun is surprised by how fast they moved and realizes just how much power the Lotus Guild has. He remembers calling teacher Song in to warn her the dungeon was about to appear. When he told her he was sure, she let him use the guild's name, but only if he put his safety first. When things got dangerous, that condition makes him smile. She explains it isn't that she doubts him. It's just that no teacher wants a student stepping into danger when anything can happen in a dungeon. In the present, the Nornir system announces that the themed dungeon Neverland in Ruins has appeared. It says a special item will be given if 3 missions are cleared in a row. A special quest called Big 3 is added. He has to clear 3 A-rank missions, and the reward is the Valfi's Thundersteps. He gets 24 hours, but the failure penalty isn't listed. Xiao Yun realizes it's unfolding exactly like his past life. In a flashback, he remembers another raider showing up and proudly saying the Viking area was obviously one of the mission spots. She bragged that she could already pick out other likely places too. The rides, the haunted house, even the parade. Her name was Su Ayun, a 16-year-old themed dungeon raider. She loudly praised her skill, cognition accelerant, saying it was amazing. As far as she was concerned, she could solve anything if she used her brain. Xiao Yun remembers her as a self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150. She loved showing off, but envious people killed her in the end, and Tielf's Thundersteps went to someone else. This time, Zhao Beiyun decides he'll take the Thunder Steps for himself. Soon, the Nornir system asks if he wants to begin the first Big 3 mission, the Viking mission. He says yes, and is immediately sent into the Viking dungeon. The system then tells him the story's ending is being changed. Zhao Beiyun vanishes, and not long after, Zhao Beiyun appears near the spot where he disappeared. A moment later, Zhao Beiyun fully syncs with the dungeon character, and the system tells him he's now playing Tealf, a warrior who survived the Viking invasion. Then the first Big 3 mission appears, Tealf's Grudge. Thor, jealous of Tealf's speed, took his younger sister Rosqua hostage to force him into service. Zhao Beiyun must become Tealf and rescue Rosqua. The mission is B rank. The reward is the active skill commander's shout, and failure happens if either Rosqua or Tealf dies. For Zhao Beiyun, failure means death. Tealf, servant of Thor and the fastest in the 9 realms, was originally human, and he came to hate the Asur. He lost his family to Vikings who worshipped them. Zhao Beiyun is shocked because that's not the story people normally know. He starts wondering if this is another clash between the Asur and the Nornir. Suddenly someone calls him Tealf and tells him to wake up. He sits up with a sharp pain in his head, unsure where he is. Then he realizes he's on the ship he stole to search for Rosqua, and the one who woke him is Frederick, the man who came up with the plan to steal it. Frederick asks if he's okay. Zhao Beiyun is about to answer when another ship slams into theirs, rocking the whole vessel. Before they can figure it out, pirates storm aboard, and the situation turns bad fast. Zhao Beiyun still doesn't know what's going on, but rescuing Rosqua will have to wait. He quickly tells Frederick to leave this to him, then jumps onto the other ship, even as Frederick tries to stop him. The moment Zhao Beiyun lands there, the men freeze in surprise, and one of them mocks him for leaping straight into enemy ground instead of hiding, and the others pile on with threats to kill him. Zhao Beiyun says nothing. Then he spots a girl tied up in the middle of the ship, and recognizes her as Sayuayan. It's the same girl who bragged about her skills, so he wonders why she's here. Right then, the Nornir system informs him that the bound girl is the Alfie's younger sister Rosqua. Sayuayan always thought of herself as a genius and a future top raider, but somehow she ended up trapped inside this dungeon. Just 3 minutes before the park's emergency announcement, she had gone off to the bathroom. Stuck here, she calculates the odds. A 0.6% chance a dungeon would appear where she was, and a 0.0003% chance she'd get trapped in a themed dungeon. After cursing her luck, she forces herself to stop dwelling on it and think about how to get out of here, even as tears well up because she doesn't want to die in this place. She hopes a raid team has already shown up and thinks she might run into one when she spots Min Jae-yoon in the middle of the park, so she starts following him. He doesn't look like part of any raid team, which only makes her more curious, so she keeps tailing him. Back in the present, Min Jae-yoon can't believe he ran into her again. Of all people, even after everyone was told to escape. Before he can dwell on it, the pirates aim their arrows at him, but he throws up a mana shield and blocks the volley. While they keep firing, he wonders why weird people are always around him. Then he loads up a punch with mana, and drops them all in one hit. He decides to look on the bright side. Even if Seo is annoying, she'll still be useful in this raid. Then a larger pirate charges in and swings his sword at Min Jae-yoon, but he slips aside and avoids the slash. Since he can't send Seo away, he decides he'll use her instead. After dodging, he drives a punch into the big man's face and sends him tumbling back. First he has to clean this up, then he'll decide what to do with Seo. More pirates rush him, and Min Jae-yoon tells them he doesn't have time, so they should all come at once. Not long after, every last one of them is down. He walks over to Seo and tells her to quit pretending she's asleep. Min Jae-yoon asks if she's supposed to be Rosqua, and she clicks her tongue, admitting he caught her. With a sly smile, she asks if that means he's Alfie. He says yes and crouches in front of her. Then he punches the post she's tied to, cracking it and making her flinch. With a dangerous look, Min Jae-yoon says he knows exactly what she's plotting, so she better not try anything cute. The warning lands, Seo nods fast, and even hiccups. A moment later, the system tells Min Jae-yoon he's cleared the first of the big 3 missions, and he's being moved back to the field. Soon, he and Seo are back in the park, sitting across from each other at a table. To Seo, Min Jae-yoon looks like a magic type raider who fights like a martial artist. He seems about her age and has a terrible personality. While she's trying to figure him out, Min Jae-yoon breaks the silence and asks what skills she has. Seo stammers before saying her skill just helps with swordsmanship. She figures she should fool him. Kids their age rarely have skills, and with his awful attitude, she'd rather use him first. But Min Jae-yoon cuts in, saying that's not her real skill, and he hates liars. She quickly insists she's telling the truth, and claims she has a D-rank skill called Beginner Swordsmanship Revision. After a brief pause, Min Jae-yoon tells her the real name is Cognition Accelerant and says it makes time feel slower while speeding up the user's thinking. It's good for leadership, but also great for reading situations and opponents. Then he asks if any of that is wrong. Xiao Bei is stunned and asks how he figured it out. Min Jae-yoon stands and says he can't take her with him if she's still planning to lie and use him. He's not dumb enough for that. He turns to leave, but she begs him to stop, crying as she apologizes. If he leaves her there, she's sure she'll die. He asks why he should trust her, and she says she'll do whatever it takes. That makes him smile, and he suggests a contract. At first she's confused, but once they start writing it out, she understands. The contract says she can't do anything that harms Min Jae-yoon. She must follow all his orders. He'll keep her safe until they clear the Neverland-themed dungeon, and she can never speak of the contract. Reading it, she grabs her hair in frustration. The deal is enforced through Min Jae-yoon's subordination ability, part of his indoctrination skill. He knows this is the safest way to handle someone as troublesome as her. In the end, she signs it, and a binding chain appears around her neck and arm. The system announces that Seo has been subordinated, and because it was done by contract, it won't disappear even after the dungeon is cleared. Min Jae-yoon tries to make it sound better, saying it's not like he controls her mind, but she snaps that it still feels awful knowing someone can get into her head. He tells her she can always refuse, since he never forced her, and if she wants, he can leave her there. Before he finishes, she hurriedly says she'll do her best. Meanwhile, in Hallyu Temple, someone tells Hell that the little adversary is working hard, especially now that the Asur gods are watching more closely. He says leaving now would only anger the Asur, so he asks Hell to watch things for him while he buys time until the adversary is ready. Back at the park, Sujin trails behind Min Jae-yoon and asks where they're heading next. He says they're going to the haunted house first, and she lets out a scream because she's scared of rides. Min Jae-yoon asks if she's really that scared, but she immediately acts offended and asks what kind of middle schooler would be afraid of something like that. He says someone like her might be, and when she denies it again, he just shrugs and agrees. As they get close, Min Jae-yoon tells her to get ready to go in, but she begs for a moment to calm her breathing. Then the system announces the start of the second mission in the haunted house, and they're transported inside. Their goal is to escape without breaking the 3 rules, and some of their skills are sealed. Min Jae-yoon asks what role she got, and judging by the camera in her hands, Xiao Bei says she must be the cameraman. Then she asks about his role. He says he's playing some kind of horror streamer, and that it's been a while since they've had a F*** before he can finish. A huge man appears beside them and greets them. Xiao Bei looks ready to lose it, but the man calmly introduces himself as Alfred, the mansion's butler. He serves Countess Flandier and was sent to welcome them. Right then, the Nornir system gives Min Jae-yoon the second mission. In the Flandier mission, they've been invited to Countess Flandier's mansion, a creepy place hiding a terrible secret. They must use the camera to uncover the truth and escape. It's a rank, rewards the act of skill illusion, and failure means death if they run out of time or miss the mansion's secrets. Alfred invites them inside, saying the Countess ordered him to treat them as well as possible. Min Jae-yoon stays on guard, while Seo is sweating bullets. Alfred says he'll lead them to the dining room first, since they must be tired. Inside, Min Jae-yoon notices a vase with a tag calling it a gift for the most beautiful and foolish little girl. Seo spots a painting showing a young girl with a dog, and Alfred says it's a portrait of the owner with her dog Sean. Min Jae-yoon guesses the girl was around 12 or 13, then comments that the Countess must care a lot about her childhood if she kept a portrait like that. Alfred agrees, saying she treasures those like happy memories. But the way he says it is deeply unsettling, making Min Jae-yoon uneasy and pushing Seo close to tears. Before long, the strange butler tells them to keep following him. As they do, Min Jae-yoon stays alert. The system explained the first mission setup, but not this one, so he'll have to uncover the mansion's secrets on his own. He glances at Seo, then asks if she's holding up, pointing out that she clearly lied about not being scared. She argues she's just nervous because she's not used to the place yet. Soon Alfred brings them to the dining table and shows off the feast. Countess Flandier prepared. With that same eerie stare, he tells them to enjoy it and slowly slips out the door, like he's waiting to see if they poison themselves. After Alfred leaves, the two sit in silence for a moment. Then Seo says eating any of that is obviously a bad idea. So Min Jae-yoon suggests they look around while the butler is gone. As he moves, Seo tells them to wait. They should gather some information first. When he stops, she concentrates and activates Cognition Accelerant. The skill sharpens her awareness. And after a moment she says she's figured out a few things about the mansion. Min Jae-yoon is surprised she learned so much so fast and asks what she found. Seo says she thinks the mansion's owner is a child around 12. When he asks why, she points to the nearby chair and the lobby. The owner's seat is set higher than the others, which suggests she's much smaller than everyone else sitting there. On top of that, the shelves in the lobby were all low and only the lower handles showed signs of use. Min Jae-yoon admits that makes sense, so he says they should check another area. As Seo follows him, she says she really wants to keep the camera afterward, because it looks super expensive. Then Min Jae-yoon suddenly stops. Seo walks up and asks what happened. Seo, clearly tense, tells her this isn't the time to joke. They're trapped inside. Outside the theme dungeon, raiders and reporters show up about 2 hours after it appeared. One reporter says a park worker confirmed 2 people are inside. A Lotus Guild raider and a middle schooler, Seo Ayun. She worries about whether both kids can get out safely. Nearby, a raider called Soon. Bae Nim swears in frustration when he realizes missing the early entry could ruin their next promotion. Kai-hoon, the same raider who came after Jae-yoon and Ho-yun handled the goblins, says nobody could have predicted a themed dungeon would open in the park. Soon Bae Nim says if the civilian council judges them badly, Kai-hoon could lose the rank he got after the goblin case, and his own promotion will be cancelled too. Kai-hoon dryly thanks him for the encouragement. Soon Bae Nim says they're definitely taking the blame for this, and tells Kyun-hoon to find out who got stuck inside. Kyun-hoon is shocked when he sees one of them is Jae-yoon. He remembers hearing Jae-yoon entered Mills Academy, and starts wondering if Lotus already picked him. Seeing his face, Soon Bae Nim nervously asks if there are only 2 people in there instead of 3. Kong-hoon says he has a feeling this theme dungeon will be cleared. Back in the haunted house, Xiao Bei freezes after hearing they're locked in. Shaking, she asks what they'll do if they stay trapped here forever. Jae-yoon tells her to calm down if this is a dungeon. There has to be a way out. With no better option, she forces herself to accept that. Then she starts searching again for some kind of exit. Left alone for a moment, Jae-yoon thinks the mansion's owner clearly doesn't welcome them. He also knows a weak door like this shouldn't stop him with his current stats. Xiao Bei even escaped this place alone before his regression, so the stamina needed to clear it can't be high. That means something else is at play. While he thinks, Xiao calls him over. He asks what's wrong and she says the camera is acting strange. At first he thinks she's overreacting, but when he comes closer, he sees the camera shows Alfred's corpse sprawled across the dining table. So the Alfred who led them here wasn't the real one. Right away, the system says they've uncovered 70% of Alfred's secret. The mansion's first mystery. Jae-yoon realizes the camera can show things hidden from normal sight. That makes it a key item for solving the mansion's mystery. If the Alfred they met was fake, then the camera must be showing either the present or the past. Since this dungeon is about uncovering the mansion's secrets, Xiao Bei says it can't be the future, so it has to be the past. In other words, the camera is revealing the mansion's hidden past. If that's true, then the feast was never meant to be eaten. Jae-yoon remembers sensing faint mana from the start, so the whole spread must be an illusion. Illusions sometimes show up as dungeon traps. He places a finger on the table and tries to use absolute calculation, but the system says the skill fails to activate. It's simply forbidden in this place. Once that fails, he notices Xiao Bei's corpse is hidden in the dining table. Xiao Bei checking under the table and asks what she's doing. She says there might be some kind of mechanism down there to open a door. The only thing that changes in the camera view is Alfred's body replacing the food, so she thinks the escape clue has to be here. That gives Jae-hyun an idea. He quickly turns on mana detection and focuses on the table. A stream of mana is coming from one pudding plate. That confirms it. Locking magic is usually tied to an object or a formula. break the object or erase the formula, and the magic collapses. He tells Xiaobei the key should be inside the pudding, but she hesitates to go near it because the camera still shows Alfred's mangled corpse there. Jaehyun mocks her by asking if she's scared, and she snaps that she isn't. To prove it, she jams her hand into the pudding. After digging around, she pulls out a key. The system announces they've solved the mansion's second secret, the seal of illusion magic, and they'll get a bonus reward after clearing the dungeon. Elsewhere, the fake Alfred watches the guests through a pearl in another room. He worries that they didn't enjoy the meal, and mutters that guests must be treated properly. He vows that butler Alfred will never fail the Countess. Then he heads out, laughing like a madman. In the hallway, Jaehyun and Xiaobei move toward a bright room, but when Seo checks it through the camera, she sees darkness, blood, and children's toys. Using the camera, they spot a door. Jaehyun guesses leads to the guest bedroom. When he says they should check inside, Xiaobei recoils at the blood she sees. Jimyu reminds her they need to find a way out, or they'll be stuck in this mansion forever. That finally gets her moving. He tells her to stay quiet, keep looking, and call him if she finds anything. Once inside, Jinmu starts searching for clues. Then he turns and spots a girl in white, covered in blood. Looking closer, he sees parts of her face are torn away, and her mouth has been stitched shut. She raises a finger toward him, and the fake Alfred appears behind Jinmu Wan, without him noticing. A little later, Jinmu wakes up. He startles at the figure over him, then realizes it's Seo. She asks if he's okay, but he tells her to stop shouting because his head is pounding. He expected trouble, but he still can't tell how they managed to knock him out, and he wonders if this is part of the dungeon's normal flow. Xiaobei says she used cognition accelerant to figure out where they are. Based on the damp air, moss, and torture marks all around, she thinks they're in some underground prison. Jinmu Wan walks to the iron bars and says there has to be a key for this place too. He activates silence so no one can hear them, and slams the gate with a mana punch. To Xiaobei's shock, the bars break apart like paper, and even the wall behind them cracks. When Xiao blurts out in shock, Jinmu tells her to stay quiet, or Alfred, whoever he really is, might find them. She shoots back that smashing a wall wasn't exactly subtle. He tells her to be quiet, and starts thinking about their next move. Then they hear a dog bark. Jinmu Wan is stunned when a small puppy jumps into his arms. He wonders what a puppy is doing down here, and then notices it has a key in its mouth. Panicked, Xiaobei tells him to put the puppy down right now. Jinmu Wan asks why. It looks normal. This mana feels normal, and with that key, maybe it got trapped here too. Xiao argues that no dungeon would hand them the key that easily, so the puppy could be bait. But the puppy growls at her. That shuts her up fast. Then the system gives Jinmu Wan a new quest called Flanders' Diary. The quest tells them to reach Countess Flanders' room on the 4th floor and read her diary. Its B rank rewards them by removing the themed dungeon skill locks, and fails if they die or miss the 2-hour limit. Jinmu Wan decides the reward is worth it, and Flanders' room must be tied to the mansion's secrets. The three of them sneak through the mansion until they reach the 3rd floor. There, Jinmu Wan stops and admits he has no idea where to go next. The dog jumps from his arms, and Xiaobei sighs that losing the camera really hurt them. Then she cuts herself off when she notices Jinmu Wan has gone completely still. She asks what's wrong, getting nervous. When he doesn't answer, she turns and sees the same blood-covered girl in white. This time, it's clear her eyes have been gouged out and her lips sewn shut. Jinmu Wan tries speaking to her, but Xiaobei grabs his shirt and says they don't have time to chat with ghosts. He brushes her hand off and asks the ghost girl why she's still here. Then he asks if she has regrets tied to this mansion. She shakes her head. When he asks if she's trying to help them, she nods. So Jang Hoon asks where Flanders' room is on the 4th floor. She points behind them. He thanks her and says if he gets the chance, he'll help her pass on. Then asks her to wait. They turn to leave. The dog comes back and Jang Hoon signals Xiaobei to move. Still, she doesn't look fully convinced. Back at the theme park, Sunbae Nim sits down with manager Sung Jae. He asks him to confirm that the Lotus Guild will take responsibility for everything connected to this theme dungeon. Sung Jae says yes. He says he can shift all the blame from the National Raider Association and the civilians onto the Lotus Guild, but only if they agree to one condition. Guildmaster Yu Shun asks them to keep Min Jae Hoon's name out of the public. Sunbae Nim pauses, then admits it's hard to see why the Lotus Guild would do this much for a student from Mills Academy. Sung-jae says he can't explain the reason. Even so, Sunbae Nim accepts since there's no downside for them. Still, he asks what happens if Jang-hoon fails the dungeon raid. Sung-jae calmly says the Lotus Guild would never go this far for someone who'd fail here. Back in the dungeon, Jang-hoon drops the last living armor in one hit. That shocks Xiaobei, since living armors are supposed to be C-rank monsters. Jang-hoon says this is the fastest path, and monsters like these are no problem. Then they open the next door. A system message tells Jang-hoon they've entered Flandier's room. The place gives off a creepy feeling right away. Xiaobei starts toward the desk first, but Jang-hoon stops her, saying the desk is too obvious. He wants to search the less likely spots instead. After a bit of searching, Jang-hoon finds what they need. The system says it's Countess Flandier's diary, where she wrote every day. The first entry is dated May 7th, 1474. Flandier says her skin keeps getting paler. The doctors can't help and she fears she'll die without ever seeing the outside world. Another entry from May 10th says she's excited for her parents to bring back a doll she wanted from the city. On May 12th, she writes that a letter arrived saying her parents were killed by thieves. The page is stained with tears as she wonders if they'd still be alive if she hadn't asked for that doll. By May 15th, the funeral is over. As the last of the Flandier bloodline, she inherits the mansion. But all she feels is that she'll be alone forever. An entry from July 4th says a girl was caught after picking a flower from the garden. She looked about Flandier's age and reminded her of her doll. So Flandier decided to let her stay in the mansion. On July 20th, she writes that the girl had no name, so she named her Sally. They've been playing together every day, and Flandier is happy to finally have a friend. In a September 8th entry, Flandier says Alfred left without a word. Sally claims he hurried off to the next town, but Flandier still feels uneasy. By September 10th, Alfred is back, but something about him feels off. Sally is hiding something too, so Flandier knows something happened. In an entry from November 9th, she writes that screams keep echoing through the mansion. The kitchen lady Selena and her maid Michelle won't stop shrieking like their throats are tearing apart. She wonders if it's a dream, but it feels too real. She's terrified. Blood stains the page. And later in the entry, she writes that Sally and Alfred are knocking on her bedroom door. She's sure they want to kill her, and she has no idea what to do. After that, the system tells Jun the skill restriction has been lifted. He quickly understands that Flandier was murdered, most likely by the monster that took over the mansion. He then figures out that monster was a doppelganger. So he turns towards Ju and realizes the one beside him is actually that doppelganger in disguise. Several more Alfred lookalikes are standing behind it. 2. The system announces that Jun has uncovered the first secret behind Alfred's identity. It also says the subquest, Flandier's Diary, is complete. Then a new message says he's uncovered all the mansion's secrets, and now he must escape safely. With the puppy at his side, Jun faces the monsters. The creature lashes out first, shooting deadly parts of its body at him. Jun grabs the puppy and leaps away. He tells the monster he's glad it finally dropped the fake act he was getting sick of. The creature laughs and says he's pretty sharp for a human. Jun fires back that it wasn't hard to figure out, he's just smarter. Thanks to his ability to see through illusions, he could tell what it really was. Then he adds that maybe he isn't that smart, the monster might just be stupid. That gets under its skin, and it angrily asks how he dares talk to it like that. In a rage, it smashes the lamp and tears through the roof, forcing Jun to run. The monster chases right behind him. While fleeing, Jun activates Lightning Chain and fires it back. The attack tears big holes through the monster's body, but it still doesn't go down. Meanwhile, the puppy starts feeling sick from all the sudden movement. The doppelganger is a B rank monster because it can copy a person's looks and skills, but in pure combat, it's closer to C rank. After reforming, it says it's going to take Jun's body. Then it orders him to hand it over and charges when he doesn't respond. Even with the monster right in front of him, Jun doesn't budge. At the last second, he traps it in another lightning chain. He asks how it feels to be fooled after tricking others for so long. The lightning scorches it, and the monster screams. As it melts into a puddle, it admits envy drove it this far. It wanted to be human, too. The heat burns through the floor, and the creature drops out of sight. Jun looks at the dog and says its barking was pretty convincing. So the dungeon probably turned Jun to a puppy. He heads for the next door, but spots Flandier's spirit again. This time she looks just like she did in the painting, smiling and waving at him. Jun smiles back. As he opens the door, he tells her goodbye. The system says he cleared the second mission and completed every hidden scenario. 2. Because of that, he'll get bonus rewards. A moment later, Jun and Siu are sent back to the real world, and he checks his rewards. One skill is Commander's Shouting, which boosts allies' morale, mana, and stamina. The other is Illusion, which creates false images for enemies. He isn't too interested in Commander's Shouting, since he rarely uses support skills, but he likes Illusion because it can turn a fight around. When he looks at Siu, she complains that he should have told her he knew she was the puppy, because she was terrified something bad would happen. Jun reminds her she got out alive, but she's still mad. He tells her to stop whining and get up. They need to move to the next area. That catches her off guard, since she wanted a break. Surprised, he asks if she's really tired when she hasn't done much since the underground cell. She says it's mental exhaustion. Jun says he gets it, but walking around should help. Then he uses subordination and orders her to walk, making her legs move on their own. As she's forced toward the next mission, Siu screams that she'll never forgive him. After a while, she runs out of breath and asks if this place is some kind of parade. Jun drinks a potion and says it is, but warns her to stay alert since they don't know what's coming. Then a voice over the speakers welcomes everyone to Neverland. Ahead of them, a crowd is gathered around a stage. The host introduces himself as Bruin and invites everyone to join his parade. He walks over to Jae Hwan and Siho, welcomes them, and congratulates them on clearing 2 missions. Jae Hwan skips the small talk and asks what the final mission is. Bruin says the last game is tag. He points to a nearby gate. They'll need to run from the monsters that come out of it and reach the goal. Jae Hwan says there's no way it's that simple, and Bruin praises him for catching that. Bruin explains that Tien creates monsters based on how many challengers there are and how strong they are. Jae Hwan immediately realizes that's bad news. If it counts his full strength, the monsters will be much tougher than before, and fighting while protecting Siho will make it even harder. Bruin then appraises their abilities and cheerfully announces they measure at S rank. He's amazed, saying he hasn't seen ranks this high before, but Jae Hwan argues that makes no sense. Bruin only wishes them luck, then bursts into flames. Right after that, the Norner system gives Jae Hwan a new quest called Last Festival. He has to escape Surtyar, a fire monster, and reach the final point or defeat. The quest is rated S+ rank, and the reward is Teal Fist Thundersteps. Failure means being killed by Surtyar, and the system warns them there are 3 enemies to defeat. A hidden quest appears too. Kill Surtyar and remove the threat. The reward is unknown, but it may be something called Unbelievable Performance. Jae Hwan freezes when he hears there are 3 enemies. Right away he knows something is off. Then another fire giant steps out of the gate. Bruin showed them Surtyar is the being meant to burn the world, older than even Ymir. The flaming sword he carries is said to be hot enough to reduce everything to ash in just a few hours. Jang Hoon grabs Seek and runs as Surtyar lights the area on fire and starts raining brimstone everywhere. Now crying, Seek asks how they're supposed to escape something like that. He says he's working on it, then snaps at her to stop talking and run if she wants to. Fire keeps falling, and the whole area starts going up in flames. Elsewhere, a cat, like being, tells Hell this might be her fault and wonders if they should step in. Hell just teases her, saying she was never planning to help anyway. Then Hell tells her to leave them alone. She wants to see how Jae Hoon survives. Back in the parade ground, Surtyar keeps bombarding the place with fire. Jae Hoon keeps fleeing. He quickly sees that fighting Surtyar head-on is suicide, so he decides to avoid him and find the goal instead. Then Seep calls out. She's found the destination. Jang Hoon heads straight for it and tells her to hang on a little longer. Using haste to boost his speed, he sprints toward the finish. His idea is simple. Pull Surtyar's attention away and get Seep to the goal. At the same time, Surtyar demands to know which fool summoned him. He goes wild, dropping even more fire, and the two barely avoid getting burned alive. Jae Hoon curses and tells Seep to stay sharp and listen carefully. They're gonna split up and keep running. He orders her to head straight for the merry-go-round. When Seep asks if he's gonna distract that monster, he shoots back, asking if she'd rather be the bait, then tells her to run. As she races for the goal, Jae Hoon steps in front of Surtyar and taunts him, calling him a bastard. Surtyar glares down at him, then fires a blast of flame, but Hoon dodges in time. He lands on top of a nearby tower and mocks Surtyar for being too slow to catch him. Enraged, Surtyar spews fire from his mouth and smashes the tower with one strike, but Hoon escapes again. Meanwhile, Seep-O is just about to reach the destination when Surtyar drops fire on it and destroys it. She stops in confusion, not understanding what just happened. Hoon is just as shocked. Then the system announces the goal has been destroyed, making the normal clear condition impossible. Only the hidden quest remains. Surtyar calls him a foolish insect and asks how he ever thought he could stand against him. Hoon realizes there's only one way out now: kill Surtyar. So he stops running. When Surtyar launches another fireball, Hoon blocks it without even stepping aside. Surtyar praises him, saying only a few have ever defended against his attack. Then the giant grabs his sword and swings, curious if Hoon can stop that too. Even then, Hoon refuses to dodge and gets ready to take it head on. Watching nearby, Seep realizes they really could die like this. She activates Cognition Accelerant and searches for any way to help. While Hoon keeps fending off the flames, Seep calls out to him and says she found a way to beat the giant. Hoon pulls back to meet her. Surtyar roars, asking how a human dares flee from him. Inside one of the remaining buildings, Seep explains her plan. There's a water tank at the edge of Neverland. If they lure Surtyar there, the water might put out his flames and leave him open. Hoon realizes that if the fire is gone, they may be able to destroy his head or heart. Seep adds that this Surtyar must be a copy, not the real giant from myth. If so, hitting his weak points should kill him. She says she'll predict Surtyar's path with her skill and guide Hoon to the tank. A moment later, Hoon runs for the water tank, following Seep's shouted directions, how many steps, which way to turn, and how to avoid Surtyar's next attack. Then Hoon suddenly stops. Surtyar mocks him as a weak human and asks if he's done running. Hoon turns and says he was never running. Then he adds that Surtyar is nothing compared to the Asur gods, and if he's stuck working as a gate guard, he has no right to call anyone weak. That clearly hits a nerve. When Surtyar can only rage, Hoon presses harder, asking if he's scared of a mere human too. With fury blazing in his eyes, Surtyar snarls and calls out to the Asur gods. A bastard. He fires another blast, and a huge wave of water crashes into him instead. Hoon had used illusion, so Surtyar was attacking the tank, not him. The flood drenches the giant and snuffs out the flames around his body for a moment. Hoon instantly leaps up with mana gathered into his sword, and drives it into Surtyr's heart, slamming him to the ground. Lying there, Surtyr calls it a dirty trick. Hoon says it doesn't matter, he won. Surtyr warns him not to get cocky. This was only a copy, and the real one won't fall so easily. Not long after, Surtyr fades away. The system announces that Hoon cleared the last Big 3 mission and the hidden route, earning bonus rewards, unbelievable performance, and an item called Surtyr's Undying Flames. Nearby, Sayo is relieved it's finally over. The cat watching from afar realizes Hoon never needed help after all. He finds Hoon interesting and likes how badly he wants to grow stronger. Hill replies that Hoon is only a vessel. The cat doesn't buy that, pointing out that she's the one always watching him. He also says it's still too soon to let the Asur know about the boy, and for now they should help him grow strong enough to kill Odin, the Asur's leader. Meanwhile, Hoon receives the S rank, the Elfi's Thundersteps, tied to a human who rose to the rank of a god of light. The item boosts strength and dexterity and grants an S rank skill called Step of Light. Hoon is stunned by how good it is, but then he notices Xiaobei making a strange face. That makes him wonder if she's hiding something. So he uses subordination and forces her to her reward, Rosqua's Seal, which raises strength and gives the skill courage. It resists fear and boosts dexterity too, while Xiaobei complains that he's using subordination on her again. Hoon doesn't care about her item much. What he really wants is her Cognition Accelerant skill, though he decides to wait since he can call on her anytime. Soon after, Bruin appears to congratulate them, but just as they're about to leave, he calls Hoon the Great Adversary, the same title Hill and the other gods use. Hoon is caught off guard. When he turns to ask why, Bruin is already gone. Outside, Everyone waits for the dungeon to end until the barrier finally breaks. As the two survivors emerge, the crowd erupts in celebration. But Sun Bae-nim pushes forward. They need answers from the survivor. When he gets to the front, Jae-hun is gone, shocking everyone. Sun Bae-oh is left alone on stage, frozen with all eyes on her. When Jae-hun arrives, he suggests Jae-hun may have hidden himself if he's an assassin. Sun Bae-nim argues that's impossible because Agent Kim Jae-hun said Jae-hun is a magic type, specifically a battle mage. Meanwhile, Shongun is impressed that Jae-hun vanished right after pulling off something so huge. Later, Jae-hun is relieved to find no articles online about what happened. He figures the Lotus Guild covered it up. The reason he escaped so easily was the Elfire Thunder steps, which made him absurdly fast. He also got Surtur's Undying Flames from the mission, a one-time item that can add a flame attribute to a weapon. Still, the fight with Surtur makes Jae-hun realize he's not strong enough yet. He doesn't want to keep tricks, or by depending on someone beside him. He wants to become the kind of person others are afraid to challenge. He wants to bury his weak past and protect his friends and family. So he decides to get much stronger. Elsewhere, Chairman Zhao Bei takes on the job of reporting everything about Zhao Beijun to Instructor Zhang Yesu, promising she won't let him down. After she leaves, Zhao Bei-tian thinks about the next event with excitement. There, he plans to wipe out every dirty obstacle in his way. Pictures of several students lie on the floor, each face marked with an X. The next morning, Zhao Bei-tian explains to the girls why he was unreachable the day before. Yujing thought he had been ignoring all her calls and texts on purpose, but Zhao Bei-tian says that wasn't it. Ina, on the other hand, asks if he got hurt anywhere, and he tells her he's fine. Yujing can't help thinking he has terrible luck to keep ending up in messes like this, and she wonders if God just hates him. Then Suyuk walks over to them. He says he spotted that annoying face of Zhao Bei-tian's here. Xiao Bajuang warns him that cheap tricks won't work this time. When Yujing asks who this weird guy is, Zhao Bei Xiao Bajuang says he has no idea. That makes Zhu H snap, and he yells that he's Li Shuyuk. Instructor Jifu immediately tells him to lower his voice, so he grudgingly backs down. Once she steps up front, Yesu introduces herself to the class. She says she'll be teaching the first part of magic calculations. Then she asks everyone to work hard, because she plans to teach them properly. Zhao Bei Zhuang notices she looks pretty young for an instructor, and Yesu asks how they know about magic. Suyuk answers that magic uses calculations to control mana and create supernatural effects. The instructor says that's right, and Suyuk shoots Zhao Bei-yun a smug look. After that, Yesu passes out books with basic D-rank magic formulas, and the core ideas behind higher-level magic, which is what they'll study. As soon as the books are handed out, some students complain that the pages are blank. Zhao Bei-yun knows they aren't, so when Yesu asks if he can tell her what's inside, he says it's written in rune. That answer irritates it. Also surprises Yesu, since this magic text can only be read after solving its calculations. Most new students need a week just to see the words, but Zhao Bei-yun read it at a glance. Right away she realizes he's far more gifted than the chairman said. To test him further, she asks about the rune on the cover. Zhao Bei-yun himself doesn't understand why reading it is so easy. He can't if it's the Nornir system helping him or the fate of the Asur. Still, he answers that the cover says Odine's life and the basics of rune. Back at her apartment, Xiao complains that Zhao Bei-yun, that bastard, made her walk so much her legs still hurt. She's also mad that she had to face the reporters alone and explain what happened in the theme dungeon. Before leaving, Zhao Bei-yun made it impossible for her to reveal anything about his skill by using subordination on her. Just thinking about it makes her furious. She keeps wondering when he'll release her from. Then she realizes she can just go find him, and that gives her a nasty idea. Later, Zhao Bei-yun reads the book Yesu gave him and ends up liking it more than he expected. He learns that a formula changes depending on how it's used. With that deeper grasp of the basics, he can use low-rank magic in more ways, and reach higher levels faster. Then he notices Yujing drop over from exhaustion. Even so, he praises her for managing to read the title on the cover. She groans that it's annoying since she was the one who taught him magic. Jae-yoon just jokes that the student beat the teacher. At the same time, Aina happily says she can finally read the first page. He tells her she worked hard. That simple praise makes her blush, so she hides her face behind the book. Jae-yoon notices Aina has been acting different around him and wonders if it's because of the line he drew after they left the dungeon. Outside the library, Odin's crow watches the students, then flies off to report back to Odin. Later, Jae-yoon-sung starts a naming contest for his potion shop. The winner gets a box of top-quality potions. Jae-yoon, Aina, Yujing, Jae-sung, and Jae-yoon sit together at the table, but they quickly realize naming it is harder than expected. Aina says maybe it's because there are barely any potion shops around. Yujing wonders what happens if the place gets no customers. Jae-sung says raiders care most about staying alive, so a potion shop can't really fail. He reminds them how well the potions worked before and says this business could change everything. A few days earlier, Jae-yoon had been thinking that raiders do anything to get stronger, but in the end, money matters even more than effort. Since he returned to the past, he knows he has tons of chances in business and investing, because he knows what's coming. Right now, he wants Jae-yoon on his side, since in the future, Jae-yoon will control half the potion business in the world. Then Sei suddenly bursts into their meeting. She immediately complains that Jae-yoon broke his promise. He wonders how she even found him, then remembers the system told him that the Yujing asks why he'd blackmail a kid like that, but Jae-yoon just tells Sei to sit down so he can borrow her brain. A few minutes later, Sei suggests the name Heavenly Demon Potion, and Jae-yoon uses subordination to shut her up, because he thinks the name is awful. The others throw out ideas too, but none of them impress him. He even thinks dungeon monsters could do better. Before long, Yoon-young gets mad that he isn't asking for her ideas. He avoided it because he figured hers would be bad too, but he lets her try. She suggests workshop elixir. That makes Jae-yoon think of the word elixir, another name for the Philosopher's Stone, known for healing wounds and even reviving the dead. He instantly loves it. For the first time, Jae-yoon even thanks Yoon-young for saving them. Later, during one of Instructor Yesu's classes, Jae-yoon answers that rune is both the language and the base of magic. He gets it completely right, which only makes Suyuk more annoyed. When class ends, Jae-yoon goes to Yesu with a question about something he read. The moment she sees the book in his hand, she tenses up. It is a 4-star magic text, something even most instructors can't read well. At that point, she starts wondering what kind of monster Jae-yoon is. Later, he heads to the library and realizes he's stuck on the book. Even Instructor Yesu couldn't help much. What he doesn't notice is that the librarian nearby is writing notes about him, especially that he's reading a 4-star magic text. After leaving the library, Jae-yoon goes to his teacher for help understanding it. He explains that creation means making new magic, destruction means removing or denying magic, and amplification means strengthening it. The formulas and theories are so advanced that he can't grasp them alone. Until now, he relied on Odin's eye to read these texts, but this time he has to truly understand them. After hearing him out, Seung-gun says she can't give him a clear answer either. When he asks why, she explains that he has to understand 4-star magic concepts by himself if he wants to reach the level of an A rank raider. Seeing that he's still lost, she decides to at least show him one way to start learning amplification. She creates a cloth in her hand and gives it to him, and Jae-yoon is glad it might help him get stronger. Later, Jae-yoon returns to the AR battle room and fights monsters with the sash his teacher gave him tied to his wrist. He's already worn out, but he still activates magic. Arrow and fires at the monsters. They cut the arrows down with ease. Seung-gun had told him to keep casting one spell over and over while wearing the item. It's called Gleipnir, a B rank item. This imitation was modeled after the string that sealed Fenrir, and when worn, it cuts all stats by 50% for a while. Her advice was simple: focus on one skill and keep studying its formula again and again. When Jae-yoon asked what that had to do with amplification, she said he'd have to figure that out himself. Now in the present, his whole body feels heavy and sluggish from the stat drop, and it's even worse than he expected. A few days later, Yoon-young notices the dark circles under Jae-yoon's eyes and asks if he's okay. He says he thinks so, but she points out she can smell the pain relief patch on him and knows he's been living in the AR test room for a week. Looks worried, and Yoon-young says overworking himself like this is bad. Jae-yoon thanks her for caring, but reminds them the quiz is in 2 days. He says they still haven't decoded the book, and if they fail they might get stuck with extra classes. The second they hear that, both girls run off to study. Soon after, Jae-yoon goes back to the AR battle room again and clears test level 41 perfectly. The Norner system tells him his understanding of the formula has risen a lot, greatly boosting magic arrow's efficiency. That raises magic arrow to level 2, and Jae-yoon finally understands what amplification in the 4-star text means. It's improving a skill by mastering it and understanding its formula better. He figures he's now around the top of B rank or the entry point of a rank. Just like say Hyun-gun said they first came together to use each other. But now it really feels like a true teacher and student bond. Meanwhile, instructor So-ki goes to see the chairman. The chairman clearly isn't happy to see him. So-ki knows he has to fix his ruined reputation after the mock dungeon disaster. He reports that the guild experience event is fully prepared. The chairman asks if there are any problems with it. So-ki says there are none. That makes the chairman give a dark little smirk, making it obvious he has something nasty planned. Elsewhere, Jae-yoon heads into the woods and asks the hidden watcher if they're coming out, or if he has to drag them out himself. A flash of light appears, and a strange figure like one of Odin's crows dives at him. Jae-yoon slips aside, then kicks it hard enough to send it tumbling into a tree. He tells the creature it must not have heard what happened to the last one that tried to kill him. Out of nowhere, Jae-yoon spots more creatures dropping in from above to ambush him. That tells him Chairman Jae-yoon is making moves already. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare attack him inside the academy. He summons magic arrows around himself and warns them they picked the wrong target. Then he unleashes them, blasting the bird like monsters back. But then he sees something that makes his stomach drop. One of the creatures is Min Songal, his father, who says it's been a long time. Jae-hain is instantly filled with rage. He fires several lightning chains straight at him, but Songal dodges with ease. Then his father puts a hand on his sword and sends a slash flying at him. Jae-hain can't get away in time and takes a cut to his side, mostly because he never even saw the sword get drawn. The attack carves a deep trench into the ground, and if he hadn't moved at the last second, it would have split him in two. After a brief silence, Songal says he looked forward to meeting again. But Jae-yoon has gotten a lot more hostile. Jae-yoon snaps back. He should stop calling him son because he never saw him as a father. Songal acts surprised and calls it a rebellious phase. But Jae-yoon tells him to quit the nonsense and say why he's here. Songal studies him for a moment and realizes he really has the power of the prophecy. Still, he figures that power must have limits. Then he asks if the resistance against the Asur has contacted him. Jang Hoon's shocked face is all the answer he needs. Songal immediately sends more sword slashes at him. But Jang Hoon throws up a barrier just in time. Even so, the slashes break through and scorch part of his clothes. Jang Hoon can't help wondering if this is what a rank raider is really like. His father admits he's gotten stronger. But Jang Hoon is still stuck on one question. How does he know about the Asur and what else has he been hiding? He finally asks if he came to kill him and Songal says no. But in his mind, the great adversary is growing way too fast, and soon he'll be a huge problem for both his plans and the Asur. So he decides to cripple that growth with divine power, telling Jang Baohin he'll take his limbs. He strengthens his slash and sends a massive strike at him. Jang Baohin can only stand there as the attack rushes in. Then the cat that had spoken with Hell suddenly stops it. Jang Baohin asks if the contract between the Asur and the resistance has been broken, or if this cat has chosen to oppose Odin. The cat calmly says it has no idea what he's talking about. Jang Baohin is thrown off by the fact that the cat just talked it all. A moment later, it transforms into a woman and tells Songal to leave. They still have business with this child. From her manner alone, Jang Baohin can tell she's even stronger than Songal. At this point, he has no clue what's happening. When Songal asks if she really wants to make this worse, she cuts herself and lets drops of blood fall to the ground. Those drops turn into giant monstrous hands that attack him. Songal blocks them, but the hands only grow bigger and hit harder. While fighting them off, he says Loki must have gotten so weak that he's relying on a mere human to end the war of the gods. She fires right back that he's just a mere human too, one trying to kill Odin, so he's not any different. In the end, Jaehyun's father decides to retreat. Before leaving, he warns that if she interferes again, he'll make her pay for breaking the Asur contract. She tells him to try if he wants, but reminds him she can cut off his head whenever she pleases, if he gets in her way too. After leaving a mark on his neck, she adds that the contract only exists between the Asur and the Resistance Asur. There is nothing in it that says Odin's crow can't be killed. Not long after that, Xiaobei disappears. Jaehyun, badly hurt, collapses to the ground. The woman walks over and says it's nice to meet him. She introduces herself as Hella's alter ego, and says she's both his observer and his guide for the 5 trials. Later, Jaehyun returns to the academy to recover. Hella tells him he can ask whatever he wants and she'll answer what she can, so he asks who Xiaobei really is. She reveals he isn't Xiaobei's real father. His true name is Hugin. Hugin is one of Odin's crows, a being that controls and feeds on the human mind, using memory powers borrowed from another crow. Munin, Hugin stayed near Zhao Beihun while pretending to be his father so he could watch the prophesied great adversary. Zhao Beihun is stunned to hear that Xiaoga was never his real dad, so Hella says showing him will be easier than explaining it. She points at him, unlocking his sealed memories. In a flashback, he returns to his childhood home. There, he sees the man he remembered as his father, calling him useless and cursing the day he was born. That man hated the fact that he awakened, and once Jaehyun gained mana, his life became full of beatings and cruel words. Through it all, his mother kept trying to shield him. Suddenly, Jaehyun struggles to breathe and realizes he's forgotten something he never should have forgotten. Then happier memories start coming back. Memories of his real father. He remembers how his real dad used to sneak him sweets when his mother wasn't looking, and how happy their family once was. Tears start running down his face, looking at a picture of his real father. He breaks down crying, unable to understand how he ever forgot him. Once his memories return, he comes back to the present. Hella tells him the memory tampering is finally gone. With tears still in his eyes, he asks why Xiang Bao did this to him. She says it was because he was born as the fated great adversary. Hearing that title again only frustrates Zhao Yun. He demands to know what it really means and why it's ruined his life. After a short pause, Hella begins explaining what happened 10,000 years ago. That's when the first Ragnarok began. Ragnarok is the end of the gods, the final chapter of their story. During it, the Resistance Asur alliance fought in the War of Extinction. But they were defeated by the Asur gods and the Valkyrie-led army. After that, Odin let the surviving gods and giants live, but only if they signed a contract saying the Resistance had lost Ragnarok. From then on, they could never harm the Asur and had to obey Odin. That contract brought suffering to countless beings across many worlds. Until the 3 sisters of Norn gave a prophecy. They said that 10,000 years later, when the second extinction comes, the weakest being will destroy Odin and Asgard and open a new world, and that great adversary is Zhao Yun. Once Zhao Yun confirms the Resistance plans to use him to kill Odin, he asks what Odin wants from all this. Hele says Odin wants every one of the 9 realms under his control, including Midgard, the human world. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin is annoyed that he even has to keep watch over an inferior being because of a prophecy. Himdall, standing nearby, says Zhao Yun is just a human and could never compare to them. Still, since the Resistance Asur are moving with purpose and they can't afford to look weak, Odin gives Himdall temporary authority. Himdall is pleased. It's been a while since he's had a reason to leave Asgard. Sometime later, Zhao Yun heads to the gym to train, thinking back on what Hele told him about the 9 realms. Odin has already taken over several of them, including Vanaheimr, Jotunheimer, Svartalfheimr, and Muspelheimer. Now he wants the rest through the Second War. In the flashback, Zhao Yun asks why Odin hasn't already killed him, and Hele explains it's because the power of prophecy protects him. Even the gods can't simply overpower it. But that protection won't last forever. Once the second Ragnarok gets close, it will disappear. At that point, the Asur will kill him, and Hele says they already did once. Zhao Yun suddenly realizes the death from his past life was part of Odin's plan from the start. They killed his family, twisted his memories, and turned his life into hell. Hele asks if he wants revenge and wants to protect what matters most. She reminds him she's the guide for the 5 trials, and says she'll give him a trial to shape him into the one who can kill Odin. Then the Nornir system pops up with a main quest called God Murderer's Path. To stop Odin's ambition, he has to receive the power of the Resistance Asur throne. He already cleared Hele's trial, but 4 more trials of unknown difficulty remain before he can gain the throne's blessing. Meanwhile, Hoyen pushes through special training until his whole body aches. The training helped him gain an S-rank skill, but it's still brutal on him. He remembers Zhao Yun is already far ahead of him, and he's nowhere near strong enough to beat him at the Mills Festival. Even so, he decides to keep training. Then an announcement suddenly calls him to the Chairman's office. There, Chairman Zhao Yun talks with the congressman about removing all the lower-ranked students so their support can go only to the top-ranked ones. Zhao Yun tells the man to handle the rest once those students are gone. But the congressman pushes back, saying the mock exams already got too messy, and Raider Management Headquarters will step in soon. Zhao Yun feels the man can't keep up with him, and even considers getting rid of him too. He then says the preparations are finished, and in a few days, during the Guild Experience event, they're going to force open a gate. That catches the congressman's attention, and he says the country will send the support money to Mills like they discussed before. Not long after, Ho Yun is called in and gets nervous, still shaken by what happened in the demiplane. He suspects the chairman was the one who invaded his mind there and caused the mock dungeon incident too. As he knocks on the chairman's door, he reminds himself not to do anything reckless. He can't take this on by himself. Later in class, Zhao Yun drifts back to what Hela told him. In that memory, she warns him Odin likely already knows he contacted the resistant Asur force, so Ragnarok may start sooner than expected. Instructor Yeshu ends class and tells everyone to wake up the ones sleeping, including Inna, because she has an announcement. She says the guild experience starts in 3 days, and it'll let them see how raider guilds operate and hunt monsters. She also mentions a guild specially arranged by Chairman Jae. Jae-yoon hates the idea of going to any guild picked by Jae-yoon, and he remembers how, in his past life, he visited some new, a ranked guild, sat on a nasty old couch for a minute, then left. But things are different now. His achievements give him more choices. He plans to go to Neptune, the top guild in Korea, before his regression. Then Instructor Yisu starts reading the guild priority list. Guilds can invite students they want in exchange for special points. Yisu announces that Jae-yoon, Inna, Yu-young and 3 others were picked by, while Yisu Yuk got chosen by Neptune. Yu-young is thrilled to hear she got into Lotus. Jae-yoon finally understands why their teacher asked for the names of the strongest students. Yu-young gets so emotional about meeting Guild Master Yu-young, in that she nearly chokes Inna with a hug. But she stops when the 3 of them get an emergency message from Ho Yun, telling them to come to Jae-song's workshop. Once they all gather there, Ho Yun reveals Chairman Jae-yoon's plan: kill the lower-ranked students during the guild experience to force reawakenings. Jae-song says the chairman's corruption comes up every year, but now he's gone so far he's treating lives like toys. Jae-yoon realizes this event is far more dangerous than he thought. Ho Yun says they're the only ones who know, but Jae-yoon warns that rushing in could just get them all killed, even if saving people is the right thing. Silence hangs over the table. Then Yu-young asks why they're even hesitating when students' lives are at stake. Jae-yoon backs her up, and Inna does too. That actually makes Jae-yoon glad. To him, this urge to fight and protect people is what makes them true raiders. Right then, the system gives him another main quest, second turning point. Its goal is to stop Jae-yoon's greedy scheme and save the students. With a plus difficulty, the rewards are a blank card and a sealed magic text, and the Nornir system says the resistant Asur are watching what he chooses. So Jae-yoon tells the group they need a plan to bring Chairman Jae-yoon down for good. Later, Instructor Yusu is stunned when Jae-yoon says he's already mastered a 4-star magic text. She can't believe it, and then it hits her that he's dangerous, and something about him is deeply wrong. She knows the chairman wants to use him like a chess piece, but she no longer believes Jae-yoon can be controlled. Then Jae-yoon notes that she looks pretty shaken after teaching him so much and asks if she's planning to report all this to that bastard Jae-yoon again. The moment she demands to know how he found out, he uses his brainwashing skill on her and says he needs a favor. It works. That confirms what he suspected. He's stronger than her now. His way to win is to seize control from the inside. So he orders Yusu to tell him every dirty trick Jae-yoon has planned for the guild experience. 3 days later, the guild experience begins. Young can barely contain herself over getting to visit the Lotus Guild. Soon, Manager Sung-jae welcomes the students and says he'll guide them for the day. He takes them through the guild until they reach Guildmaster Sunggun, who is waiting for them. A little later, they sit down for tea and snacks. Young is so overwhelmed she can hardly lift her head, and finally asks the Guildmaster for an autograph because she's such a huge fan. Sunggun signs it and says people like Yu-young inspire her too. When she tells Jae-yoon, it seems like he's already made plenty of friends. Ho-yoon asks if he already knows the Guildmaster. She then tells them Jae-yoon is her student, and Yu-young nearly loses her mind. Sunggun says she's heard a lot about all of them from Jae-yoon, and invited them because of him. She explains that Lotus and a few other guilds already know about Jaehoon's corruption. But his power is so overwhelming they haven't been able to act. Most of his abilities are secret. Even Sunggun admits she doesn't know much about them. At the same time, other students are being led through a different guild. One of them, Sungchan, thinks the others were idiots for looking down on him and calling him untalented. Now he believes things have changed, because the chairman personally chose him after finally seeing his potential to become a great raider someday. Then a girl stops Sunggun and asks if he also thinks this place feels strange. When he asks why, she points out that a real raider guild should have all kinds of facilities, but this one feels like it's been abandoned for ages. He looks around too, notices the stacked boxes and cobwebs, and starts to worry. Just then, the guide says they've arrived. When he turns around, his face burns away and reveals instructor Soki underneath. Soki hadn't expected his disguise skill to wear off so quickly, and decides he has no choice but to start early. He instantly activates a bright pink magic circle under the students and bids them goodbye. They panic and try to run. Meanwhile, Jaehoon's group uses the mana map Sunggun gave them to track the strange energy. But when they reach a building that looks abandoned instead of like a real guild, they wonder if they came to the wrong place. Behind them, Jaehoon speaks to manager Sungjae through telepathy and confirms he's following them. When Sungjae asks how he learned telepathy so fast, Jaehoon casually says he read a few magic texts. Sungjae is impressed, since telepathy is nowhere near that easy. Back at the Yunhwa Guild, Guildmaster Sunggun senses a dark mana wave nearby. She remembers Jaehoon telling her that the guild Jaehoon planned to use was called Cain. Sunggun recognizes it as a guild Jaehoon created himself, and finds it strange since Cain is in Central Seoul, close to Lotus, causing a huge incident that openly doesn't seem like his style. So Jaehoon had told her the information came from one of Jaehoon's own people. In the present, she asks Hannah if she investigated the guild Jaehoon set up. And Hannah says yes, the Cain Guild is actually a ghost guild. That means it's used for things like tax evasion and other shady deals. No proper activity records. After hearing that, Shangun thinks Jaehoon was right, though she still can't tell what Jaehoon is planning. Just in case, she tells Hannah to get her gear ready. Meanwhile, the students enter the Cain Guild. Yoojung says this can't be the place because it looks deserted, but Jaehoon tells her this is exactly where the rotten mana is coming from. The energy he senses feels wrong, and he thinks he may have to handle this with manager Sungjae. As they move deeper in, they detect traces of advanced magic that was just wild. They search the area. The pink energy appears again, and Jaehoon yells for everyone to get out now. Too late, they're trapped inside the magic circle and can't move. A voice calls them fools and sends them to Svartalfheimr, the realm of the Dark Elves. As the transfer begins, the Nornir system warns Jaehoon that this dungeon is far above his level and he should escape immediately. Elsewhere, the Dark Elf leader orders his followers to rise. It's time to feed on new prey. The group is soon thrown into Svartalfheimr, and Jaehoon remembers that Norse myth. Dark Elves were said to have power close to the gods. Those powers weakened once this place became a dungeon. Boyun is shocked that Chairman Jaehoon can use teleportation magic on this level and wonders what he really is. Jaehoon agrees. A normal human shouldn't be able to interfere with the transfer system of the 9 realms. That means someone else is involved, and everyone realizes how bad their situation is. They're still trying to process it all. When manager Sungjae suddenly appears, he says Jaehoon told him to come if anything went wrong, and Yoojung is instantly relieved, thinking they might survive after. But Sungjae quickly says his presence doesn't make things safe. Even a rank raiders struggle to stay alive in the Dark Elves world, and if they drop their guard, they'll all die. Jaehoon agrees there isn't any perfect way to clear this dungeon, at least not in this timeline. Still, he's seen plenty of clear guides from the future, so he promises they'll get out alive. First, he says they need to find the survivors. Meanwhile, Chairman Jaehoon meets Boyun's father, Mr. Insukwa, who complains that Jaehoon is breaking his promise to make Boyun much stronger. Jaehoon tells him not to worry. Boyun will come out on top next time. But Mr. N sees Jaehoon for the snake he is, and asks how Boyun could lose to a student from the magic class during the freshman hunt. The chairman finally tells him about Jaehoon, a genius born with 97 magic aptitude. That number stuns Mr. N, and he decides to leave. It turns out Insukwa was once a military officer, and his strong ties to the central government make him useful to Jane. Even so, That alone isn't enough for Jane to step into this new matter, because he won't join a game he knows he'll lose. Back in the Dark Elf world, Anna tries to light the area with her flash skill, since it's pitch black. But Jaehyun stops her and uses a level 3 flash instead, shining much brighter. Yoojung is shocked, so Jaehyun explains he upgraded flash from D rank, and I can't believe it, since skills normally only level up after someone reaches a rank. Woyun is stunned that Jaehyun is already this advanced. As they head on, manager Sung Jae keeps thinking about Jaehyun's skill growth, and wonders how he's never seen anything like it, despite training so many young raiders. Quietly, he starts asking himself just how far Jaehyun can go. After going deeper into the dungeon, Jaehyun suggests a short break, and Sung Jae agrees. They've been walking a long time and dark elves can easily snuff out flash anyway. So Jaehyun turns the light off and lets everyone adjust to the dark. The students drink mana potions. Jae-sung had prepared earlier to recover their energy. When Hoizian says the survivors should be somewhere past the fork, Jaehyun scans the dungeon with mana perception. He senses the center path leads to the boss room, but then catches something flying at them and snatches an arrow before it can pierce Ione's chest. Jaehyun activates absolute calculation, and everyone braces for battle as dark elves close in from all sides. For a second, they just stare as Jaehyun crushes the arrow in his hand. Yu Weiyung quickly throws up a mana field around the group while Aina uses slow to hinder the elves. Then she summons her radiant divine sword and attacks. At the same time, Hoizian uses martial arts polar extreme to draw attention and open chances for the others. Once he gives the sign, manager Sung Jae lunges at a dark elf with his dagger and clashes with it directly. Jaehyun joins the fight too, activating lightning chain, now level 5, and lashes multiple elves at once. From the future clear guide for Svartalfheim, he knows dark elf weapons and armor are made of magic, so absolute calculation can break them all. He tells Yu Weiyung and Aina to use only fire magic, and they follow his lead even without knowing why. When one elf hurls a spear at him, Jaehyun tells Hoizian to use provocation to make the enemies easier to read while he burns the spear away with fire. Hoizian draws the monster's focus with provoke, and Jaehyun tells Sung Jae to finish the elves whose movements have slowed. Sung Jae does just that, though he starts wondering how much Jaehyun knows about dark elves, using level 5 stealth to erase his presence. Sung Jae rips through dark elf flesh. At the same time, Jaehyun uses fire, strike, and blows one of them apart. Yu Weiyung follows with Flame of Eternity, forming a huge fireball that covers much of the area and forces the elves to shift. As the dark elves rush in, Aina fires back with a flame arrow and drops them. One elf can't believe these humans know their weakness, and then Hoizian's sword bursts through his back and out his chest. The elf rages that a human dared to strike him, but the moment he turns toward Hoizian, Jengale's lightning Chan finishes him. Soon the fight is over, and Jae-yoon says they need to keep moving. They're running out of time. He can still feel some survivors' mana, and he's afraid they'll die if they arrive too late. Back at the academy, Chairman Jae-yoon scolds instructor Suk Ji-ai for ruining things again. Suk Ji-ai apologizes and says he never expected outsiders to enter the guild building. But Jae-yoon doesn't accept that excuse. Suk Ji-ai insists they can still cover it up since people often die when gates appear suddenly. But the chairman calls that nonsense. Suk Ji-ai suddenly coughs up blood, and Jae-yoon reminds him the transfer spell can't move civilians with no mana, so mana users must have gone in. He coldly tells Suk Ji-ai to pray this ends cleanly, because if any student comes back alive, he's finished. As the pressure grows, blood starts pouring from Suk Ji-ai's nose and eyes. Meanwhile, Guild Master Shong-gun rushes out toward the Kane Guild to inspect the sinister mana. She figures the spell is at least S rank, which means the kids and Shong-gun are in real danger. Still, her earring hasn't reacted yet, so she knows no one is dead. As she leaves, she tells Hannah to call the association by morning, if she hasn't returned. Riding her bike, Shong-gun swears she won't forgive Jae-yoon if he harms any of her people. Elsewhere, Song-chun is badly hurt, and his friends help carry him as they try to escape. Then they stumble and the girl breaks down, saying they have to find a way out. She blames herself for everything and calls herself useless. Then someone puts a hand on her shoulder, and it's Jae-yoon. He tells her she did well and says they'll handle the rest. Not long after, she passes out, and they use potions on her and Song-chun to wake them. When Shong-tan comes to, They tell him he's in Svartalfheim, the land of the Dark Elves. Jae-yoon asks what happened, and they say they fell down here after reaching the Cane Guild. Dark Elves ambushed them and dragged the others away, while Shong-tan and the girl managed to stay hidden, but they eventually collapsed from mana overdose. From the way she talks, Jae-yoon can tell she sees herself as a coward and wishes she'd died fighting beside her classmates. But Jae-yoon thinks that's just arrogance. Facing an enemy you can't beat is movie stuff, not real life. He remembers how, in his past life, he also had to run from his teammates. So he tells Shong-tan and the girl that the captured students aren't their fault. When Jae-yoon asks where the others were taken, the girl says they were brought to the king who rules the Dark Elves. He also asks who brought them here, and Shong-tan says it was instructor So-ki. After thinking for a moment, Jae-yoon tells the group to wait while he goes on Yu-young immediately objects and asks what he's planning. Jae-yoon says he can feel dark mana from the same direction the others were taken, so that's probably where the boss is, and the other's energy is fading fast. Yu-young says he's insane and will get killed, and Ina agrees they should stay together. But for some reason, Ho-yun sides with Jae-yoon. Jae-yoon explains they can't beat Dark Elves in 1-on-1 fights, and someone has to stay behind to guard the injured. Yu-young wants to argue more, but she falls silent because she has no better plan. Shong Chao reluctantly agrees, too, telling Jae-yoon to come back at once if things get dangerous. Shong Chao lived the others in Shong Chao's care, and Shong Chao promises he'll protect them with everything he has. As Jae-yoon heads deeper in, Shong Chan's friend worries whether he'll be okay, and Shong Chao reassures her that Jae-yoon is strong. Nearby, Yu-young wipes away her tears and tells Ina that Jae-yoon will be fine when she sees Ina is shaken, too. Suddenly, Shong Jae senses something, orders everyone to stay quiet. The enemy is coming. As he reaches for his daggers, a beam of energy flashes past his head and tears deep into him, dropping him to the ground. Then the Dark Elves step in, and one powerful elf says these humans have been buzzing around like flies. Meanwhile, Jae-yoon keeps advancing, and knows he has to end this fast in case something happens behind him. He opens a massive door and finds the king, who's been waiting for him, and has a special welcome ready. Just as Jae-yoon is about to speak, his earring starts burning, and he realizes the manager's presence is fading. Before he can move, the door shuts behind him, and the king says he won't leave unless he survives a fight against his soldiers. Jae-yoon is torn. He has to save the others, but then he remembers Ho-yun's promise, and chooses to trust them while he handles this. The Dark Elf King mocks him and asks what he plans to do, so Jae-yoon raises a wall of fire around himself and tells him they're all going to die here. Outside, Shong Chao is still on the ground is in awful shape, maybe even poisoned. That means these monsters know exactly how to target an assassin-type raider's weakness. The elf leader calls his sword back to his hand and says he'll deal with the smaller pests, now that the most annoying one is down. Ho-yun realizes they waited for Jae-yoon to leave before attacking, and adds that the guild master must have sensed Sung Jae going down. She remembers Sung Jian gave Jae-yoon an Evaldi earring that would alert her if any of them were in danger, and she'd promised to come in an emergency. Inside the Dark Elf Palace, Jae-yoon burns with fury and actual fire as he tears through the Dark Elves. Wrapped in flames, he marches straight at them, then notices blood around their mouths. So he tells them they're gonna cough up whatever they just ate. Jae-yoon remembers the determined look on Ho-yun's face, the look of someone crazy enough to accept the choice he's made. That look reminds Jae-yoon of his best friend from his past life, and the friends who died in the mock dungeon. Because of that, he can't trust eyes like that. Outside, Yu-young spreads a mana field, while Ina summons radiant holy swords and sends them at the Dark Elves. Their leader mocks them for struggling so hard, and says they'll just end up as part of the king's meal before ordering the attack. Ina notices how fast he is, but Hoi-in steps in and blocks the strike with his shield. Then he uses Polar Extreme and slashes back hard enough to push the elf away. That makes the leader admit humans aren't completely worthless. Hoi-in can already tell the squad is far stronger than the Dark Elves they fought before. So when the leader comes closer, he asks what he is. The elf introduces himself as Kel, captain of the and a royal by blood. That shocks everyone. A royal dark elf should be above a rank. Hoi-in remembers the day he first met Jae-yoon, when Jae-yoon stood in front of him to protect him. That fearless attitude became the dream Hoi, and wants to reach, and he refuses to die here. No matter what, he has to catch up to Jae-yoon. Then Hoi-an suddenly throws away his shield, stunning everyone as he walks straight at Kel. To him, this is what he should have done from the start because a raider carries more than one heart, so he opens his upper, middle, and lower chi centers. The burst of mana is so intense that Kel is hurt just from facing. Kel shields himself and demands to know how Hoi-an can do this. But Hoi-an says nothing and activates unity of body and sword. Blood spills from his mouth right away. An Aad begs him to stop, as the system warns the skill is too advanced for him, and his blood flow has reversed. If he doesn't cancel it now, he'll die in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Seeing that, Kel orders his soldiers to take Hoi-an alive, even if they have to cut off his limbs. Still, Hoi-an keeps the skill active and faces them head-on. He earned this S-rank skill through training, but his body still can't handle. It's a technique for swordsmen at the very peak, where body and blade become one. When the soldiers charge, Hoi-an knocks them aside with ease and goes straight for Kel. Their swords crash together, and Hoi-an quickly realizes he's still below Kel. He only reached this new level in an unstable way, so all he can do is buy time and keep fighting. Kel laughs at his struggle, saying he can already see how bad Hoi-an's condition is. Even so, Hoi-an won't back down. He has a promise to keep. He tells Kel he'd never understand, then charges with a direct strike, but Kel slips aside and attacks from the flank. Hoi-an's sharpened senses catch it just in time, letting him dodge the counter. Kel calls him a rat, but Hoi-an jumps back in and nearly overwhelms him. Then his body finally starts breaking apart. The system warns him to stop at once. His muscle fibers are tearing loose, and his blood channels are twisting. As pain tears through him, Kel moves in to finish it, but Hoi-an still blocks the blow. He coughs and gasps as his body reaches its limit. Even then, he keeps the skill going and prepares one last attack. He unleashes a massive mana blast that rips through the ground. It does hit a dark elf, but Hoi-an realizes too late that Kel used another elf as a shield. The dying soldier calls for his captain, and Kel coldly says he was useful. As Hoi-an drops to the ground, coughing up blood, he calls Kel a coward. Before he can say more, Kel rushes in and drives his sword through him. Yujung breaks down in tears as she screams Hoi-an's name. Inside the palace, Jiayajung keeps tearing through dark elves with chains of fire. He still hasn't freed the captured students. And remembering he asked Hoi-an to hold out for just 10 minutes makes him worry, right? Then, a dark elf rushes him with a spear. Jiayajung waits until he's close and burns his face point blank. The dark elf king just laughs as he watches. He calls Jiayun an idiot and asks if he really thinks he can beat this many soldiers. Jiayun answers with one question: why not? The king calls him an arrogant, worthless human. Jiayun has heard that word his whole life, and he's done with it. Then the dark elves suddenly start gasping for air, while his flames blaze brighter and several collapse. The king yells at his soldiers, asking why they've frozen up, not realizing Jiayun has activated chains of inferno. As they try to move, Xiaoyun cuts down multiple soldiers with flaming chains, and thanks the king for giving him a chance to test his new skill. Hundreds of dark elves are burned by the inferno, and the enraged king curses him. He swears Jiayun won't leave alive after this. But Jiayun walks toward him and asks if he's serious. The king can't believe a human could be this strong, and realizes he can't beat him. Even then, he threatens that Jiayun will regret this, and says the other 7 kings will destroy him, even if he dies here. Before he can keep talking, Jiayun uses Step of Light and crosses the distance in an instant, then punches him in the face. The hit explodes with fire and blasts the king away. Jiayun tells him the other kings are none of his concern. If they're mad, they can come themselves. Back outside, Kel's sword is still buried in Hoi-an's chest, and Dauna can only watch in despair, hating that she was too weak to help. She's about to lose someone again with almost nothing left behind. Kel walks over, grabs her by the throat, and gets ready to devour her. Yujong cries out, while Aina trembles in his grip and tells herself she can't lose. Then a blinding wave of mana floods the area, and Guildmaster Sungrong appears, asking Kel if he hurt them. She tells him to carefully before answering, because if he did, he dies. Her aura fills the whole space, and the dying Hoi-an is relieved he managed to hold on until help came. Sungan asks again if Kel harmed the people on the ground, and the pressure from her aura makes him sweat. From that mana alone, Kel knows he can never beat her, so he decides to use the kids as hostages. He boldly claims the gnarly sight is his masterpiece. And Sungun calmly asks, "Is that so?" She immediately uses sacrifice to heal all of them at once, burning her own life force to do. Kel is stunned. She can cast healing this fast and can't understand what's happening. Then Sungun says she hates it when anyone lays a hand on her people and fires a torrent of energy at him. The blast throws Kel back and eats away his flesh until he starts to vanish. Yujung stares in shock when she realizes Sungun didn't even use a skill, just raw condensed mana. Sungun hurries to Sungun and heals him, stabilizing his condition. The real problem is Hoyan. She sees right away that he's in terrible shape. And when she tries to heal him, her system says the damage is severe and will take time to repair. He forced power past his limit, wrecking his meridians and nerves. If she had arrived a little later, he might never use mana again. She still heals him, though the skill drains her life force so badly she knows she'd be dead already if not for Jaehyun. When Yujung asks about Hoyan, Sungun says he'll live, but he may stay unconscious for a few days. The students are relieved, and Sungun asks where Jaehyun is. They hesitantly tell her he went to the boss room alone. Instead of panicking, she simply says he'll be fine. Yujung protests that he went in by himself, but Sungun says Jaehyun isn't that easy to kill. Since dark elves rely on magic, she knows they're no match for him. Back in the palace, Jaehyun repeats that the other kings can come after him if they want, but only if this king gets out alive first. Bleeding from the face, the king curses that he's losing to a mere human, so he turns and tries to flee to warn his brothers. But as he runs, Xiao Beiyun speeds past him and appears right in front of him. Using lightning chains, Xiao Beiyun binds him and slams his face into the floor. Furious, the Dark Elf King vows he won't die alone. He'll drag Xiao Beiyun to Helheim with him. Then he activates Frozen Earth, a secret technique passed down only to Dark Elf Kings, expecting Xiao Beiyun to panic. Instead, Xiao Beiyun thanks him for the unexpected gift, and the king can't understand why he's smiling. Xiao Beiyun activates a blank card and thanks the king for using that move now. He never expected to pull it out in a place like this. A moment later, he copies Frozen Earth onto the card and uses absolute calculation to break the king's Frozen Earth on the spot. The king can only stare as his attack falls apart. Jaehyun yanks his head up and reminds him, "Know yourself and know your enemy." Then he burns the king's head with fire, and the Nornir system confirms canon. The Dark Elf King has been defeated. With that, he earns the title of the one who killed the king of the Dark Elves. He also gets the ingredient king of Dark Elves' essence, and the gear item king of Dark Elves' pauldron. For clearing the second quest, he receives another blank card and a sealed magic text, along with the skill embodiment of magical artifact. Right after that, he runs to the captured students. He's relieved to find one of them still alive, but his stomach drops when he sees the others are already dead. He quickly uses sacrifice to save the one still breathing. While he heals him, Sun Hun arrives and adds her power to his. She tells him being a healer is a cruel job. The best moment is when nobody needs healing, and the next best is pulling someone back from death's door. Elsewhere in the city, Sun Hun Bershia furious that his whole plan fell apart. He swears that even if they escape the dungeon, they'll still die painfully. Then Jae-yoon suddenly appears at his car window and smashes through the glass to grab him by the throat. With a crazed glare, Jae-yoon curses him for what he did. An hour earlier, the people trapped in the Dark Elf world return through the Kane Guild entrance. Sun Hun thanks Sun Hun for saving them, and she casually says they can join her guild later if they're really that grateful. Yu Young is amazed and says she'd join right away, but Jae-yoon tells her to read the room. She kicks his calves for that and says he doesn't get to talk for the rest of the day, after scaring everyone. Jae-yoon winces, wondering how that hurt so much when her strength stat is low. Sun Hun pulls up in a company van and tells the guild master she rushed over because she couldn't reach her for hours. Sun Hun apologizes and says she'll explain everything later. For now, she asks Hun to take the injured students and the kids back to the guild first. She stays behind because she and Jae-yoon still have something to handle. Hun tells manager Sun Hun Jai to come with them, and Jae-yoon notices Sun Hun Jai's arm is torn up, which catches him off guard. Before he can say anything, Sun Hun Jai speaks to him through telepathy. Don't tell his sister, because it'll be worse if Hana finds out. These siblings clearly have a messy love-hate thing going on. And when Sun Hun Jai hesitates, Hana nearly leaves him behind, forcing him to run into the van. Once they drive away, Jae-yoon and Sun-hun move on Sun-hunber. He's gay who had been watching nearby. He's stunned that they made it out alive, and can't figure out why Sun-hun is here. Panicking, he activates a magic item Chairman Jae-yoon gave him for emergencies. He teleports behind Sun-hun and tries to stab her, but she slips aside with ease. She mocks the item, saying it's pretty weak if it only moves him a few dozen meters. Then she asks why he tried to kill the students and who sent him. Sun-hun Bursus refuses to answer and sneers that mages are inferior anyway. Next he turns on a device Sun-hun recognizes as mana suppression gear, and she says that's just sad. Jae-yoon listens quietly from the side and decides Sun-hun Bursus is useless to him now. Even with the suppression device active, Sun-hun gathers a blast of mana and asks if he really thought something like that could beat her. Jae-yoon then realizes he couldn't sense the magic seal at the Kong Guild earlier because Sun-hun had used the same kind of device there too. Sun-hun tells the instructor she doesn't care if he talks. She already knows Jae-yoon is behind this. She adds that a mana suppression device is easy to break if you flood it with enough mana and promises he's dying here. The mood shifts at once as streaks of lightning form above him and tear through his body. Jae-yoon recognizes the spell as Lightning Call, an A-rank skill whose power depends heavily on the caster, and the way she's using it is on a whole different level. Later, Ainta returns to her lodge and remembers how Jae-yoon saved her by catching the spear meant to kill her. He had even reverse calculated the spell in almost no time, which makes her realize she still has a long way to go. Still, she decides she'll thank him properly later. At the same time, reporters swarm Mills Academy for answers about the incident and demand to speak with Chairman Jae-yoon. Instructor Yosu informs him that the Academy's reputation has taken a hit and people suspect he created the Ghost Guild to abandon the students. Jae-yoon burns with anger, trying to figure out how this happened. Without changing expression, Yosu says journalists are outside and calls her, then asks what to do. Annoyed, he orders a full lockdown and says no one is giving interviews right now. After she leaves, he realizes someone inside Mills must have leaked his plan, and since Sokage is probably dead, he decides to answer with revenge. So the chairman calls someone and offers any price for a media cover-up. A few days later, Jae-yoon bumps into Hoyeon in the hallway on purpose and says he's looking better. Hoyeon smiles and says that's only because of him and the guild master. After a brief pause, Jae-yoon asks why he pushed himself so far. He almost died. Hoyeon can't find the words, so Jae-yoon gently tells him it's enough to keep moving forward with that same heart. He says Hoyeon should do what he wants first and think about the reasons later. But before leaving, he reminds him to take care of himself because the others worry about him. For some reason, that idea gives Hoyeon new energy. Later, Jae-yoon looks over his stats and checks his new A-rank title, the one who killed the king of the Dark Elves. It boosts his mana and attack power against dark-type monsters. But if he equips it, all Dark Elves will target him. He puts it on anyway, and decides to hand the Dark Elf King's essence to Jae-yoon since he loves new ingredients. He also got the active skill realization of Magical Artifact, which lets him create armor in battle using mana. The skill shocks him, so he equips it right away. Jae-yoon realizes its real value isn't the rank but how useful it is. On the black market, even C-rank armor costs tens of millions of won. That means he can make gear worth that much every time he uses it. Then the knife Mistletoe starts reacting, and the system tells him all of its effects are finally unlocked because he met every condition. As a result, he gains the passive skill Genius of Armor Making, which raises the rank of any equipment he creates by 1. Jae-yoon is blown away and finally understands why Mistletoe's full power hadn't shown up before. He simply hadn't met all the requirements yet. With all these new rewards, he decides it's time to start training with them. The next morning, students all over Mosho Bay turn me hourly to prepare for exams. They're so brutal, people call them the grave of students. The tests cover theory and practice, including potion making and pocket-plane dungeon raids broadcast across the whole country. Meanwhile, Hoyoung gets shaken awake by Yu Young, who threatens to beat him up. He hurriedly apologizes, saying he always falls asleep when he reads. Yu Young reminds him they only have a few days until midterms, and warns him not to fail. Nearby, Ina is also struggling to understand the material. Hoyoung realizes both of them are terrible at theory, and Yu Young had offered to tutor them. In the end, both of them give up and say they'll just retake the exams. But Yu Young shuts that down at once and starts explaining the next subjects. A few days later, after one test ends, some students talk about how it went and notice Ina, Yu-young, and Jaehyun chatting together. They assume all three are geniuses who probably finished the test with no effort. When Yu-young asks Ina how she did, Ina suddenly freezes up. Jaehyun and Yu-young tease Ina and Hoyoung, saying books are their natural enemies, which sends Ina chasing them around. Elsewhere, Suyak watches Jaehyun and tells Minsu he's definitely beating that arrogant jerk this time. Minsu just figures Suyak is going through an emo phase. Later, Yu-young makes a potion in Jaehyun's workshop, and it blows up in her face. Jaehyun laughs at her and says his own potion turned out way better. He even tries to get Jaehyun to back him up, but Jaehyun reluctantly says both of them are going to fail at this rate. According to him, neither of them has any talent for alchemy, and that crushes them both. Jaehyun realizes he needs more practice if he wants to avoid failing, so he asks Jisung if there's any way to save their grades. After thinking it over, Jisung suggests using a rare material from a monster called moonlight fireflies. They live only in very clean places, and fewer than 100 show up on the black market each year. If they can grind the exoskeleton into powder, it will boost the potion's effects. Soon after, Jaehyun and Yu-young go to meet Kwon Soil Soonbae, one of the seniors they beat during the freshman hunt. When Jaehyun says it's been a while, Soil looks surprised and asks why they came. He says he wants to ask her a favor. She immediately tells him to get lost. She's not helping him. Jaehyun asks if she's really refusing before even hearing the offer. Soil still says no, figuring he can only pay in points. Then he offers 30 million won in cash, leaving Yu-young stunned. The moment she hears that number, Soil's eyes light up. Not long after, they head to Muju and Jalabukdo, near Mt. Taegu, with Jisung joining them. And now more earlier, Soil had heard them out and said the job sounded possible. Still, she warned that even with her inspection skill, she needed some kind of trace to follow. When she asks if they have a solution, Jae-yoon says he's bringing a very skilled alchemist. She asks who it is. Then Jae-sung shows up. Soil clearly doesn't think he looks like some great alchemist. Jae-yoon asks if she knows him. She says they were on the same team during their first freshman hunt. Back then, she had no idea he liked alchemy and just thought he was dead weight shoved into martial arts class. Later in the forest, Soil tells Jae-yoon he feels different now. She says he actually looks like he's enjoying himself, which catches him off guard. Moonlight fireflies are monster species that blend in like normal insects. Using his knowledge, Jae-yoon leads them to a spot where they should find them. Soil warns that the area is so dark it's hard to see. Even so, Yu-young notices Jae-yoon doesn't seem bothered at all. Jae-yoon explains that Jae-yoon told him he likes bugs. That completely grosses Yu-young out. After searching for while Jae-yoon finds traces of a moonlight firefly that gives Soil what she needs, and she starts tracking them. Once she activates inspection, she picks up what she believes is a group of moonlight fireflies. They follow the trail and soon realize they're somewhere unfamiliar. The place feels seriously creepy. Still, Soil insists her skill is leading them the right way. After pushing through the strange plants for while they find a glowing waterfall surrounded by dazzling fireflies. Jang Sung excitedly says these are moonlight fireflies, and their larger size proves they're monsters. Since they're flying too fast, Jang Sung uses gravity magic to slow them down, but the bugs resist the pull better than expected. Soil tells Jang Corky to increase the force. He says he can't adjust that skill well enough yet. Jang Sung starts worrying they'll lose the fireflies. Jang Cork tells him they won't. He creates a manor room and traps the insects inside. Soil is stunned that he just made an entire manor room on the spot. She flat out calls him a monster. Even Jang Sung is impressed. He never would have thought of doing it that way. He rushes in right away. Yojung meanwhile clearly hates every second of this. Jang Cork shoves her inside anyway. The rest follow Jang Sung in. By then he's already collecting the bugs. As they gather them, Soil wonders if any other student at the academy could pull off a manor room like this. She realizes not even most third years could do it. Once they're done, they head back to Jang Sung's workshop. Then they try making the potion again. This time it actually works and nothing blows up. That leaves Ho Yun and Ina shocked, while Jang Sung proudly says he put a lot of work into. He says the potion purity should be at least 70%. After finishing, Yu-young and Jaehyun start celebrating. But Jang Sung points out a problem. Jaehyun's potion is only 50% pure, and Yoojung's is 47, so he wonders if that's enough for the test. A few days later, after the exam, Ho-yeon jokes that Jaehyun and Yoojung's ingredient pot looked more like a monster summoning pot. Even with the best ingredients, Yoojung only places 42nd. Jaehyun ends up 31st, Ho-yeon 29th, and Ina takes 1st. After mocking them a little more, Ho-yeon heads to his next class. Jaehyun tells himself it's not over yet. He and Yoojung still have other exams. The problem is that the practical test is brutal. It combines everything from the freshman hunt, Arkansas test, fake dungeon, and all their lessons so far. What makes it even worse is the team system. On the day of the practical exam, Yoojung complains because her cost is 14, which makes team planning a pain if she wants a strong group. Each student's cost is based on their current grades, and every team of 4 has to stay under a total of 50. For this exam, Ho-yeon is 17, Ina is 15, and Yoojung is 14. In his past life, Jang Sung cost was only 6. At the time, he thought that was great because it let him join a strong team. But it ended horribly, so he thinks this system is garbage. High-rank students just grab low-cost students because they're easy to fit into a team. Then a cadet Jang recognizes from his past life walks up to him. This is the same guy who used to mock him for being low-ranked. Now he's all smiles, asking if Jang Sung is the genius who got first in the student hunt and did great in the fake dungeon. In the past, that same guy told him to know his place during the exams. Now he cheerfully introduces himself as Chu Chun Sung. Jang Sung brushes him off. Kwon Sung keeps pushing, saying they should team up since his skill is better than his cost suggests. He adds that his own cost of 20 makes finding teammates hard, so he can help Jang Sung too. But Jang Sung knows exactly what kind of trash he is, a coward who bullies the weak and sucks up to the strong. So he tells Han Sung it's too bad, but he should find someone else. Thrown off, Han Sung tries to sell himself again, saying his low cost and high skill make him valuable. Yoon says it doesn't matter. He can clear the test without him, and Han Sung is weak anyway. Then Jaekyung goes to meet some friends. He asks if they thought over his offer. Behind him, Han Sung watches with pure hatred. Jina and Sung Woo both say they're in. Han Sung recognizes them as the two who abandoned Jaekyung in the mock dungeon. Jaekyung says he's relieved. They had him worried for a second. Han Sung gets even angrier that Jaekyung chose those two and storms off. He's sure Jaekyung will regret. Later, Jaekyung meets his new teammates at a cafe. Jina asks if he's really sure about picking them since they weren't much help in the mock dungeon. Han Sung-woo adds that during the Kane incident, they were left behind because they weren't strong enough. Taeun tells them he has no plan to lose. He knows Jina and Shomu's costs are lower than they should be because they ran from the mock dungeon. They're the real bargains here, not hunching. The two finally agree and ask who the fourth member is. Taeun says she'll be there soon. A moment later, Yoojung walks in. The two instantly remember how instructor Jaeyoon had to stop her from attacking them after they left Jaeyoon behind in the dungeon. As soon as she arrives, she asks why Jaeyoon wants her teaming up with these guys. Elsewhere, Chairman Jaeyoon reads reports saying Miles Academy is losing its spot as Korea's top school. Because of the recent incident, he's also in danger of getting pushed out. Furious, he smashes his computer, cursing the reporters for publishing it after all the money he paid them. He realizes the media has turned against him, and he's sure the Lotus Guild is behind. So for now, he decides to lie low even if it costs him. He needs to wait until the press calms down before going back to his original plan for the seer. Back at the cafe, Yoojung sits there glaring at the two warrior cadets. In the end, she agrees to let the past slide, but asks Jaeyoon if he's really sure about this. He says he wants them to understand that telling them to run was honestly the best choice at the time. Yoojung reluctantly accepts that. Then she asks the real question, why bring them onto the team when he could probably ace the test by himself? The truth is, Xiao Bei-yoon picked them because they all have a grudge against Jung Jing. That means whatever happens next should stay secret between them. He finally reveals that he plans to use this event to bring Jiang Jing down. That leaves everyone staring at him in shock. On the day of the practical exam, the students gather and Instructor Park Ha-jun steps up to oversee the second part. Jaeyoon sees Han Shun as just another one of Jaeyoon's lackeys, brought in to replace Soki. Han Shun says the exam will be broadcast nationwide so everyone can see the students' skills. Then he tells them to give it their all and wishes them luck. A moment later, the students are transported into a place called the Pocket Plane. It's a lava-filled dungeon, and Jaeyoon's group is Team D. Their mission is to clear every stage and return with the boss core. On the first floor, they must wipe out all monsters and find the stairs to the second floor. The heat is intense. Xiao Bei-yoon explains that the dungeon is modeled after Muspelheimer. He suggests mapping the area first so they have enough information to handle anything that happens. There are also some items he wants to collect. Yoonjung says one of those items is frost grass. Without it, the heat will wear them down and put them in danger fast. Shegu praises Jaeyoon and Yoonjung for knowing their stuff. Jaeyoon says this is just basic dungeon survival. Staying alive comes first. Soon after, he activates mana detection and searches for frost grass. Following the mana trail, they come across a whole field of frost grass. Jaeyoon tells them to gather as much as they can and store it in their inventory. Since Shungu said he's decent at alchemy, Jaeyoon puts him in charge of the potions. Then a notice pops up saying viewers will join the room soon, warning them to watch what they say and do. The students now have to perform for people across the whole country and keep the audience interested. Xiao Bei-yoon hates that part, but he knows it could still help him. As they collect grass, he senses 4C rank monsters coming and tells everyone to switch to Formation B. The team moves into place as lava slimes head there. Wei Shungu uses Provoke to pull their attention, and Xiao Bei-yoon tells the others to use items and keep their distance, since the slimes explode if a weak spot is touched. They ready their weapons but hold still as the monsters close in. Once they get near, Yoonjung calls to Jaeyoon, but he says it's still too early. Only when the slimes are almost right on them does their team stream open, and viewers rush in asking if this is the group with the freshman hunt top scorer. That's when Xiao Bei-yoon gives the order. Yoonjung fires water shoot through an arrow and punches a hole in one slime. As Gina joins in, Xiao Bei-yoon realizes this heat-filled floor is perfect for the frozen earth skill he got. He gives the camera a small smile and uses. He doesn't want to go all out yet, saving his strongest moves for later. For now, he uses Ice Rain and sends a shower of ice across the area. Viewers can't believe what they're seeing, and some think it has to be a mistake since that was an A rank skill. But Xiao Bei-yoon sees these clueless viewers as the best tool to bring down Xiao Bei. At the same time, manager Sunday Banham watches the stream and wonders how Xiao Bei-yoon can cast an A rank skill so easily. From what Agent Kim Xiao Bei-yoon told him, Xiao Bei-yoon hates Xiao Bei and Lotus is backing him. Sun Banham figures this kid could make exposing Xiao Bei easy, so he keeps watching with interest. Xiao Bei-yoon's Ice Rain wipes out the lava slimes, and Yoonjung says she's not even shocked anymore, even if she has no idea where he learned that skill. When Jaina says the heat is getting bad, Xiao Bei-yoon tells everyone to drink their potions. Then they start searching for a cooler area. Xianghua spots a place with weaker heat energy, and Xiao Bei-yoon decides to make their shelter there. Elsewhere, Jaina shoots holy arrows into nearby monsters, while Hoyin, fighting beside her, rips another one apart. After clearing them, Jaina says the dungeon feels too easy, and Hoyin agrees they're weaker than expected. Their teammates can only stare confused, because one mistake should have meant failure, yet they handled lava slimes up close without a scratch. Back with Jaeyoon, he sets up a tent for the team while Sunwoo works on potions, saying it'll take about an hour. Xiao Bei-yoon jokes that Yujing's little comments are her way of rushing Sunwoo, but she quickly denies it, and the two start bickering again. Jaina laughs at how close they seem, though Yujing insists they're not. Not long after, Xiao Bei-yoon shares his secret plan with the others. Once he's done explaining, Yujing steps outside with him and asks if it can really work. He says yes, this is the perfect time to cause a scene. So he releases some power to destabilize the pocket plane, canceling the limit on voice transmission. The viewers start asking what Xiao Bei-yoon is doing and why he's off alone with Yujing, some even wondering if the others failed. He tells them his teammates are fine, which shocks everyone, because students weren't supposed to be heard. After tweaking the pocket plane formula, Xiao Bei-yoon greets the audience and says the real stream starts now. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei-yoon is nearly shaking with rage as he watches. He can't understand how Xiao Bei-yoon tampered with the pocket plane's formula, something built by dozens of mage raiders, him included, along with the academy instructors. Instructor Haiyun suggests punishing Xiao Bei-yoon, but Xiao Bei-yoon says he can't. There's no rule for this because no one thought it was possible. Still, academy students aren't allowed to reveal Mill's sensitive information to the public, and breaking that rule could get him expelled. Then the chairman hears Xiao Beiyun mention him on the live stream. Xiao Beiyun ties him to the guild experience incident and other shady dealings, then tells viewers not to worry about him getting expelled, which leaves the chairman completely baffled. Xiao Beiyun goes on, saying the chairman's favorite line is that the strong survive and hold power. After laughing at how rotten Jiang Yun is, the chairman orders Haiyun to expel Jiang Yun after the exam ends. He also tells him to hire at least 2 seasoned ranks to eliminate Jiang Yun once attention dies down. As Jiang Yun walks off, he swears he'll make Jiang Yun pay. Jiang Yun tells the viewers the chairman won't keep his word if he expels a student with grades like his. The audience eats it up, and many begin realizing something is seriously wrong at the school, especially with all the claims about Xiao Beiyun that were never investigated. Earlier, back in the shelter, Xiao Beiyun told the team he would alter the pocket plane formula so viewers could hear them and take their side. Yu Zheng worried the chairman might strike back, but he reminded her they had the viewers and no rule band messing with the formula. In the present, Xiao Beiyun announces that the real dungeon raid stream is starting, something they prepared to make the broadcast more fun. The viewers get excited, but Yu Zheng feels exposed when they start commenting on her skills and performance. Soon, Xiao Beiyun takes her to a spot by a lava fall and tells the audience they're about to find the pocket plane's hidden piece here. That alone sends the viewers into a frenzy. Yu Zheng starts with her heist skill, while Xiao Beiyun uses wind boost and gravity as well. He intends to show everyone how a regressor clears a dungeon. Back at Mo Xiaobai's academy, instructor Kim Ji-yoon tells manager Song Bei she'll connect him with Ji-yoon as soon as the exam ends. He tells her to contact Ji-yoon right away and win him over to their side, even saying Ji-yoon can set the terms himself. Ji-yoon accepts, thinking it would be a huge long-term gain if raider management gets him first, though Ji-yoon is clearly after him too. Inside the pocket plane, Xiao Beiyun wraps an arm around Yu Zheng and pulls her toward the lava. She hesitates and tells him to wait, but he keeps running straight for it while she screams. The viewers keep chatting, still not understanding why they're jumping into lava. Then Ji-yoon lands on an invisible foothold near the stream, and Yu Zheng is hugely relieved he was right. He tells her to hold on and cast the spell carefully, making sure her timing is exact. Ji-yoon can't help admiring the first person in his past life who found this hidden piece, especially since Chairman Ji-yoon hid it here with national sponsorship and never meant for a student to claim it. Following the hidden steps, they finally reach solid ground, and Yu Zheng asks if the shining object ahead is the item he meant. It's a set of marbles, and Ji-yoon says they're a key item for clearing this dungeon. By now, Chairman Ji-yoon is sweating hard, unable to figure out how Ji-yoon found the hidden piece. Ji-yoon tells the viewers he located it through mapping, though even he didn't expect it to be hidden this well. He casts ice rain at the lava to harden a path toward the item. Then he and Yu Zheng head down to grab. Ji-yoon asks the viewers if they know what it is, but most of them don't. When they demand an answer, he tells them it's fire essence. This item is one of the most important tools for clearing the dungeon, and the system reveals it's a B-rank item that greatly boosts flame resistance for a short time when consumed, though it only works once. Schools usually make these tests feel like real dungeons and hide rewards to motivate students, but this one was hidden so well that normal students never could have reached. The viewers go wild over the fire essence because it's very expensive in gear shops, making it clear Mills Academy spent over 10 million per team on the midterms. After claiming the first one, Ji-yoon moves to the next target on his list, wishing he could see Ji-yoon's face now, and even more when he reveals the rest of his gifts. By night, they return to the shelter, and Yu Zheng complains that the potion tastes awful. Ji-yoon agrees, but says she needs to drink it if they want an easier time clearing the dungeon. After forcing herself to swallow it, Yu Zheng suddenly collapses. Ji-yoon, startled, asks Sunghwa if he poisoned her, but Sunghwa denies. Ji-yoon says stage 1 is almost over, and now they need to find a way down to the second floor. Back in the academy control room, instructor Ji-yoon walks in to ask instructor Ha-jun how things are going. He jokes that he's the one in charge here, then asks why she came. Does she not trust him to handle? After a brief pause, she says maybe she doesn't, and that makes him frown. With Sabu Kog, the second practical should have been under Ji-yoon's control, but Ha-jun pushed his way in and took that authority from her. He gives her a sarcastic apology for getting ahead of her, even though they started as equals. But she says she doesn't care about that. He presses her, saying anyone would be jealous of that position. but she stays silent. That only annoys him more. Still, Howen reminds himself the chairman favors him now, and Jae-yoon isn't above him anymore, like she was 2 years ago. Before leaving, Jae-yoon tells him to check the rope he's holding and make sure it isn't rotten. Then she walks out. Howen scoffs at her warning and thinks she's full of herself. He knows she meant his ties to the chairman, but he's sure the chairman will recover, since these problems are minor. Meanwhile, T&D reaches the second floor and gets a quest to hunt the elite monsters there and obtain the reward. Elsewhere, Heimdall slaughters several people and speaks with Hyujin, who asks if he's going to meet the great adversary. Heimdall brushes it off, saying the great adversary is only human and easy to kill. What annoys him is that after that, he'll be stuck with Bifrost again as a gatekeeper. He tells Hyujin not to meddle in his business, since he's just a creature of evil, but Hyujin thinks both gods and humans are fools, and he recalls Munin, Odin's other crow. Lost in thought, he speaks to the absent Munin, and says nothing has changed, and nothing ever will. On the second floor, Gina says it's even hotter than the first. Yoon Chong adds that the quest sounds harder, too. Jae-yoon knows the routes here, but something feels off. An hour earlier, they used a small cave to reach this floor, and Seong will wondered why the path down was buried underground. Yoon Chong explains that in stage-type dungeons, reaching the next level is usually hard, which makes her wonder how Jae-yoon found it so fast. She starts suspecting he's been here before. Then she spots a bug and screams so loudly that everyone jumps, and she ends up clinging to Gina. Jae-yoon grabs the bug and tells the viewers he may need it later. Before moving on, he says the team has to prepare first, and hands them the fire essence to eat. Nobody wants to. Jae-yoon jokes that they shouldn't be so dramatic, especially while he's still being nice. Then, with a terrifying look, he tells them to eat it, and they give in. There are 3 floors in this dungeon, with the boss on the last one. Jae-yoon also plans to dump another problem on Jae-yoon before they start hunting on floor 2. He tells the viewers he knows where some treasure might be, which instantly gets them excited. But his real target is different. One hidden treasure here is the salamander, which hoards shiny objects like a crow and hides them in its nest. That sends the viewers into a frenzy. One of them looks it up and finds that salamanders can purify corrupted items. When they ask how Jae-yoon knows about the nests, he says he studied it. The second hidden piece is called Bamung's Replica, a sword from the German epic song of the Nibelungs. It's known as a dragon-killing blade, and like Thalfai's thundersteps, it's famous for huge power and destruction. The original was said to belong to a German raider named Balak. Then Gina asks what a salamander's weak point is, and Yu-young says it's the stomach, because the outer skin is tough. The usual way to kill one is with ice magic aimed there. They head deeper in, and Sungwoo says the heat is getting worse. Without the fire essence, he'd be having a hard time. Even though Jae-yoon already knows where things are, he pretends to search so he won't look suspicious. Soon he stops and says he senses mana near a cluster of swords. Yoon Sing isn't sure any of them are hidden pieces, since there are so many, and they look unregistered. But Jae-yoon knows that's exactly what makes it the perfect hiding place. Even if Jae-yoon rigged things so students couldn't find it, that trick won't stop him now. He activates his detection skill and searches for a moment. Then he finds the right one and pulls it from the rock. The Nornir system announces he's obtained the copy of the Tainted Bamung, a rank A weapon and the beloved sword of the Dragonslayer Siegfried. Its sealed effect gives plus 70 strength and plus 30 agility. And it has an S-rank passive Dragonslayer that boosts physical ability against dragon-type enemies, but none of that works while the sword is tainted. Some viewers ask how he picked that exact sword, while others just say Jae-yoon always has a method. They keep moving, and Yu-young tries to track the salamander, but Jae-yoon reminds her they need to wait because she said it's weakest right after eating. Since the king salamander only feeds once a night, Yu-young asks if waiting is really smart. Salamanders have a sharp sense of smell, so if they stay too long, it might find them first. Zhao Yunqing says they'll solve that and pulls out the bug from earlier, making Yu-young panic again. When she tries to run, he holds her in place because she's key to the plan. The bug is a bomb centipede, and when threatened, it sprays liquid. That liquid smells so awful it can cause panic and tears, and Zhao Yun plans to use that stink to lure the salamander. Soon, it appears after picking up the scent. Yoon-young gets ready and reminds Jae-yoon he promised her something for this. To get her to help, he said he'd give her a magic staff that teacher Song-yoon liked. In truth, he was just planning to hand her some random staff, and he's sure she'll try to kill him if she learns that. The viewers watch, hyped to see if the plan works. Jae Yoon-ching explains that Yu-young specializes in wind magic, and she uses a small current to carry the bug smell into the salamander's nest. The viewers are impressed because that takes really fine mana control, and some of them even start feeling bad for the salamander. The moment it smells the bug, tears stream from its eyes. Jae Yoon-ching tells the others to stick to the plan and move only when he signals. Then he uses level 2 ice spear and slams the suffering monster to the ground. He waits for the salamander to breathe fire, and the instant it does, he pulls out Bamung and throws it into the monster's mouth. Yoon calls him insane, and the viewers have no idea what he's doing. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun is stunned by what Zhao Yun just did. Certain no first year should know this, especially since he left it out of the syllabus on purpose. On the second floor, the monster starts coughing the sword back up, and Zhao Yun gives the signal. The warriors rush in front of him and block the flying sword with their shields. Ji-yoon picks it up, and now it shines differently. The viewers are still losing their minds in confusion. So he opens the equipment window and shows that the tainted Balmum has been purified. The viewers nearly explode when they see its stats. Ji-yoon explains that a salamander's core has purification power that can cleanse items. They're amazed that a new student knows all this, and when he takes up the sword, they wonder why a mage is using a blade. They expect him to hand it to one of the warrior class students with him, but he doesn't. Then Sun Anam, watching through an anonymous stream, tells everyone Ji-yoon is a battle mage. Ji-yoon steps up to the monster and activates agile steps, flexible movements, and wind boost to sharpen his movement. In one burst, he jumps in and slices off one of its arms. After landing, he uses Ice Edge to form a sharp spike. Shingu signals that the salamander's stomach is exposed, now that one arm is gone. So Ji-yoon lunges forward and drives the attack into its stomach. The viewers go silent, they can barely process what they just saw. Meanwhile, Saiho uploads something online and wonders why Ji-yoon made her do such an annoying job. She posts an article revealing his real identity, using his achievements in the Neverland dungeon, where he had hidden who he was. The article is meant to shut down people claiming his current feats are fake or computer made. Back on the second floor, after killing the salamander, Ji-yoon says he found something called the Ring of Transcendence. It's a rank B item that temporarily boosts mana, strengthens spells, and gives the active skill Overdrive. But without the Rock of Transcendence, its rank drops and Overdrive becomes unstable. Overdrive is an A rank skill. It boosts mana and makes skills hit 1.5 times harder for 5 minutes. But without the Rock of Transcendence, the user can't use mana for the next 5. There's only one ring, so Ji-yoon offers to settle it with rock, paper, scissors. The others refuse and tell him to keep it since he carried the fight. Yu Zhang just says he owes them a meal later. Happy with the reward, Ji-yoon takes the ring, and the group is sent to the next floor. As soon as they arrive, the system tells them the barrier will vanish in 1 minute, and the boss battle will start. A magic shield protects them for now, even while the boss keeps smashing against. Those heavy blows put everyone on edge, and Ji-yoon asks Ji-yoon if he has a plan. He says no, and that he doesn't need one because he'll handle this himself. Even the viewers start asking if it's really smart for him to ignore the party setup and fight alone. Usually this floor has a C, X, or B rank monster, and about 70% of students fail here. Then the barrier drops and the boss is released, a lava golem. Ji-yoon charges first with a mana punch, but Zangbi shouts that it's too dangerous. While Gina and Sun Woo freak out, Yu Jung stays calm and reminds them Ji-yoon is strong. Strong enough that a monster like this shouldn't beat him. Ji-yoon trades punches with the golem and knocks its arm back. When it swings with the other hand, he blocks it with a barrier. After landing, he uses level 4 wind boost and follows with Ice Edge to pin the golem's legs. Then Ji-yoon turns on mana detection and slips past its attacks, dodging as he moves. He remembers lava golems are tough and hit hard, but they do have a weakness. He casts Bind, locking the monster down with chains, then drops a storm of ice with Ice Rain. The chains don't hold for long, but the ice cools every joint and slows its limbs. Seeing the chance, Ji-yoon uses Water Ball and sprays the frozen joints, making the golem's limbs crack apart at once. As it falls to pieces, the pocket plane announces the boss has been defeated. Some viewers ask if that was really supposed to be a boss. fight while the rest of the team can only stare in shock. Yujung calls him a total maniac and feels like he's already way ahead of her. A moment later, the system says they've obtained the golem's core, but Jiyoon knows the test isn't really over yet. He still has to make sure the chairman falls today. When the system asks if they want to return to reality, Jiyoon says no. He tells the viewers that fight ended too fast, and he still has something to show them. The hidden boss. Curious now, the viewers watch as he leads the team toward a spot with a strong mana presence. Then he looks back and sees none of his teammates want to follow. So he tells them they won't die no matter how much it hurts. Once they step inside, the system says they've found a hidden door, and a special quest has been created. Their mission is to defeat the hidden boss of the secret floor and return alive. Normal students can't even sense this hidden door, and even luck wouldn't get them here. That's why Jiyoon placed the hidden piece in advance. He glances at the viewers, who can't believe he found a secret floor, while most students are still stuck on the second one. Xiaobai Yu already knows how to summon the hidden boss, but he pretends to search around for a bit. Then Yu Zhong points out an altar that looks familiar, and after a moment she realizes it matches the pattern on the golem core. Xiaobai Yuan places the core into the altar slot, and bright light floods the area. He quickly tells everyone to get back. As the pocket plane's hidden boss, a red drake starts forming over the altar. Their new mission is to survive, beat the enemy, and claim the drake's heart for a special reward. As the red drake takes shape, the viewers can't believe it. Even experienced raiders struggle against one. People watching start reacting badly to how unfair this pocket plane is, which is exactly the response Jae-yu wanted. His absolute calculation doesn't work on a drake's physical attacks, but he still knows he can beat it alone. In the control room, Chairman Jae-yu watches in shock. His plan to keep this year's midterms quiet and push the media away is falling apart. Now he realizes Jae-yu-mi has messed with the entire pocket plane. Instructor Heijin objects, saying no student could possibly do that. But when Jae-Yoon insists it really was Jae-yu-mi, Heijin tries sucking up, hoping this helps him climb the ranks faster. In the end, the chairman admits he's almost relieved it's Jae-yu-mi. If Chen-Yoon only wants an item, then clearing the dungeon might actually reduce the backlash against the academy. Xiaobei-in worries that Xiaobei made the Drake mad, assuming he just doesn't know better. He hopes Xiaobei-yun kills it, but when he looks at the screen, he sees Yunqing has been hurt and is coughing blood. The students panic because the pocket plane's protection system has failed, and now they need to get out, which makes Xiaobei-yun panic too. The viewers are alarmed. Students aren't supposed to get injured in the pocket plane, yet it's happening. Then the students' HP bars disappear as the pocket plane grows unstable, and some viewers realize they might actually die. That pushes the chairman over the edge, and he curses Jae-Yoon out. Meanwhile, Jae-Yoon wonders how it feels for the chairman to be manipulated and framed, just like he used to do to others. Some viewers start attacking Jae-Yoon for how he runs the academy, and they suspect he did this on purpose to hurt students. They complain this kind of thing keeps happening, and the school keeps pushing kids close to death. Zhang Bao is honestly surprised by how good her acting is. When she jokes that she should have become an actress because her looks are being wasted at school, he begs her not to make him laugh since he's trying to keep a sad face. After leaving her there, he turns back to the Drake. He knows he can beat it easily, but that would be boring. The Drake swings a claw at him and he hops back to dodge. Then he activates mana, weapon, and summons the purified Bameng. The viewers start thinking he might actually win with that sword, and they begin cheering for him. Zhao Beiyuan then uses Bameng Replica's special skill, Dragon Slayer, which makes attacks against dragon-type enemies 300% stronger. He fires off a double sword slash at the red Drake, making it even angrier, so angry that it slams its tail where Sun Wu is standing. Sun Wu barely manages to block it, and Zhao Beiyuan remembers the two things he needs to do. He recalls what Hoithian found in a book, that a Drake's weak spot is the mole on its heel. So Jae-Yoon leaps behind it and strikes that heel. To end the battle, he activates Overdrive, boosting all his skills by 1.5 times. Right after that, he uses Frozen Earth and freezes the whole area, including the Red Drake. The viewers stare in shock. They can't think of any rank skill that should do something like that. As some begin to wonder if Jae-Yoon is actually S rank, he shatters the Frozen Drake and wins. After the kill, Zhao Beiyuan leans on his sword, hiding a grin, while hoping the chairman likes his gift. Back in the chairman's office, calls from board members start pouring in, all blaming him. He tries to explain he wasn't behind it, but for the first time, no one believes him. He asks instructor Ha-jun about the press, and Ha-jun says he contacted every reporter they know, but all of them turned the offer down because they no longer trust Mares. When Ha-jun says this all feels planned, Zhao Beiyuan snaps and blasts him across the room with magic. He's sure Jade-Yun couldn't have pulled this off alone, so someone must be helping him. As he tries to figure out who, a staff member rushes in with news that the Lotus Guild has sent an official document about disciplinary action against Milva's academy and the chairman's imprisonment. Apparently, Shangun personally wrote it over what happened during the midterms, calling it a serious case that put students in possible danger of death, just like the guild training incident before. Shangun says the chairman keeps pushing students toward death and has bribed high-ranking politicians for his own gain, along with other crimes. For that and 17 more violations tied to raiders, Guildmaster Shangun orders his immediate arrest. Furious, J.Yun argues that the Lotus Guild has no right to step in directly. Only the National Raider Association headquarters should be able to, until he keeps reading and finds that the 4 major guilds, 29 other guilds, and the National Raider Association all support. He goes silent over the document, just as several raiders storm into the office to arrest him. Meanwhile, after the students leave the pocket plane, reporters rush over to interview Team D about what happened inside. Zhao Beiyun is pleased that his teacher handled everything so carefully. One reporter asks if he already knew something about the chairman's arrest because of what he said during the pocket plane stream. Zhao Beiyun says he can't reveal much because of the academy's non-disclosure agreement, but he does tell them this is the 3rd time students have been put in danger, and he doesn't want anyone else get hurt, so he cuts the interview short and says Yunzheng needs medical help. He takes Yunzheng to the paramedics and gets her onto a Lotus ambulance so no one notices she wasn't actually injured. At the same time, J.Yun is escorted out of the academy by officers from the National Raider Association. People pelt him with raw eggs, shouting for the chairman to step down. Once they're inside the ambulance, Yuzheng bursts out laughing and tells J.Yun he's an awful actor. When he asks if he was really that bad, she starts copying his act. Songyun laughs too, then asks what he was thinking. If the plan failed, he would have been the one in trouble. But J.Yun says he learned from the guild trip that his own safety matters, just not more than saving other people. Young teases that he never says stuff like that and asks if he ate something weird, so he tells her to shut up. After the laughter dies down, Sung-yoon says there's a press conference in 3 days, and that's where they'll finish Jae-yoon. Meanwhile, at the National Raider Association headquarters, Sun Bainhome celebrates because Jae-yoon is finally done for. He thinks back to a strange phone call, telling him to get ready so they could arrest Jae-yoon. The caller said the rest would be handled on their side and even offered to set up the place he requested. 3 days later, at the Lotus Guild press conference, Sun Bainhome spots Jae-yoon waiting outside. When she asks if he's nervous, he says he just hates crowds. Soon, Sung-yoon, Sun Bainhome, and Jae-yoon take the stage to face the reporters. The press sees this as a huge chance, especially with Lotus having priority negotiations with Min Jae-yoon, a story big enough to go worldwide. Sung-yoon opens the floor for questions. The first reporter asks if Jae-yoon really had students killed on purpose and covered it up as accidents. Sung-yoon says yes, and confirms they already have proof of everything he did. Jae-yoon smiles, knowing they used brainwashing on instructor Yi-soo to get the files early, which means Jae-yoon is finished. Jae-yoon adds that he also broke other laws, including illegal funding tied to Mills Academy. Another reporter asks if they know who else was part of Jae-yoon's corruption, but she only says the investigation is still ongoing. After a few more questions, someone asks if Jae-yoon is really Sunjian's mentee, and she confirms it. He adds that he got this far thanks to her guidance. Then another reporter asks if he had been hiding his abilities all along, since there were barely any articles about him. Jae-yoon answers that he simply didn't want media attention. Another asks when he signed with the Lotus Guild, and soon the questions pile up about his training, family, and even dating life. He stays quiet. He knows he can't get dragged into all that, especially since the spotlight won't leave him now. Right on time, Sung-yoon steps in and asks the reporters not to press Jae-yoon too much because he's still shaken from the incident. A few days later, the students gather for the temporary chairman's inauguration. Young says she's glad everyone made it out. Okay, she would have been furious if anyone got hurt. Jae-yoon